55. Gift. Harry's greatest fear about the ball was that it was going to complicate things again. After all, he'd spent the last few months of his last life dealing with awkwardness and a strained relationship with Hermione, all because of a single moment. What did she expect of him? Did she think this meant they were dating, or was this really the friendly dance that she was making it out to be? The question plagued him over the next 2 weeks, even as Hermione was inscrutable. He couldn't even ask her about it without revealing his own fears. He feared that asking about their relationship becoming awkward would make their relationship become awkward. There wasn't much he could do other than hope for the best. He chose the same dress robe as he had the last time, and he practiced dancing on the sly, while he remembered the steps he wanted to impress Hermione and dance more naturally than he had before. Fleur chose Cedric, to no one's surprise. Harry suspected that she had a thing for champions, or it may have been the fact that they bonded over the death of Crumb. For whatever reason, every time he saw them together he felt a pang of envy, but it was getting easier over time. Christmas morning came before he knew it. As Harry woke, he felt something at his feet. He grabbed his wand and pointed it before he was even awake. He saw a familiar set of ears over the side of the bed. "Darby?" he asked, finally remembering. House Elf had shown up the last time with a gift of socks. Harry hadn't gotten him anything and had felt bad about it. Even though he didn't fully trust the little house elf, knowing that his idea of what was proper wasn't always the same as that of everyone else, he had felt guilty. One advantage of resetting was that sometimes the things that caused guilt could be undone. Harry had looked for the perfect thing to get Darby, and eventually he'd found it. "Darby is here with your presents, sir," Darby said. Darby was carrying a pile of presents as tall as he was. If anything, the pile was even larger than before the reset. "Put them down at the foot of the bed," Harry said. "I've got something for you." Darby's eyes grew wide, and he took the small package Harry handed him as though it was made of the finest crystal. He opened it carefully, careful not to tear the paper. As he opened it, he gasped. Harry had had a small outfit made for Darby. Even though Darby had had his own Slytherin outfit made, it was still ill-fitting. This outfit came with a spell that permanently sized it to the first person who wore it. He'd bought it from a shop in Hogsmeade that mostly specialized in clothing designed for toddlers, but it was custom-made with a Slytherin crest. The entire outfit was in Slytherin colors. Darby gave a shriek and immediately threw his arms around Harry's knees, something that Harry felt weirdly uncomfortable about. A moment later, Darby began to throw off his clothes, and Harry had to turn his head for a moment before he saw something he didn't want to see. Harry heard a gasp from the doorway. He saw Malfoy standing in the door, presumably looking at Darby in whatever state of undress he was now in. The expression of horror on his face struck Harry as being unusually funny, even as he heard the pop of Darby vanishing, along with his clothes. "Do I have to ask why you have a half-dressed house elf in the middle of the room?" Malfoy asked. "I gave him clothes," Harry said casually. Apparently Malfoy hadn't recognized Darby from behind because he looked impressed. "I didn't know you even had a house elf. They're hard to get these days. My father was really upset when we lost one of ours." "I'm sure," Harry murmured. "Can you hold these?" He shoved his pile of packages into Malfoy's hands and then began to do his usual round of diagnostic checks on them. "What are you doing?" Malfoy asked from behind the packages. "Checking for traps and explosives," Harry said. "Poisons, snakes, scorpions, the usual." Malfoy turned quickly and set the packages on Crabbe's bed. He stepped away, looking a little pale. "It looks like they're all clean," Harry said. "I've been a lot more careful with my mail since Hermione got Bubituba pus in an envelope." Harry had actually always been careful with his mail. He simply wanted to remind Malfoy of the danger Malfoy's father had put everyone in. He wasn't sure that Malfoy knew of his father's role with the basilisk during second year, but he knew Malfoy had some knowledge of his father's actions. Besides, it was possible that he'd spent a little too much time with the twins. He enjoyed teasing Malfoy, who tended to be a little too uptight, even for a Slytherin. "At least if it leaks, Crabbe will barely notice," Malfoy said after a moment. Harry snickered in spite of himself. "Let's see what you've got," Malfoy said. The first package was from Sirius. Harry carefully opened it, and he saw a small mirror inside. He'd gotten this the last time, and he had treasured it. "Your godfather gave you a mirror?" Malfoy asked incredulously. Sometimes a mirror isn't just a mirror, Harry said, smiling inscrutably. He hadn't understood the first time around either until he'd tried it. It was a lifeline to a similar mirror possessed by Sirius. No more need to wait on owls. He'd be able to see him face to face, and he'd be able to affect things in the outside world through Sirius much faster. Despite Malfoy's curiosity, Harry didn't explain the mirror's function. Secrets were only valuable if kept secret. Harry had a present from Hagrid. It was a muggle jacket with a special pocket hidden inside for his wand. He'd been grateful for it the first time, and he was grateful for it now. In the first place, he didn't have a jacket, and Britain could get cold. It was nicer than most of his muggle clothes, and the wand holder might save his life some day. Neville had bought him a wizard's chess set. Neville had taught him how to play, although he reportedly wasn't the master player that Ron Weasley of all people was. This set was small and could be folded away to the size of a small book, the figurines inside vanishing into other space. Hermione's box, however, was completely different than it had been the last time. The last time she bought him a wizarding book called A Hairy Heart, the guide to wizards who won't commit. It had been a rather pointed commentary on the status of their relationship at the time. This package wasn't shaped like a book at all. Harry opened it carefully, and inside was another small mirror. "People think you're really full of yourself, I guess," Malfoy said. He blinked. "Hang on, I've seen those before." "What is it?" Harry asked. "It's a faux glass. It shows your three greatest enemies in it. The closer they are, the more clearly they appear." "How much did she spend on this?" Harry asked, checking the mirror for traps with his wand. He bought her Peruvian darkness powder, and he planned on teaching her to use a supersensory charm to get around. If this was a whole lot more, then he'd feel guilty as well as wondering what message she was trying to send. "That's a cheap one, and small," Malfoy said. "She could have bought it used for 30 galleons. Harry felt somewhat relieved. The darkness powder was worth more than that, although £150 was a lot of money for a girl her age to spend. He picked the mirror up gingerly and looked into it. The familiar figure of baby Voldemort appeared in the mirror. His figure was misty and vague. The mirror didn't show what he was doing at the moment. Something like that would be worth 1,000 times 30 galleons, even used. Instead, it was a rather generic picture. "That's your greatest enemy?" Malfoy asked, looking over his shoulder. "That's what Voldemort looks like right now," Harry said, glancing at him. "He's looking for a new body, and so he's not exactly himself at the moment." The expression of disgust on Malfoy's face wasn't something Harry had expected. He'd thought Malfoy would have seen worse things in his household. Perhaps his father shielded him from the worst of what he did. "He's barely human," Malfoy said. "And who is that?" The woman Umbridge appeared in the mirror. Her figure was much sharper and closer than Voldemort's had been. She smiled pleasantly, but it didn't reach her eyes. "A woman in the ministry. I almost got her sacked." The third figure was that of a woman he'd never seen before, with wild hair and an insane look in her eye. She was closer than Voldemort, but further away than Umbridge. "Auntie Bellatrix," Malfoy breathed. "Your aunt is my third worst enemy," Harry asked. His fingers strayed toward his wand. Malfoy lifted his hands. "She's everybody's worst enemy. Besides, we're all related, the purebloods. My great-great-aunt was Doria Black, who was your grandmother. I'm probably related to Longbottom and Weasley too, though nobody will ever admit it." "We're relatives?" Harry asked. Malfoy scowled. "I looked it up first year. It doesn't mean anything." "Well, I don't particularly like the rest of my family, so why should you be any different?" Harry said, but he grinned as he said it. "It's a really nice present from a poor girl," Malfoy said. "It's almost like she's declaring for you." Harry shook his head. "She knows what I'm like, and this was just the best thing she could have got me," Harry said. "And if I ever look in it and see her face in it, I'll know I'm really in the doghouse." Malfoy smirked. There was one last present on the bed, one that had no name on it. It was in plain, brown paper, and Harry had an immediate sense of foreboding. All his friends knew better than to send him presents without a name on it. Worse, this present hadn't been there the last time. "You think Gaul would open it if I gave him a galleon?" Harry asked. Malfoy had picked up on his sense of unease, because any sense of humor drained out of his face. After a glance at each other, they both took a long step back. Harry used a small defendo to make a tiny rip in the paper. Nothing came billowing out, and so he used Wingardium to levitate the paper off the front of what turned out to be a book. Lifting the book magically, Harry rotated it so the title was visible. He ran more tests on the book, everything he could think of, but none of them panned out. Malfoy seemed impressed that he could continue to levitate the book while running the tests. Ars Moriendi. Harry read the title in some confusion. The book looked very old and worn, almost as though the pages would turn to dust if Harry actually tried to read it. Draco peered at the book. My father has a copy of that book in our library, but our copy is a lot newer, he said. That looks like it might be an original copy. Early 15th century. If it is, it's worth as much as a house. Original copies were handwritten. It might be a later reproduction. It was one of the first Muggle books that were actually printed. My father's copy was from the 1700s, and this one looks older. Accepting books from Lucius Malfoy was never a good idea, but Malfoy hadn't even shown up on the faux glass. Harry had a sinking feeling that the book wasn't from him. Malfoy would never send him something that expensive. Malfoy said, even early 16th century reproductions are worth 6,000 galleons. As much as Malfoy's bragging about money normally bothered Harry, this time it was actually useful. What is it about? Harry asked. The English translation is The Art of Dying. It's something about how to die well, Malfoy said. He looked at Harry and must have seen something in his expression. There was only one person Harry knew who would spend that kind of money just to make a point. It was a message, one that only Harry would understand. Voldemort knew, and he was taunting Harry with that fact. Harry felt a chill go down his spine. The faux glass had been wrong. Voldemort had never been closer. Draco was wrong, Harry said. After we had Dumbledore check it for traps, he said it was a 1642 version, only worth about 500 galleons. That's still a lot of money to spend without leaving a note, Neville said. Do you have any idea who sent it? No idea, Harry said. Technically, he didn't know who had sent it. However, his suspicions were chilling. It had colored the rest of his day despite Dumbledore's assurances that there were no poisons, curses, or other traps in the book at all. He hadn't even been able to enjoy the snowball fight in the afternoon because he'd been busy brooding about what kind of message he'd been sent. He could only hope that he didn't brood throughout the dance. He didn't want to ruin Hermione's evening. They were waiting together for their dates. Neville was taking the Weasley girl, and Harry was waiting on Hermione. He knew she'd look stunning in her periwinkle blue robes, and while he'd have seen it before he'd look suitably impressed. She deserved it after all for having put up with him for all these years. Even now, when she'd finally realized the danger she was in, she was still by his side. This meant more to Harry than he would have thought. He hadn't remembered the entrance hall being this packed before. Possibly he'd been distracted by worrying about dancing with Fleur. He looked for Hermione, trying not to look anxious. As casual as he kept things between them, Harry suspected that a great deal rode on how the evening went. He hadn't enjoyed months of awkwardness, and he had no intention of going through that again. Hermione was possibly the most important person in his life. It was important to keep her happy. How he was going to do it, he wasn't sure. It would be a delicate balance between keeping her far enough away to keep her safe without driving her away and damaging their friendship. Harry felt more anxious about this than he should have been. After all, he'd been to the ball before. Of course, the lack of Durmstrang students was going to change things. He couldn't afford to assume that everything was going to be the same as it had been last time. Changes tended to ripple outward, like the huge changes that 20 missing Durmstrang students had made in who was dating whom. When she finally stepped out, he froze. The periwinkle blue robes were gone. In their place were burgundy robes that looked more like a dress than robes. Her hair was still sleek and shiny, but the complicated knot was different. It was somehow even better looking than her hair had been for the first time. She was looking around the room for him, and when she finally saw him, she smiled. How had he not seen it? Her face lit up the room when she smiled. He'd always known that she was a pretty girl in a vague sort of sense, but now, feeling the full impact of it, he wondered if she too was part Veela. He smiled, and for once it wasn't something that was forced. He suddenly found himself looking forward to the evening instead of seeing it as obligation. He'd enjoyed dancing with Fleur, after all. Surely dancing with his best friend couldn't be anything but better. As she approached, he took her hand and he bowed slightly. Although there was a crowd around him, he felt like they were the only two people in the room. I see that you've stolen a little of Fleur's Veela magic, Harry said. At her confused expression, he nodded in the direction of the people around them. Look at them looking at you. and tell me what you see." She looked around. People were staring at them both and whispering. Normally, this would have thrown Harry into a fit of suspicious thoughts, but not tonight. Tonight he knew exactly why they were whispering, and he felt proud for her. He'd heard from Neville how she'd been teased about her teeth when she was younger. She'd been bullied almost as much as he had, if in less overt ways. Sometimes Harry thought the more subtle techniques were more emotionally damaging. After all, it was easy to defend against a punch or even a spell. A whisper, however, or a rumor, a subtle comment. All were almost impossible to fight against. So he was proud now that she had her day in the sun. Her smile brightened, if anything, and she linked her arm in his. "Let's go in," she said. He nodded, and with that they headed inside for the Great Hall. As they stepped into the Great Hall, every wall festooned with sparkling silvery frost, Harry could hear gasps from everyone around them. Beside him, Hermione stiffened before relaxing. McGonagall called for the champions to dance the first dance, and Harry took a half-step toward the dance floor before he managed to stop himself. Hermione gave him a strange look as Fleur and Cedric began to dance. It should have bothered him, seeing Fleur dancing with someone else, but strangely it didn't. Harry glanced at Hermione beside him and reflected that for tonight at least, he was the one dancing with the most beautiful girl at the ball. As the dance ended, and the rest of the dancers were allowed to move out onto the dance floor, Harry escorted Hermione. He put his hands around her waist, and as the music began, they began to dance her. It felt nearly effortless, dancing with her. It was much more natural than dancing with Fleur had been, although that might have been because he knew what he was doing now. She leaned forward and whispered in his ear. "How did you know?" Hermione asked. Harry looked at her, unsure of what she was saying. He continued dancing, but he felt a sudden sense of anxiety. "The room of requirement," she said. "You made it look exactly like this. How did you know?" 56. Lie. Harry stumbled as he realized what she'd just asked. "I've spent some time with the room while you weren't there," she said, trying to figure out how it worked. He should have realized that she'd have been obsessed with understanding how the room worked. She was as obsessed with understanding things as he was with surviving. "You can ask the room for something generic, and it'll give it to you," she said, "but it doesn't predict the future. You had to know exactly how the Great Hall would look, and have had it in mind to have it come up with this." Harry hesitated, his mind racing. He'd spent the last several years learning how to conceal his emotions and lie like the best of the Slytherins. However, Hermione knew him as well as anyone, better than his own aunt and uncle possibly. She was good at seeing through lies. "There are some things I can't explain now," Harry said finally. "Secrets that I have to keep. Have you ever heard of a clumency?" Hermione nodded. "There are people who are Legilimens in this school," Harry said. While he was referring to Dumbledore and Snape, he suddenly realized that it was possible that some of the older Slytherins had learned as well. "They know we talk," Harry said, "so they'll be looking through your mind to see if there's anything they can use against me." "Why can't they just look in your mind?" she asked. Her expression said that she didn't believe what he was telling her even though it happened to be true. Harry shrugged. "I'm learning a clumency. According to Moody, I've only got a couple of weeks left until I'm good enough to resist most people. Of course, he had to be better than that. Voldemort was a better than average Legilimens, and he was the yardstick Harry had to judge himself against. So teach me," Hermione said. "And Neville." He stared at her, aware suddenly that they'd been dancing all this time, and he hadn't even noticed. It made sense in a way. Having their minds open was leaving a blind spot in his defenses. He'd dealt with it by limiting the information he'd shared with them. If they mastered a clumency, he'd be able to share his secrets with them, assuming he trusted them. A clumency would make them more resistant to the Imperious spell as well, although not completely impervious. Harry had always feared that someone would Imperious one of them to attack him. His guard was somewhat lower around them than with anyone else, although he'd never really lowered his guard with everyone. The question was, did he really want to share his secrets with them? Knowing what he'd been through would change their opinion of him irrevocably. The thought of seeing that look of pity in Hermione's eyes was almost painful to him. Worse still was the thought that it would change her. She had been his compass for normality throughout his time in school. As far as he had strayed from being a good person, she'd always been there to remind him that there would be life after Voldemort should he survive to see it. Maybe he could find a middle ground. It would be good for them to learn occlumency, and he could share a little, maybe as much as he'd shared with Dumbledore and the others. It would be a show of trust, and it would help them act more strategically should he need them to. "I'll teach you," Harry said finally, "and I'll tell you. Just try not to think about it too much." She stared at him for a moment. "You're asking me not to think. How long have you known me?" He'd better get to teaching her occlumency, although given that Voldemort seemed to know a large amount of it anyway, he wasn't sure how important the secret was anyway. The last thing he wanted was for Snape or Dumbledore to find out, not if they didn't have to. Really, although he'd had a justified fear of the unspeakables, Harry had to admit that an equal fear was that people he cared about would somehow look at him as being even more different than he already was. He'd experienced things no one else had, and there was no one who could really understand what it was like. They'd try to empathize, but deep down all they'd feel was pity. Harry mostly dealt with it by not thinking about it. It didn't make sense to worry about things he couldn't change. Instead, he tried to focus on the things he could. He suspected that his avoidance of thinking about the difficult subjects had been part of what had kept Dumbledore and Snape from reading his darkest secret on the very first day. They'd have had to deliberately go in deeper, and 11-year-olds rarely had anything worth looking under the surface for. "Think about something else," Harry said. He swung her around and said, "This is your night, isn't it? We're dancing. Live in the moment." She stared up at him for a long moment, her feet moving automatically as she almost visibly processed the thought. Finally, she nodded. She smiled, although it was a little less bright than the smile she'd given when he'd first seen her. "You should take your own advice," she said. He was suddenly aware that they were pressed together uncomfortably closely. He felt his cheeks growing warm, and he found himself mildly irritated by the self-satisfied look on Hermione's face. "Of course, I'll hold you to your promise," she said, whispering in his ear. Harry suspected that he would regret ever having said anything, but he hadn't had much of a choice. It seemed that relationships were a gamble, whether they were friendships or something more, but the stakes seemed higher now than they ever had before. He only hoped they'd be able to remain friends after this. Feeling flushed, Harry was pulled out of the great hall by Hermione. Once they'd gotten over a feeling of awkwardness that had lasted a couple of dances, they'd both loosened up. Dancing with Hermione was surprisingly fun. They'd lasted a lot longer than he had with Fleur, and now they were both flushed and sweaty. Sirius should have come looking for him already, but things had obviously changed, and Harry suspected that he'd finally have the evening to himself. The air felt as good on his overheated skin as he remembered, better in fact. He was more comfortable with Hermione than he had been with Fleur. Fleur had been an ideal woman, older, mysterious, and unobtainable. Hermione, on the other hand, was as familiar as a well-worn pair of shoes. They had adapted to each other over years, and they seemed to fit. Hermione pointed toward the rose garden. "They've done a good job with that." The fairy lights really did make the place look magical, in a way that Harry had rarely allowed himself to appreciate. He suspected that part of the reason he liked being around Hermione and Neville was that they still experienced things in a way that he couldn't allow himself to. He could live vicariously through them, and seeing the fairy lights reflected in her eyes now gave him a sense of wonder. Walking toward the rose garden seemed natural. Harry was halfway there before he had a sudden sense of déjà vu. His feet stumbled. He'd enjoyed what had almost happened there with Fleur, but kissing Hermione wasn't on the agenda at all. If just asking her out had made things awkward before, what would actually kissing her do? Hermione glanced at him and said, "We'll just walk, don't worry." With a single look, she'd figured out what he was worried about. How had he not realized how observant she was? How much else did she know? Harry hated the part of him that had to ask that question. He admired Hermione, but there was always part of him that questioned everything. The fact that he'd been able to live in the moment, even for 45 minutes dancing, was a minor miracle. Arm in arm, they entered the rose garden. Hermione had even taken his left arm. That was traditional, of course, but among muggles, it had arisen so that the man's sword arm would be free in case of danger. Harry felt the same about his wand arm. He practiced left-handed, of course, but it was awkward and not nearly as fast as working with his right hand. It wasn't much better than casting wandlessly, except that he could cast any spell left-handed, but could only cast spells he'd actually practiced wandlessly. Hermione led him to a bench, and the sense of déjà vu grew stronger. Harry wasn't certain which would be worse, kissing her or rejecting her. His stomach clenched. Either path led to danger, and he wasn't sure how to reject her without damaging their relationship. Harry, Hermione said as she sat on the bench, patting it as a gesture for him to follow. Harry sat and said, Hermione, there can't be that many legilimencers in school, Hermione said, and they are hardly looking in my head all the time. Not telling me sounds like you don't trust me. Harry blinked. He'd thought he'd settled things with Hermione on the dance floor, but she just hadn't wanted to have an argument in front of the entire school. Letting her lure him out to a place where they could talk uninterrupted had been a mistake. He should have known she wouldn't be willing to let it go. I trust you, Harry said, probably as much as I trust anyone, which is hardly any at all, Hermione said. Harry, I've been watching you for years, and I've always known you had secrets. You never said anything, Harry said quietly. I always thought you'd come to me when you were ready, Hermione said, but I've been starting to think that you'll never be ready. Harry shook his head. I was serious about the occlumency. I'll be able to tell you more after you learn it. But will you? Hermione asked. Or will you lie and keep lying even after there's no good reason to do so? I haven't lied to you, Harry said. I just haven't told you everything. Lying by omission is still lying, Hermione said. They were both silent for a long moment as Harry tried to think of what to say. He could feel things unraveling, and he felt helpless to stop it. Somehow this felt worse than the damage a kiss would have done. Is it always bad to lie? Harry asked. The look she gave him was one that made him wince. I'm serious, Harry said. Let's say you knew something that put you in danger. As long as your friends are ignorant, they're safe. But the moment they know, they're in danger too. I'm already in danger, Hermione said. She leaned forward. I've always been in danger, even if I didn't always realize it. Harry was silent for an even longer moment. She wasn't going to let this go. He slipped his wand out of the pocket of his wand and cast a quick muffliato spell. Hermione's eyes widened as she saw him do it, and she leaned forward as though she was certain he was finally going to share a life-altering secret. Suppose someone had a way of knowing things, he said finally. Not always, but better than what most seers can do. How dangerous would that be to them? He'd been telling Hermione for years that authority figures and governments couldn't be trusted. She hadn't believed him for a long time, but he'd gotten the feeling recently that she was starting to believe him. Hermione stared at him. Something like that could win the war. How would both sides react if they knew about that power? They'd want him dead, Hermione said slowly, or captured so they could find out what was going to happen. And what about that person's friends? Harry asked. He knew she was bright enough to see the implications. It was important that she come to the conclusion herself instead of him telling her what to think, because she'd never believe him otherwise. Hermione reluctantly said, they might kidnap them to use for leverage against him, just in case he refused to talk and couldn't be forced by magic. Think about that, Harry said, and ask me again why I'm not ready to talk about things. Hermione sat for a long moment, frowning. You saying you are that person? Ask me again after you learn occlumency, Harry said. Harry heard footsteps coming toward them. Fortunately, the muffliato spell didn't muffle his own hearing. He saw Sirius coming toward them, and for once he was relieved. He wasn't sure whether Hermione would have kept arguing or not, and this was the perfect excuse to get out of the conversation. The expression on Sirius's face wasn't at all like what it had been the last time. Then it had been excited and joyous. Now Sirius looked tense and grim. He looked deeply tired in a way that Harry found alarming. There's been some developments, Sirius said, glancing at Hermione. The headmaster wants to see you in his office. I'll be up there as soon as I take Hermione back inside, Harry said. Unspoken was the fact that leaving Hermione alone on the grounds probably wasn't a good idea. The fact that Sirius seemed to get what he was saying without having it explained was a sign of just how potentially bad things had got. Sirius nodded. We'll be waiting. Harry stood and held his hand out for Hermione. Does the headmaster know? Hermione asked, standing. I only told him some of it this year, Harry admitted, with the promise that he'd keep my identity secret and not make me some kind of political pawn, more than I already am anyway. And he's consulting you now. Hermione asked. Harry shrugged. I may have told him a few things that were helpful. The headmaster is more involved in the war than most people realize. Hermione kept staring at him as Harry led her back into the ballroom. Hopefully, this would convince her of the importance of secrecy. It all went wrong, Sirius said. We tried to convince the ministry to at least hold off on the attacks until we could be sure that the information wasn't compromised. They refused. Dumbledore said they wouldn't believe that we had a seer with the kind of specific information we claimed to have had. They demanded that we bring him forward for examination by the unspeakables. Harry felt a chill up his spine. He'd feared the unspeakables for years, images of being held in a cell unable to even kill himself having been one of his non-reset-related nightmares. When we wouldn't bring you forward, they went forward with the plan, Sirius said. How bad was it? Harry asked. In the first time around, they'd captured 40 Death Eaters in a single massive sweep. It had led to retaliation, but at the time it had been a massive victory for the Ministry. 27 Aurors dead, Sirius said, with 18 more injured. Some badly enough they'll have to retire. The Death Eaters were waiting for us. They ambushed us even as we were trying to ambush them. Harry closed his eyes. He hadn't been able to remember the names of all the Death Eaters who'd been captured, and he certainly hadn't known where they would be caught. Voldemort had apparently known much more about it than Harry had. It would seem that the Death Eaters had better sources of information than we anticipated, Dumbledore said. He was looking directly at Harry, and for once his eyes weren't twinkling. Harry felt a pressure on his occlumency shields. He redoubled them, thankful that he put the same effort into studying occlumency than he'd put into everything else related to survival. Dumbledore had to be suspicious that he hadn't been telling the entire truth. The man was as smart as Hermione, and he had 100 years of experience to back that up. Harry wondered just how long the man would tolerate Harry's half-truths before he would demand to know just what was happening. Harry was glad that Snape wasn't here. He'd thought that Snape had suspected his story from the moment he'd told it, and this would only confirm that. What does all this mean? He asked. There's been some calls for Scrimgeour to resign, Dumbledore said. Although I think he'll keep his office. It will be close, though. Sirius slumped, leaning against the desk. It'll give the Pure Blood faction leverage in the votes to replace the empty Wisengamot seats. They've been claiming that Scrimgeour is too weak and that a strong leader would have already beaten the Death Eaters. Harry scowled. Half the Pure Bloods were likely Death Eater sympathizers, but they couldn't say that in public. It'd be political suicide. So what do we do? Harry asked. That depends on you, Dumbledore said. Have you seen anything else that might be of use to us? It was the question Harry dreaded. Having them depend too much on him was going to get people killed. But not telling them when he knew something important was out of the question as well. It was getting to the point that Harry was going to have to tell them the truth, not the partial truth they already knew, but the full, unexpurgated truth. He didn't look forward to doing that. For a moment, Harry considered coming clean now, but although he opened his mouth to say it, he found that he couldn't. He shook his head finally. It's not something I have any control over. It just happens sometimes. We'll just have to wait then, Dumbledore said, and see what the Death Eater's next move is. Whatever that was, Harry knew it wouldn't be good. 57. Sick. The thought that his secretiveness had gotten people killed began to weigh on Harry over the next few days. He avoided the papers, although he couldn't avoid hearing his classmates talking about what had happened endlessly. Whatever goodwill that had existed in the wake of the Yule Ball vanished overnight as people became palpably more anxious and worried. Many people chose to go home for the holidays for the rest of the session. This was the first year that Harry chose not to go home. He had the feeling that the last thing Voldemort would want to do was erase his success. He was probably safer than he had been since he'd first come to Hogwarts. It horrified him, and his sense of guilt grew day by day as he realized that many of his classmates were relatives of the Aurors who had died. Seeing the horror on their faces as they received owls and had to return home for the funerals was painful to him. The fact that Hermione kept looking at him didn't help either. He wished he'd been taught legilimency so he'd know what she was thinking. Her look seemed sympathetic, which made him feel even worse. On his advice, she didn't return home for the holiday, even though she usually did. Dumbledore promised that wards would be set to alert the Aurors if her parents were attacked. They couldn't watch them, of course, because their resources were spread thin. Harry had nightmares about the spirits of the dead calling out to him, asking why he hadn't saved them. The worst part is that Adrian and Carlin were at the front of a line of faceless people, all of whom had died because of him. His fear was that these were only the first. Voldemort had learned enough the last time to make him much more effective. The problem was that Harry didn't even know half of what Voldemort knew. Most of what he had been done in secret. Voldemort's war was a war of shadows, with most of the action happening where the public never saw it. It was an iceberg, with the tip being the only thing most people ever heard about, even as the vast mass of it passed below. There was too much that he didn't know. Even if he reset, Harry wasn't sure how much more he'd be able to tell Dumbledore and the others. He began to have a growing conviction that he needed to tell them. They were keeping as many secrets from him as he was keeping from them, and it was getting people killed. If he knew about the things happening behind the scenes, he might be able to stop them during the next iteration. Harry did convince Moody to help him start training Hermione and Neville in occlumency. The man had grumbled and warned Harry about trusting anyone too much, but he seemed to be of the opinion that teaching friends to protect themselves was a wise decision. If it wasn't that it would make Aura's work more difficult, Harry suspected that Moody would have preferred occlumency to be a core subject at Hogwarts. Harry's only consolation was that the retaliatory attacks that had happened before hadn't happened yet. It was only a matter of time. The breakout at Azkaban was an inevitability, which he tried to emphasize to Dumbledore. Dumbledore swore that he was working with the Ministry to avert the attacks that Harry had seen before. The only problem was that Voldemort could easily change targets the moment he saw that security had been beefed up, and there was no way to know when he would choose to attack. The Auras were understaffed as well, damaged by the losses in their ranks and demoralized by the defeat. The persistent criticisms from the public didn't help either. The papers didn't only criticize Scrimgeour, they questioned the competence of the Auras as well. Harry knew this all played into Voldemort's hands. He made his enemies afraid, and he wore them down, all without having to actually expend any resources. It was the waiting that was driving everyone crazy. Watching the screens from the stands by the side of the lake was something Harry had done before. This time, though, there were only two contestants, and they both looked anxious. Harry knew that the Auras were watching this very closely. After the debacles over recent weeks, the last thing the Ministry needed was another death on their tally. He'd considered giving hints to Fleur or Cedric about what was coming, but Dumbledore had assured him that the hostages would be well treated and were in no danger. Fleur didn't know him anyway, and she wouldn't appreciate any attempts he made to help her. She'd likely assume that he was attempting to sabotage her in an attempt to give Cedric an advantage in the tournament. The fact that Harry didn't really care about the tournament anymore, except to worry about what was going to happen next, wouldn't make a difference to her. Cedric, of course, wouldn't need any help. After all, he'd done fine in the first task, and when Harry had asked discreetly, he learned that Cedric already knew the bubble-headed charm. Harry had considered giving him some help anyway. There was no harm in getting someone to owe him. He'd finally decided not to. Cedric deserved his moment in the sun, and Harry helping him cheat would only taint it. If it had been a matter of survival, Harry would have cheated without thinking. That was actually his preferred method. He didn't believe in formal duels with people when he could attack them from behind or in the dark or with some other advantage. After all, the enemy had him outnumbered, and many of them were still more powerful than he was. He needed every advantage he could get. "I feel a little sick," Hermione said, staring at the screens. Their relationship had actually improved a little since the ball. The little bit of truth he'd given her had seemed like a massive sign of trust, and she was taking to occlumency with leaps and bounds. She was actually learning it faster than Harry had, which surprised him. He grabbed her hand and said, "It'll be fine. There are auras everywhere, and they've double-checked everything." As always, his biggest fear was the crowd. It was harder to provide security among wizards than muggles because every wizard carried a weapon. Some of them didn't even need wands to be dangerous. There were all kinds of things that could be dangerous that weren't obvious. Harry was carrying some on his person at the moment. He prepared himself more than usual just in case there was an attack on the audience. He'd been training Hermione in using the supersensory charm in darkness, and he'd been teaching Hermione and Neville how to fight. It was actually making him a little better as a fighter. Having to explain things made things clear to him that hadn't been before. "It just feels like something horrible is about to happen," Hermione said. Harry smirked. "So it's like any other day." She hit his arm. "I'm serious. After what happened to Victor, I can't believe that they are continuing on with all of this. They had deaths back in the old days, Harry said. Sometimes even judges. Hermione grimaced. They enjoyed bear baiting and cock fighting back in those days too. We should be better than enjoying blood sports. My uncle likes boxing, Harry said, and my cousin likes to play games where he kills things, even if the graphics aren't all that good. And your aunt likes to hit you in the head with a frying pan, Hermione said. Don't hold them up as an example of muggle taste. Harry had long regretted mentioning that to her. He joked about it during one of the rare moments when his guard had been down, and the look of horror on her face had made him feel strangely ashamed. Despite everything that had happened to him, Harry didn't feel like a victim. He always had a sense that he had the power to change things, even if he wasn't always able to follow through on it. That might be one of the blessings of the reset. But seeing Hermione's expression when he told her about the frying pan had made him feel weak and powerless, and he'd hated that. It was part of the reason that he was reluctant to tell her about his resets, even now, occlumency or no occlumency. If a simple swipe of the frying pan had seemed like the end of the world to her, how would she take his being thrown under the wheels of a train, being crushed by a troll, blowing himself up while trying to kill Voldemort? He wasn't sure she'd be able to handle it, and if she could, the level of pity would be far beyond anything he'd experienced before. Yet what if not telling her put her in more danger? Harry felt a sudden sympathy for Dumbledore. The work he did undoubtedly meant keeping the secrets of dozens of people all at the same time. Revealing a secret might save one and doom others. Harry would hate that kind of job. He already felt guilty enough. Watching Cedric Diggory and Fleur plunge into the water was a little surreal. They didn't turn the cameras off this time, and so he saw the first parts of their journey as they moved deeper into the lake. Fleur's going to have trouble with the Grindylows, Harry murmured, leaning to whisper in Hermione's ear. She looked at him sharply, and Harry shrugged. Telling her would cement his being able to see the future, while at the same time would make her think he was confiding in her. They watched as Diggory forged ahead. He was the better swimmer, and when he came to the Grindylows he fought them competently. It wasn't as good as Harry could have done, even without the benefit of surprise, but it was almost as good. Harry judged Diggory as being a competent duelist, but he didn't have Harry's reaction speed. That was extremely important in real fights, although the ability to aim was a close second. Fleur was close behind, but Harry grimaced as she got caught in seaweed. She panicked as she struggled, and that gave the Grindylows a chance to attack her from all sides. She should have practiced Defindo, Harry said. Even though he'd left it behind as an attack spell, at least usually, he still found it useful for all sorts of other things. Harry glanced at the screen. It was hard to believe that he'd really been worried about the hostages last time. He should have known that no one would let them actually be at. Blinking, Harry leaned forward. The portion of the screen that was on the village was set long distance so that the champions could be seen in the field of view. Each champion had their own screen. The third screen had been removed in respect for Crumb's death. Still, he spotted movement where there shouldn't be movement. His vision was quite good. He rather suspected that he'd have made a good seeker if he hadn't been worried people would murder him from the stands. Harry pulled out his wand and murmured the supersensory charm. He'd been working on the charm to be able to isolate one or more senses over the others. That would make the charm useful in situations like this where the crowd would have overwhelmed his hearing. It was hardly more difficult to do one sense than all of them, possibly because he was casting the spell and suppressing the senses he didn't want. His vision sharpened. He blinked as he realized what he was seeing. The hostages are awake, Harry said, and they can't breathe. Tell the headmaster. He was at the edge of the crowd, of course, and so he stood and began running toward the shore, throwing off his robes. He pulled out his wand, and he could see Auras already running and coming toward him with orders to stop. As he was in a hurry, the boat he transfigured wasn't much more than a board floating in the water. He jumped on the board and cast the boat's spell, putting everything he had into the spell. He could hear Hermione shouting at the Auras behind him, but he couldn't hear what she was saying. The propulsion spell that Hagrid used to propel his boat wasn't nearly as fast as he needed. Harry felt impatient. The time across the water felt interminable. It seemed to take forever, even though objectively he was moving quickly. The shore retreated rapidly. Glancing back, Harry could see that auras were racing around like bees in a beehive. He reached the spot where the Merperson village was. A quick, bubble-headed charm, and Harry plunged into the water. Cold water shocked him as he plunged into the water. Fortunately, Harry had judged better this time. He could see that he was in the Merperson village and had only missed the center pole by a small amount. The Merpeople were in a circle around the two. Fleur's sister and Cho Chang, which had to be a slap in the face to Fleur since she'd taken Diggory to the ball. Although they were struggling weakly, no sound emerged. Someone had intentionally done this so the Merpeople wouldn't know what is happening. Defindo, Harry said, pointing his wand and hoping his aim was good. He missed the first time even as the Merpeople swam toward him with their spears. Defindo, Defindo, Defindo. He was swimming forward the whole time, but he finally managed to hit the vine holding Fleur's sister, and she began to float upward even though she was still wrapped up and wouldn't be able to get herself out. Some of the Merpeople had noticed what was happening by now, and they were struggling to release the vines, holding Cho Chang, while others swam after Fleur's sister. Harry gestured, and the ones swimming toward him looked back and stopped, milling about in confusion. Harry swam forward as quickly as he could, reaching Cho Chang. Her eyes had rolled up in her head, and she'd stopped struggling. Harry saw that the Merpeople were holding Fleur's sister above water, so he leaned forward so that his face and Cho's were almost touching. The bubble around his head enlarged to encompass her head as well. He'd come across a spell recently while looking up spells about how to heal himself if he was injured. It was difficult to practice those spells because even he wasn't crazy enough to repeatedly injure and then heal himself over and over. This spell was used to help the mentally ill, although how well it worked was debatable. Harry put his wand against Cho's thigh, and he cast a shocking spell. Her body spasmed, but Harry barely noticed because his body was doing the same. Apparently casting a shocking spell in water wasn't the smartest thing he'd ever done. He almost dropped his wand. Putting her mouth against hers, Harry breathed into her mouth as hard as he could. He wished suddenly that he'd learned CPR, but other than occasionally seeing glimpses of medical shows watched by the Dursleys, he had no idea how it was done. Water spewed from her nose, so Harry reached up and pinched it, blowing even harder. He prepared himself and then shocked her in the thigh again. She spasmed again, and a moment later, the contents of her stomach sprayed against his face. Harry grimaced as his glasses slipped off his face and fell to the bottom of the lake, and he fought his instinctive reaction, which was to pull away in disgust. The spew settled in the bottom part of the bubble, and Harry found himself hoping that she didn't sow it again. She was retching now, and he was afraid it was going to happen again. He held tightly to her, because if he didn't, she'd pull away without meaning to. She clearly wasn't in control of herself. Before he could do anything else, there were explosions in the water all around him. Harry saw auras appearing all around him. He hadn't realized that it was possible to apparate into water. Hands grabbed him and her, and a moment later he felt himself being pulled as though through a tube. He fell onto the floor of the hospital wing, Cho Chang beside him. She was coughing, and apparently the shock to her system had restarted her breathing. A moment later, Fleur's sister was beside them, being held by 4 auras. Pomfrey rushed over to them. Harry waved her off. He'd suffered no damage except that his hand was still spasming from the shock. The world was blurry around him, and the smell of bile all over him made him want to spew himself. Harry grabbed for his wand and cast a cleaning spell. His sense of relief was great as it all vanished, although it had somehow gotten all over his shirt, requiring a second spell. He sat on the floor watching as the auras worked on the 2 girls. They imperiously the auras who performed the spells on the girls, and the auras who were to double-check their work, Sirius told him. Dumbledore was gone, probably having to deal with the political problems related to this. Harry could imagine the plan. The champions would reach the girls and bring them to the surface, only to find that they were both dead, in front of an audience of hundreds. Sirius handed him something. It was blurry, just as everything was. Harry felt it. It was some sort of case. "I've been meaning to give this to you for a while," Sirius said, "but I've been busy working for Dumbledore." It was a pair of glasses. "These will magically repel rain and adjust themselves to your eyes, so you'll never need to get your prescription adjusted." Harry slipped them on, something he wouldn't have done without checking if it had been anyone other than Sirius. He blinked. Everything seemed supernaturally clear. Apparently he'd been needing his prescription adjusted for a long time, at least for things nearby. His vision for things far away had always been good, especially if they were moving. "The girls are going to be all right?" Harry asked. "You saved their lives," Sirius said. "Pomfrey had something to say about the cold water keeping them alive longer, but I really didn't understand what she was talking about." Harry hoped that Rita Skeeter didn't put a picture of Cho Chang vomiting on his face over and over on the front page of the paper. If she did, he'd have to find some way to retaliate. "You're a hero, Harry," Sirius said. "You should be happier about this." Sirius was too much of a Gryffindor to see the obvious. While the glory was fine, although Harry didn't know how much glory there was in being vomited upon, it would have been better to not have had to be a hero at all. He was increasingly tired of this, and he felt a need to do something to strike back. Unfortunately, he didn't know where Voldemort's people were or enough about anything to do that. He had to gain Dumbledore's trust if he was going to learn what he needed to know. Unfortunately, there was only one card he had to play. He knew Dumbledore suspected that there was more to Harry's knowledge of the future than what he was telling him. The only way to learn what he needed was the truth. "Sirius," Harry said. "I need to talk to Dumbledore as soon as he gets free from what he's doing." 58. Anchor. "This is a little hard to explain," Harry began. It had been 3 days before Dumbledore had been able to see them, amidst another firestorm in the media and even more political unrest. Harry had gone back and forth about whether to actually tell him or not for much of that time. Happily, they hadn't used a picture of Harry being vomited on in the paper. They'd chosen to make him look heroic, looking as though he'd kissed Cho using what the papers called Muggle resuscitation methods. They'd lambasted the auras, though, even though Harry thought their response time had been quite good. It had taken Dumbledore a little time to lift the restrictions on apparating into Hogwarts, and the moment he had the auras had been all around him. They'd been professional afterwards as well, questioning him about just what he'd seen, and when he'd realized that the girls were in trouble. Cho had gone home for a few days, presumably in part to avoid the publicity. Fleur had been very grateful afterwards, a fact Harry was glad Hermione hadn't been around to see. Dumbledore cleared his throat, and Harry realized that he'd been ruminating again. He'd been doing that a lot recently, often enough that he was wondering if there was something wrong with me. "When I told you that I see visions of the future," Harry said finally, reluctantly, "I wasn't being totally honest. The truth is, I have memories of the future." "Are you saying that you have come back from the future?" Dumbledore said. He leaned forward. "That's very dangerous magic, Harry. There's a chance you could erase yourself from history entirely." Dumbledore's office suddenly seemed a little darker as Harry contemplated the idea that he could have erased himself a dozen times over already. He wouldn't have remembered it if he had. Maybe what he remembered was only the times he hadn't completely obliterated himself somehow. "There's a chance you could erase others as well," Dumbledore continued. "I don't know if you've read about Alois Mintimble." Harry nodded. When he'd first been looking up everything he could find about his condition, he'd stumbled across the account of an unspeakable who had been experimenting with time travel. She'd traveled back in time 500 years for a period of 5 days. She'd returned, and her body had aged 500 years. Furthermore, 25 people had vanished because of the changes she had made in that short time. He'd always wondered how they'd known the people had vanished. After all, shouldn't the people have always been gone from the perspective of the people around them? He decided that the unspeakables had some way of knowing, which worried a great deal at first. However, he'd never been contacted about it. "Then you know how potentially catastrophic it is to travel back in time for more than 5 hours, Dumbledore said. "It's not something I've done intentionally," Harry said. "And it's not like I'm secretly 60 years old or anything. It's usually a matter of a few months. The longest has been a year." Dumbledore frowned. "When did this all begin?" Harry sighed. "It all started the first time Voldemort murdered me." Silence filled the room, so loud it was deafening. Dumbledore sat very still, staring at Harry as though he was trying to understand the secrets of the universe. "You'll have to explain that to me," Dumbledore said. Harry stared at the desk in front of him. This was the part that he hadn't looked forward to, the looks of pity, the feeling of powerlessness. Once he explained, there was no going back, at least if he didn't die again. "Every time I die," Harry said, "my life resets. I wake up in an earlier time in my life with all the memories of my life and death. This has happened more than once, Dumbledore asked. Harry couldn't tell if he was humoring him or not. The other thing he had worried about was not being believed. The Ministry had studied time travel and had even created time turners, but nothing Harry had ever read was anything at all like his ability. Someone like Dumbledore would probably know 100 reasons why it was theoretically impossible, reasons that Harry couldn't possibly understand. A lot, when I was younger. It's happened less since I've gotten older and stronger. It hadn't happened at all since the last time. That should have been a good thing, but Harry suspected that it said more about Voldemort and his plans than about his own skills. You keep the skills you learned during your times in the future? Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded. He continued to stare at the desk. I'll understand if you don't believe me, but it's true, Harry said. There's a way to prove it, Dumbledore said. You use the pensive to show me memories of the things that might happen. Can you use it to show me the rest of it? Harry nodded. He'd been using the pensive on and off ever since telling Dumbledore about his visions. It had gotten to the point that he could almost do it in his sleep. A nice bonus had been that once removed, the memories hadn't had the same emotional impact even after he replaced them. Maybe doing this with his deaths would help. Harry rose to his feet and stepped over to Dumbledore's pensive. It all started when I was 10, Harry said. He put his wand and began to pull out the memories one by one. Feeling the dagger wielded by the face at the back of Quirrell's head when he wasn't even 10, terror about something that he couldn't even begin to comprehend, waking sobbing in fear in his cupboard, being cornered outside of Diagon Alley by knife-wielding thugs, no magic to defend himself, and only 11 years old, screaming as he was pushed under the Hogwarts Express, conscious for far longer than he would have ever expected or wanted. A looming troll swinging his massive club, holding his hands up in a futile effort not to be crushed. Pain, seemingly unending as Quirrell crucioed him in front of his entire class. Finally followed by green, blessed death, facing a demented groundskeeper in the darkness, just as he felt his torso exploding beneath him. Ginny Weasley being followed by an enormous snake with swirling eyes, being crushed to death by a screaming crowd as the Dementors closed in. Pulling a cauldron over onto a pile of recently transmuted material, followed by an explosion of fire and sudden pain. As he removed each memory, Harry felt as though a weight was being lifted from him. He still retained the memories, but his emotional connection to the memories suddenly felt less. He wondered if this was how Dumbledore was able to do what had to be done in a war, the last of many while dealing with 100 years of memories. He wondered if he'd have to put the memories back. Dropping them into the pensive felt like a momentous step. This was the first time that he'd shared them with anyone. He hadn't thought he'd ever be able to share them. But Dumbledore wasn't Hermione, innocent and naive, and likely to be traumatized and corrupted by what he saw. He was a military leader, someone who had fought Voldemort and Grindelwald, who had sent men and women to their deaths, all in the knowledge that it was for the good of many more. Harry doubted that he'd be showing Dumbledore anything he hadn't seen in his more than century of life, and if he did, Dumbledore would be diplomatic enough not to say so. He still felt anxious as Dumbledore dipped his face into the pensive to view the memories. Enough of Harry's old paranoia remained that he thought it was foolish of Dumbledore to leave himself this vulnerable with someone else in the room. The most powerful wizard in the world could be killed by a toddler with a gun if he wasn't paying attention. Harry wasn't a toddler, and he still had his wand. Dumbledore seemed to have his face in the water for an excessively long time. Harry wondered if he was looking over each memory over and over, as though he was searching for clues. It was long enough that Harry found himself beginning to fidget. He looked over at Fawkes, Dumbledore's bird. I don't suppose people get upset when you come back from being dead. The bird cocked its head at him inquisitively, but it didn't answer. It didn't surprise Harry. He'd long since given up on expecting anyone to spoon-feed him answers to anything. Even telling Dumbledore like this was more than just an attempt to assuage his guilt. His hope was that Dumbledore would give him as much information as he could handle, so that when and if the next rest came, he'd actually be of use, instead of depending on headlines. Too many things happened that the papers never even heard of for Harry to be of any use the way things were. Dumbledore gasped as he pulled his face from the water. He looked a little pale, glancing at Harry. My boy, he said, There it was, the look that Harry had hoped not to see. Pity. It was toxic. Harry had worked long and hard to be strong enough not to be pitied by anyone. Harry scowled. "I've had a long time to get used to this," he said. "It's been all I've known for more than a third of my life." Considering that his memories of his youngest years were sketchy, it probably had been a fact of life for him in half the years he could remember. The question is, what are we going to do about it? To his credit, Dumbledore composed himself quickly. He wiped his face and slowly sat down. Harry quickly found his own seat. "I assume that Voldemort wasn't simply reading your mind to see these visions." "It's still possible that he was," Harry admitted. "But the last time was different." I jumped further back, and I was aware of myself as I was pulled back. That hadn't ever happened before. He hesitated. I felt as though I was being pulled between opposing forces. Dumbledore sat silently, his expression grave. The only sound was the rustling of Fawkes on his perch and the crackle of the fire. "I don't understand the connection between me and Voldemort," Harry said. "Why is there even a prophecy?" "Moody tells me that you've progressed far enough in your lessons that you'll be difficult to read, although you still need training in being able to lie with your mind." Harry nodded. "There's something that I haven't been able to speak to you about for fear that Voldemort might be able to pluck it from your mind." That wasn't saying anything Harry didn't already know. The whole point of learning occlumency was so that Dumbledore would be able to speak freely to him. Tom Riddle was obsessed with escaping death. "His gnome de Guerre is proof enough of that," Dumbledore said. He grabbed a lemon drop and for once didn't bother to offer one to Harry. "Flight from death?" Harry asked. "It doesn't really mean that in French." Tom was always much better at magic than he was at languages, and he created the name when he wasn't any older than yourself. Personally, Harry thought he would have come up with a better name than Voldemort. Black Tom was suitably scary. Dudley's Batman comics had a character called the Riddler. Maybe everyone really refused to say his name because it was so embarrassing that no one wanted to bother. Harry wondered suddenly if he was feeling a little giddy because of the effects of losing his memories to the pensive. "How did he try to escape death?" Harry asked. Dumbledore was silent for longer this time, as though he was carefully considering his words. "He used the oldest, darkest magics he could find. Have you ever heard of a Horcrux?" Harry shook his head. "I'm thankful, my boy, that you haven't been looking through the kinds of books that would even speak of such things." Harry smiled slightly, although it didn't reach his eyes. Dumbledore would be upset if he knew the kinds of books Harry had been looking through. Anything he could find out about dark magic had seemed to be open game, because at the very least it was likely to be used against him. He'd be even more upset if he saw the memories that Harry hadn't shared. Leaving Quirrell to the three-headed dog, destroying the dragon egg, becoming darker and more determined with each life gone. Still, he'd never heard of a Horcrux. "It's a dark kind of magic that splits the soul," Dumbledore said, "placing parts of the soul in objects so that the other parts of the soul anchor the caster to this world. Even if he dies, he doesn't pass on." Harry's mind raced. "So as long as these objects exist, he can't be killed. Why doesn't everyone do this?" Dumbledore nodded. "Creating a Horcrux requires a murder, sacrificing a life, even as you mutilate your own soul." "Even worse," Dumbledore said. "The life you would gain is only a life as a phantom, a dreary horror that most would see as worse than death." Considering that Voldemort had been willing to live for most of a school year under a sweaty, garlic-infused turban, Harry suspected that Voldemort would be willing to undergo almost anything to avoid dying. "He found his way back from that," Harry said. "He's presumably partway back to having a new body. He had to murder another woman for that," Dumbledore said grimly. Harry frowned. "Why can't you just kill him now that he's a baby, then go after the anchor things later?" "No one knows where he is," Dumbledore said. "All instructions are relayed through Barty Crouch Jr., and he is never any place long enough to be captured." Barty Crouch Jr. had to be the man who had tied him up and put Voldemort in the cauldron. Harry would never forget his face, but it was good to be reminded of his name. It suddenly occurred to Harry that he might be able to go back through his pensive memories and find out who had pushed him off the train and find out who the Death Eaters were who had stabbed him. Although they hadn't done these things in this timeline, Harry still owed them. "Why am I connected to all this?" Harry asked. "There have been very few who have dared to create Horcruxes in the past," Dumbledore said. "None of them have ever dared to create more than one. Voldemort had never been content to do the safe thing. He'd always been determined to be better than everyone else. I'm guessing that Voldemort made more than one. Dumbledore nodded. How many? Harry asked. If there were things that were anchoring Voldemort to this world, then Harry would have to destroy them before he could finally kill Voldemort. I don't know, Dumbledore said. At Harry's expression, he lifted his hand. Contrary to what many people believe, I do not know everything about magic. I could live to be as old as Nicholas Flamel and barely begin to scratch the surface of what is possible. So there are anchors out there. We have no idea how many of them there are, or what they look like, or where they are, Harry said. He slumped down in his chair. It'll be impossible then. Dumbledore shook his head. Difficult but not impossible. There are limits to just how much the soul can be torn and tattered. No more Horcruxes could be made after that without the soul simply dissolving into nothingness. So it wasn't like Voldemort had 100 of the things lying around. Still, without knowing how many of them there were, you'd never be sure you'd gotten them all. As though anticipating his thought, Dumbledore continued. There is a man who knows that number. I have been unable to get him to tell me, however, no matter how much I have asked. Presumably the man was an occlumens. Of Dumbledore would have simply plucked the information from his mind. That would protect him from the Imperius as well, at least somewhat. Furthermore, I believe you have already destroyed one of Tom's Horcruxes, Dumbledore said. The book that you destroyed during your second year. It was realizing that Voldemort would have never allowed his one anchor to this world go so easily unless he had others that led me to understand that there had to be more. Still, Harry said, I don't understand what this has to do with me. Dumbledore hesitated. I believe that in dividing his soul to the extent that he did, he left it fragile and tattered. When the killing curse rebounded from you to him, I believe that part of his soul fractured off and became lodged within you. Harry froze. Are you saying that I am one of the anchors that is keeping Voldemort alive? Dumbledore nodded. Not one he intended, and certainly not one he knows about, but one all the same. Just as importantly, I believe that he is the anchor that has kept you tethered to this world, unable to die. So does that mean that if I was to kill him now, as a baby that he'd reset? Harry asked. Dumbledore shook his head. He cannot really die until the last Horcrux is destroyed. I believe that he would simply become a wraith again as he has done in the past. So why did he come back to me now? Harry asked, assuming he actually did. Your blood became his blood when he created his body from part of you. You became closer than brothers, and I believe that he may have become linked to you more tightly than he was before. So if I go back, he comes with me, but not the other way around, Harry said. He grimaced. So if we don't find the Horcruxes, are we doomed to do this over and over until we both die from old age? The prophecy says one of you will kill the other, Dumbledore reminded him. Unlike the visions you claim to have had, that is inalienable and unalterable. It may be that Voldemort only has to kill you once for you to be forever dead. It may not be this way. It's impossible to know. So Voldemort could get by with killing Harry once, but Harry would have to kill him multiple times. It seemed impossible. Worse, if Harry was one of the anchors holding Voldemort to the world, did that mean Harry would have to die at least once when there were no other anchors? So how do we get started? Harry asked. 59. Slughorn. Hashing out a plan to convince Horace Slughorn to reveal what he knew wasn't easy. Apparently, Dumbledore had been able to get a partial memory from him, which he showed Harry, but it had been altered. Dumbledore believed that Slughorn had felt so guilty about Voldemort's rise that he had altered his own memory as a way of avoiding facing the consequences of what he had done. Slughorn had been on the run in recent months, primarily since the Quidditch World Cup. Harry wasn't sure if this meant that Voldemort knew something that Harry didn't, or that he was cleaning house, eliminating the last few things that would prevent his rise to power. Either way, it had apparently been difficult to find Slughorn, although Dumbledore had finally done so by asking a Muggle private investigator about methods of tracking people down, paying him, then obliviating him. Presumably, the man was now confused about his sudden wealth, but that didn't seem to concern Dumbledore. He'd found him, and Dumbledore somehow thought that Harry might be able to convince the man that it was important to tell the truth. Harry wasn't certain how. He had never really thought of himself as someone who was a skilled diplomat. If someone like Dumbledore, who had 100 years of experience in the Wisengamot, which ought to make him an honorary barrister, couldn't convince Slughorn. What chance did he have? However, together they came up with some points that might influence the man, and Harry agreed that leaving sooner was better than later. What if Voldemort actually succeeded in having the man murdered? They'd never find out how many Horcruxes there were, and Harry would never be free. Dumbledore spoke to Snape, who pretended to be particularly difficult that evening. He assigned Harry detention. The time Harry was supposedly at detention would be spent with Dumbledore. A trip through the Floo followed by an apparition later, and they were walking through a Muggle neighborhood. "Where are we?" Harry asked, looking around. "Southampton," Dumbledore said. "A city that has no magic at all." Harry nodded. It made sense to flee the wizarding world by finding the most Muggle city in all of England. Looking around, Harry suspected that the Dursleys would have turned their noses up at the neighborhood. It looked like the sort of place where Harry would end up stabbed again. As much of a social maven as he always was, being in hiding must be a terrible trial for Horace, Dumbledore said. The man had been a Slytherin, though, which meant that he would be more practical than someone from another house. If isolation kept him alive, that was what he would do. Harry could respect that. As they passed by a group of rather sketchy men standing around a light pole, the thought that Dumbledore might be hoping that he got killed and reset, reversing the recent setbacks, flitted through his mind. Harry glanced up at the man, then forced himself to think about something else. Doing something like that would make Harry resent him, which would undoubtedly be bad for Dumbledore's plans. Besides, Dumbledore hadn't given him enough information yet to make a reset all that valuable. They came up to a nondescript door in the middle of a brick wall. Graffiti covered the wall, some with terms that Harry hadn't heard before. He looked up at the words with a certain amount of interest. For all the casual cruelty the Dursleys had shown, they weren't much for cursing, and the wizarding world had entire different sets of curse words than Muggles did. "Are you sure this is the place?" Harry asked. "Could you think of a place that looks any less like the residence of a former head of Slytherin?" Dumbledore asked. Harry shook his head. It was brilliant. The outside looked like the sort of place no one would ever want to go. Harry wouldn't be surprised if there were Muggle repelling charms inside. Having them outside would have left signs, of course. Dumbledore looked around, and when he saw no Muggles lurking, pulled out his wand. A quick spell, and the door clicked open. Harry supposed that even magically locking it would be an alert enough to someone who was really looking. As they stepped inside, Harry saw that the inside was completely different than the outside. The outside had been a small warehouse. The inside was clearly a wizarding dwelling, small and cozy, with a fireplace, a piano, and a grandfather clock. It was a place that looked well lived in, even if he'd only lived here for 3 months, according to Dumbledore. It looked like the kind of place Harry would have enjoyed if he'd been born among wizards instead of among Muggles. "Is he here?" Harry asked. Dumbledore had told him that Slughorn was a master of transfiguration, able to transfigure himself with magic, and actually be able to return to his own form. That was a skill that Harry was envious of. If he could turn himself into a piece of furniture or a section of wall, Voldemort would never see him coming. "He's here," Dumbledore said. "It's not likely he would have strayed far. He has everything he needs here. Being seen out in public would only increase the danger he was in. Harry could understand that as well as anyone." "We could start cutting things," Harry suggested. "If it bleeds, it's him." "Harry," Dumbledore said, sounding shocked, although there was a twinkle in his eye. Harry's eyes darted around the room, looking for something that was out of place. Hopefully the man wouldn't have had much time to prepare and he'd have made a mistake. Finally he blinked. He pulled his wand out and pointed it at the grandfather clock. "The hands haven't moved since we got here, even though the pendulum is moving," Harry said. "An easy mistake to make, Mr. Slughorn." "Diffin," Harry began. "Don't," a voice from behind him came. Harry whirled to see the couch shifting into the form of a heavy-set wizard. "That came from my grandmother, and it's been repaired one time too many. Even magic can only go so far." "Right," Harry said. "Sorry." "Horace," Dumbledore said. "It's good to see you." Slughorn sat heavily on a chair. "I suppose I'll have to move again. If you can find me, I suppose he's not far behind." "I can assure you that I left no trail to you," Dumbledore said gravely. Apparently Slughorn had been on the run for the past 4 years, and isolation had obviously taken its toll on the man. He looked dejected and overwhelmed, the picture of a defeated man. "Still," Slughorn said. He stared down at his hands. If I'm this easy to find, it's only a matter of time. Horace, this is a friend of mine, Harry Potter, Dumbledore said. Slughorn looked up, his eyes sliding up to Harry's scar before settling on his face. He straightened considerably. Dumbledore had alluded to the man's attraction to famous people. He apparently loved to spend time with the elite. Unlike Lockhart, who loved the limelight, this man was content to bask in the light reflected off others. It's never going to end, Harry said. Not until he's dead. Slughorn stared at him. He was aware of the prophecy, of course. Everyone in Wizarding Britain was. However, he likely was all too aware of Harry's chances to defeat Voldemort and his servants. He can't be beaten, Slughorn said. He's too powerful. There were lines in the man's face, lines that hadn't been there 5 years ago during the time of his last portrait. He looked old and beaten, like a man who had given up. According to Dumbledore, he had been caught several times over the last 4 years. He'd been caught and crucioed 3 times, but had always managed to escape. The experience had aged him, and from what Dumbledore said, the man had never been the same. If he wins, he still won't let you live, Harry said. He can't. The chances that one of his own underlings will use what you know to eventually destroy him is too great. Slughorn was silent for a long moment before his shoulders slumped. I know. So why not tell us how many Horcruxes a man can potentially have? Harry said. He leaned forward. You don't have to share a memory or anything, just a number. It would ruin me, Slughorn said. A man as concerned with reputation and good standing in the community as Slughorn would be particularly worried about what people thought about him. Even if he died, he wouldn't want anyone to know his role in the terror that had overtaken all of Great Britain. Having the entire population of Britain know that you helped raise Val. Stop. Slughorn looked frightened. He was afraid that saying Voldemort's name would bring Death Eaters. It was possible that he was right. Harry didn't know whether the taboo had been reinstated or not, but it was too good of an opportunity to pass up. You don't want me to say his name? Harry asked, his voice almost mocking. He leaned forward. Why shouldn't I? If you won't help me, it's the same as helping him. Why shouldn't I let one enemy do in another? I'm not your enemy, Slughorn said. I knew your mother. I'd say you had her eyes, but hers were never as cold. My mother is dead, Harry said. My entire family is. Who do you think I should blame for that? Who do you think turned me from the innocent schoolboy I should have become to this? It was true. If Voldemort hadn't had Horcruxes, then Harry would not have become one, trapped to return over and over. If Harry hadn't had this ability, he doubted that he would have been the one chosen to kill Voldemort. If he hadn't been chosen by prophecy, his parents wouldn't have been killed, and his entire life would have been different. Either that, or he'd just be dead meat lying in a crib. Either way, Slughorn was at least partially responsible for his current suffering. The color drained from Slughorn's face. It wasn't me. I couldn't have known. How could I possibly have known that he would be insane enough to? Does it really matter? Harry asked. If it hadn't been you, it was possible he could have found it somewhere else. Slughorn looked up, suddenly hopeful. That's true. After all, there are sources. Rare, it's true, and destroyed now, but they were there when he was in school. He'd have found them sooner or later. So all you did was make it a little easier for him, Harry said. He felt a sudden surge of anger. This man had gotten Colin killed. While it was possible that Harry would have still been the chosen one, Colin would still be alive if it hadn't been for Voldemort's first Horcrux. He leaned forward even further. But even if you aren't responsible for what he's done already, what about what he's going to do? What? Slughorn asked. Nobody is immortal, Harry said. Or at least they shouldn't be. If he wins, how long will he rule Britain? How long will he be satisfied with just Britain? The rest of the world would stop him, Slughorn said, shaking his head. The Americans or maybe the Russians. How? Harry said. Even if they kill him, he will just come back. He'll come back over and over again, chipping away at people until they give in from sheer exhaustion. Slughorn shook his head. He'll win in the end, and then he'll go after the Muggles. Evil is like greed. There's never enough. He won't be satisfied until he has the entire world under his thumb. The crackle of the fire was the only sound for a long moment, one that seemed to stretch out interminably. People were uncomfortable with silence, social people even more so than most. It made them feel like they had to fill it with something, anything. He'll die eventually, Slughorn said. They always do. Dumbledore stood in the background behind Slughorn, seemingly forgotten. He looked uncomfortable with the pressure Harry was exerting on a man who had once been his friend. For once, Harry didn't particularly care. He'd had enough of death, of dying. He'd felt helpless and powerless for a good portion of his life, and he wasn't willing to let the rest of his life be the same way. This was risky, which was probably what Dumbledore was most concerned about. This man could easily retreat into himself and refuse to say anything, and they'd lose everything. Harry wondered if his bravado was partially based on the thought that if it all went to hell, it was possible he might have a second chance should everything reset. Of course, some things could never be redone. He'd learned that to his deep regret. Will he? Harry asked. He shook his head. Will he even age? Even if he does, what's to keep him from making another body? It's easy enough to find the blood of enemies, and I'm sure he's kept plenty of his father's bones. Slughorn looked up sharply. Where did you learn that? He's getting ready for the ritual now. He's just waiting for the potion to finish brewing. That last part was simple conjecture. Harry suspected that Voldemort had no intention of using Harry's blood again. Given that, there wasn't any reason not to go ahead and create a body already unless the conditions weren't right. Whatever was in the cauldron had to be something that took a long time to brew. It might be something like the luck potion that took 6 months and was notoriously almost impossible to make. The look of anxiety on Slughorn's face was obvious. Once he gets his body back, he'll be almost impossible to stop. Why do you think I'm pushing you so hard? Harry asked. We could have talked you into coming to school, tried to make friends with you, talk you into telling us what you should have told us from the very first day. He let his voice drop. I'd have liked that. I think we could have been good friends. We could have talked about my mother, and you could have told me stories about how good things were in the days before everything fell apart. Slughorn was silent now, staring up at Harry. His elbows rested on his lap as he leaned forward, and he looked as though he wanted to take his head in his hands, but he didn't. The thing is, there's no time now. It's getting close to the final hour. Once he regains his body, he will begin to make his final moves. How long will the ministry last once that happens? It occurred to Harry that he was telling the truth. People had commented when he was younger about the similarities between him and Voldemort. Both half-bloods, both Slytherins. Both abused by muggles. He'd occasionally even been accused of thinking like him. Voldemort was laying the groundwork for taking over the ministry. It was obvious. The attempts to discredit Scrimgeour and to get the right people into Wisengamot's seats were ways to make the next person they elected someone Voldemort could manipulate. If it had been Harry, he'd start small, with laws that seemed on the surface to be innocuous, or that didn't affect too many people. Once people had gotten used to those, he'd create even more laws that chipped away at their freedom. People could get used to anything if given enough time. Harry himself was proof of that. How long will you last once he has the ministry? Harry asked. My guess would be that you would be enemy number 3 on his list after me and the headmaster. He's already caught you 3 times. What will he do once he has the entire Auror division out looking for you as well? It can't be that bad, Slughorn stammered. The question you have to ask yourself is this, Harry said. If you could have stopped it and didn't, isn't every death he causes from now on your responsibility? I didn't do anything. Slughorn was beginning to look more and more like the broken man he was. Harry felt a little like a bully berating a man who was no longer fully himself. His hands were trembling visibly, possibly sign of long-term spell damage. Dumbledore was watching from behind, his face almost expressionless. Harry could sense that he disapproved, but wasn't this part of the reason he'd brought Harry? If he'd disapproved enough, he'd have stepped forward and stopped this. He didn't. In his way, Dumbledore could be as ruthless as Harry or anyone else. He simply didn't like to be seen getting his hands dirty, in a way that made him a little like Slughorn. The only thing necessary for evil to win is for good men to do nothing, Harry said. He'd heard that somewhere, and it seemed to be appropriate here. Are you a good man? Slughorn nodded slowly. Ask any of my students. I've helped so many. People loved me. Harry leaned forward, reached out and took Slughorn's hands. The man flinched but didn't pull away. People will love you again. Once he is gone, it will all be over. You can be with people again, help people again, be happy again. All you have to do is tell us. And what happens if you don't win? If he finds out that I told you, my suffering will be unimaginable. The information is useless to us if he knows we know, Harry said. And with your permission, we can obliviate you so that you never even knew we were here. You can't be forced to admit something you don't know, can you? Slughorn stared at him for a long moment, then suddenly relaxed. Harry realized suddenly that he had won. 7, he finally said. I told him that 7 was the absolute limit before the soul itself started to fall apart. Tell me everything you know, Harry said. 60 ahead. That wasn't well done, Dumbledore said quietly. Slughorn was back in his home, unaware that they'd even visited. As far as Harry was concerned, it was a win for all of them. He wouldn't be asked about something he didn't even know, and he couldn't betray them either. Harry frowned. What else could we have done? Got him to teach at the school, and then waited for most of a year while we tried to wear him down. That would have been the kinder choice. They were back in Dumbledore's study, the fire crackling quietly. It was darker than usual, or maybe it was Harry's mood making everything seem darker. It would have been a stupid choice, a Gryffindor choice, more concerned with looking heroic than actually saving people. Harry shook his head. Sometimes the pragmatic thing really is the best way. He couldn't have done it if Dumbledore hadn't stopped him after all, and Slughorn has been his friend. Dumbledore had known it was necessary just as much as Harry had. He might not have liked the methods, but he absolutely needed the results. Besides, Harry said, he won't remember it. We'll fix his mistake, and he'll be able to tell himself that it all worked out in the end. I had rather hoped to get him to teach independent of all of this, Dumbledore said mildly. Harry shook his head. Did you see the condition he was in? He'd be as bad as Quirrell was in first year, except he wouldn't be pretending. He'd not the man you knew before. The fear and trauma of what had happened to him had obviously made him afraid of his own shadow. Harry was both sympathetic toward that and not. He understood fear intimately, but he believed that the only way to conquer fear was to fight back. That was the only way to find some measure of control. Dumbledore cleared his throat. We now know that there is a limit to the number of Horcruxes he could have made. My guess is that he made one less than the maximum, Harry said. At Dumbledore's look, he hurried to explain. He's terrified of death, and what is having your soul completely dissolve but a form of death? He wouldn't want to chance it. Making you a Horcrux likely has made him less stable, Dumbledore said. His soul on the verge of dissolution. For a moment, Harry imagined himself tricking Voldemort into making that last Horcrux. The man would simply dissolve on his own. If it didn't require a murder, and it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't figure out a way to convince Voldemort to do it, Harry would have been enthusiastic about the plan. Me and the book make two, Harry said. How will we figure out what and where the others are? The sheer impossibility of the task was almost overwhelming. If it had been Harry, he'd have created Horcruxes out of common items while making fake Horcruxes. If he didn't need to retrieve them for some reason, he'd have dropped at least one of them into the depths of the ocean. If he did need them, he'd have put them in places only he could find behind a wall in a random muggle house, inside of a statue that had nothing to do with him at all. He'd have thrown darts at a map on the wall and buried the Horcruxes wherever the dart landed. Keep one near him always, Dumbledore said, his fingers tented together before him, so that even if the others were destroyed, he could keep it protected. The snake, Harry said. I didn't see any kind of locket or pendant around the infant Voldemort, and he certainly didn't have anything on when he was resurrected. I agree. It would serve as a vessel to hold his spirit and a protector, Dumbledore said. Wouldn't that mean the snake was made after he tried to kill me as a baby? Harry asked. Dumbledore nodded. I believe he intended to use your murder to create the last Horcrux. He always had an ego. It would tickle his sense of irony to use the death of his greatest foe to secure his own immortality. So what about the others? Harry asked. He always admired the founders of Hogwarts, Slytherin the most, of course, but the others as well. I believe that he would have attempted to use the artifacts most associated with them to create his immortality. So that's 4, Harry said. Dumbledore shook his head. He had no access to Gryffindor's sword. I know where that is. However, Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket, and Ravenclaw's diadem are all things he would have coveted. So we know all but one of the items, Harry said glumly. He only needs one to stay here forever, like a stain on a muggle carpet. Worse, we have no way of knowing where any of the others are. I believe he would have placed the items in places of personal significance to him, Dumbledore said. It is possible that we shall stumble across the last item in one of those places. Harry nodded shortly. It was a hope, at least, as vague as it was. I will contemplate possible locations, Dumbledore said, and we will discuss going together to find them. If it hadn't been for his rest ability, Harry doubted that Dumbledore would have bothered to keep him in the loop. With it, however, he'd be foolish not to include him. After all, even someone like Dumbledore could be caught unawares and killed. And if it had been Harry, he'd have protected his Horcruxes with the nastiest traps and spells that he knew. "Perhaps we will do better tomorrow, with fresher heads," Dumbledore said. Harry nodded shortly. It wouldn't do to have Malfoy or one of the others to notice that he'd been out unusually late to his detention. "Tomorrow, then," he said. The next few days settled back into a routine. The final task of the Triwizard Tournament wasn't for almost another 4 months, and the furor over his saving of Fleur's sister and Cho Chang gradually started to die down. Most people seemed to believe that it had simply been some sort of mistake. That was the Ministry line, after all. According to the Ministry, it had been human error that had caused the girls almost to die, not sabotage. That didn't stop the Daily Prophet from lambasting the Auras, calling them incompetent for responding so slowly, for not double-checking the girls. Still, from the perspective of the Ministry, incompetence was better than sabotage. Cho Chang seemed embarrassed every time she saw Harry. Probably the memory of hurling into his face was embedded in her mind. It had been projected onto massive screens for everyone to see after all. The lessons in occlumency continued, and Harry continued his lessons in combat with Moody. He was getting better and better. Moody no longer had to hold back as much as he had in the past, even the first time Harry had worked for him. Hermione worked on occlumency with the kind of mania Harry usually associated with himself. She was learning it faster than he had too. It surprised him, not because he doubted her capabilities, but because he hadn't thought she had the personality for it. It shouldn't have surprised him, though. She always wanted to know everyone else's secrets, but she wasn't nearly as open as Neville with her own secrets. In a way, he wouldn't have been surprised to see her in Slytherin. She was ambitious, clever, and cunning. She was ferociously loyal, and she had a certain vindictive streak that Harry fully approved of. She was a planner, cautious and willing to lie in wait and plot her next move. She didn't have the normal rash and reckless nature of a Gryffindor. Neville oddly seemed more of a Gryffindor than she did, although he wasn't the glory seeker that most of them were. Harry wondered just how many of Hermione's Slytherin traits had already existed, and how many of them had rubbed off on her from exposure to him. After all, the personality someone had at 11 changed. He had no doubt that some Gryffindors became more Slytherin, and vice versa. The day was coming rapidly when he would have to have the discussion he'd been dreading. Anticipating the discussion had his stomach in knots, because while telling Dumbledore had carried the possibility of personal danger, the odds had never been very high. Dumbledore had chosen to back him, and Harry suspected that he'd have to do something fairly horrible for that to change. As long as Dumbledore could tell himself that Harry was better than the alternative, Harry suspected that he would be allowed a great deal of leeway. If that changed, well, Harry would have to be worse than Voldemort, which would be a horrible fate in itself. Learning what had happened to him would change Hermione. It had fundamentally changed Harry, and even learning about it second-hand would damage her in ways he couldn't predict. He feared it would change the way she saw him as well. Neville, at least, wasn't doing at all well in occlumency. Hermione hadn't shared the reason she was so determined to learn it, which meant that he didn't have the same motivation that he had. He didn't have her native intelligence or magical ability, even though he wasn't the duffer he'd thought himself to be. It would be easy to tell Hermione without telling Neville. He might not have a choice if Neville couldn't master occlumency. It was Harry's second detention with Snape in a week. People were beginning to notice. Usually Snape had a policy of ignoring Harry, but this week he'd found reasons to be more critical of him. Hermione and Neville were both concerned, but Harry assured them that nothing had happened between him and the professor. In truth, Dumbledore had decided on searching out a promising location and wanted Harry to go with him. The detention ruse wouldn't hold forever, not if these things were to be common events, but they would do for the short term. "So you aren't sure we'll find anything?" Harry asked, as they hurried quietly through the streets of Little Hangleton. Dumbledore was beside him. He'd cast disillusionment spells on both of them so that Harry wouldn't have to use his cloak, and spells to muffle their voices, but he'd still encouraged Harry to speak quietly. He shook his head and said, "I've been studying the course of Tom's life since before you were born. I believe that retracing the steps to places important to him will be the first place to look for hidden Horcruxes. Harry nodded. So why is this place important? It is the place where his mother grew up, Dumbledore said. It seemed prudent to start at the very beginning. They passed a set of trees, and the house came into view. It was halfway concealed by tangled trunks. The trees blocked out the light and would have prevented any kind of a view of the valley below. The walls were moss-covered, and rafters were visible from holes in the roof, even as tiles lay fallen on the ground. The whole place looked as though it had been deserted for longer than Harry had been alive. Nettles grew up along the walls, reaching up to tiny, grime-encrusted windows. It didn't look like the kind of place Tom Riddle would have been proud to admit to living in. Compared to the wizarding houses Harry had seen before, it actually seemed rather modest. Even the Dursleys would have turned their noses up at it. It looked like a good wind would have blown the entire place down if it hadn't been supported by the trees. "We must be careful," Dumbledore said. "I have no doubt that if this truly is a repository for a Horcrux, there will be fearsome spells. Stay behind me and don't touch anything." Normally, Harry would have protested that he wasn't incompetent. Although he was physically only 14, he was mentally almost 2 years older than that. He was at least as skilled as a sixth year in things related to combat, and more likely a seventh year. However, he knew nothing about curse breaking, a skill he was seeing now that he would need to rectify. After all, what better way to kill someone than send them a cursed item or put a curse on the toilet in the loo? "I'll be careful," Harry said. As they reached the perimeter, Dumbledore began casting a complex series of spells far beyond anything Harry had ever heard of. Apparently they were warning spells that would alert Voldemort if the perimeter was breached. "Walk closely behind me," Dumbledore said after almost 10 minutes, "and don't stray from the path." Harry was careful to follow his instructions to the letter, even trying to step where Dumbledore had stepped. He focused on that so much that he almost ran into Dumbledore's back as he stopped at the front door. The desiccated remains of a dead snake were nailed to the front door. Whether it as a warning or a decoration, Harry didn't know, but Dumbledore began another 10 minutes of spell casting. It was a little frustrating for Harry. He wasn't used to sitting or standing in this case and doing nothing. He kept his time well occupied. He was either studying, training, or occasionally spending time with his friends. The times where he simply did nothing didn't exist, so he found himself fidgeting. He didn't begrudge Dumbledore his caution. If he was right, setting off an alarm would be disastrous for many reasons. If they were killed and the alarm was set off, Voldemort would move all of his Horcruxes, and then they'd never find them. Even if they weren't killed, the same result was likely. The door clicked, and a moment later it swung open. Harry peered around Dumbledore to see that the inside was, if anything, even worse than the outside. It was small and cramped. It was dilapidated, and it was filled with filth, the dust of a lifetime of neglect and the droppings of numerous animals. In fact, one corner had numerous animal skeletons. It looked as though the animals had simply dropped dead. There were still a few fresh pigeon corpses. The fact that all the corpses were in one corner of the room was suspicious in and of itself. The fact that there were piles of dead ants around the bodies, apparently killed as they tried to reach them, only increased Harry's conviction that something deadly was in that corner of the room. Dumbledore glanced at Harry, and he didn't have to warn him. If the path outside had been dangerous, whatever was in here would be deadly. Harry found himself regretting coming. It was frustrating not knowing what would happen if he simply stepped into the wrong place. The fact that the corner was obviously dangerous didn't mean that there weren't other traps in the room. Something Dumbledore proved as he took a cautious step forward only to step hurriedly back as something barely visible slashed through the space where he had been. Wand in his hand, Harry watched to see if there was some kind of guardian that they couldn't see. They were disillusioned and could see each other, but Harry assumed that was a special property of the magic that Dumbledore had used. It didn't mean that they could see anyone else who was disillusioned. Dumbledore's wand slashed down, and a single golden line of force appeared in front of them. A set of complicated movements of his wand, and the line twisted and bent, lifting in a section so that they could walk under it. Pointing silently at the floor, Dumbledore pointed at another line that Harry hadn't noticed. He stepped over it, and Harry very carefully did the same. He felt sweat beading at his brow. He was sure that Dumbledore would have done this more easily by himself. He wouldn't have had to spend time or energy looking out after Harry. Nevertheless, he didn't act as though he was annoyed or put out by Harry's presence, so Harry was determined to be the least trouble possible. Reaching the edge of the line where the dead ants were gathered, Dumbledore shook his head and began mumbling incantations. Harry suspected it would be a long time again. Apparently, Dumbledore was emphasizing caution over speed, a sentiment that he agreed with entirely. Dumbledore pointed his wand, and a moment later the floorboards began to levitate, pulled from the joists in the floor. Harry could see a metal box in the dirt under the floor. "If you would," Dumbledore murmured. Harry nodded. Waving his wand, he levitated the box, floating it toward Dumbledore. When it passed the line, Dumbledore checked the box carefully before touching it. A simple spell opened the lock, and inside was a ring. It was a golden ring set with a black stone. "Tom wore this ring," Dumbledore said, "all throughout school." He picked it up and Harry let the box drop slowly to the floor. It surprised him that Dumbledore hadn't checked the ring more before touching it, but he assumed that when he was checking the box, he must have checked the enchantments on the ring. He had no idea of what he really had, though, Dumbledore said softly. "I didn't until later." "What did he have?" Harry asked. He didn't like the look in Dumbledore's eyes. There was a strange sort of greed there, one that looked out of place on a face that usually displayed calmness or quiet amusement. "Have you ever heard of the Deathly Hallows?" Dumbledore asked quietly. Harry frowned. There was a story Neville had told them, some kind of pureblood fable. Something about 3 brothers avoiding death, right? Dumbledore nodded. "And 3 artifacts were left behind. Most believe they are legend, but I know it to be the truth." There was a cloak of invisibility that has been passed down through the ages. A significant glance down at the pack Harry was carrying. His cloak. It was the one in the story. "There was an elder wand," Dumbledore said. He held up his wand, and Harry noticed for the first time that it was different from the other wands he had seen. It had carvings down the length of it, and it was made from a kind of wood that Harry had never seen. Dumbledore carried a wand that had been gifted by Death himself. "Finally, there is the Resurrection Stone," Dumbledore said. "It is said to be able to raise shades of the dead so long as it is held." "Like ghosts?" Harry asked. "More than ghosts," Dumbledore said, "but less than alive." Harry stared at the stone. What would he say to Colin or Adrian if he could bring them back, even for a little while? Would he tell them he was sorry? Would he thank them for everything they had meant to him? Would they even remember him? Harry knew what dying was like, but he had no idea of what it was like to actually be dead. Did the dead experience time in the same way those alive did? Did they even remember those they'd left behind? What happened afterwards? He could understand Dumbledore's greed. After all, the answer to some of those questions might calm his fears about dying permanently. Harry blinked as he saw Dumbledore slip the ring onto his finger. "Are you stupid?" Harry blurted out, but it was too late. A blackness was already spreading up Dumbledore's arm as he frantically spoke incantation after incantation. Harry felt helpless and overwhelmed. He didn't know any kind of magic to stop this, and what Dumbledore was doing barely seemed to be slowing it down. He took a step back, unsure of what to do. "I fear I have made a mistake," Dumbledore said heavily. "We need to get out." Harry looked down. He'd stepped backward into the line of light that had been illuminated by Dumbledore's spell. He felt a sudden sharp pain as his foot was cleanly amputated. He screamed, and as he fell back, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. He'd hit the top line as he fell, he realized. The world suddenly began to tumble around him, everything confused as jumbled. He could no longer feel anything, but as he rolled to a stop, he could see his body falling heavily to the ground. The heavy, shocked rasp of Dumbledore's breathing was the only sound that Harry could hear, and even that was quickly fading. His vision began to groan dark. He only hoped that next time they'd be able to get ahead. 61. Oblivion. Harry gagged as he felt something horrid enter his mouth. Instinctively, his head jerked back, and it took him a moment to realize that Cho Chang was in front of him. He was back in the water during the second task. He forced his head back to hers so that the bubble of air around his head enveloped them both. He'd have to ask Dumbledore about how to cast the spell on other people. A moment later, he felt the explosions in the water as the auras appeared. As they swam toward him, he thought he saw a distortion in the water behind them. It was difficult to tell. The bubble around his head itself distorted things a little. Before he could say anything, he felt himself being grabbed by auras, and a moment later he was on the floor of Madame Pomfrey's hospital wing. Harry's hand was spasming, and it took him a moment to remember why. He'd used a shocking spell in the water. He'd remember not to do that again, although he supposed there were situations where it might be useful, getting a lot of Death Eaters to wade through water. He waved Madame Pomfrey away, and she rushed over to help Cho Chang, who was probably a little worse off than she'd been the first time, since Harry had pulled away from her, letting her choke on more water. Watching them take care of her, though, Harry had the sense that things were going to be all right for her even so. Fleur's sister appeared a moment later, being carried by two auras. He wondered about the distortion he'd seen in the water. It hadn't shown up on any of the cameras used to film the scene for the spectators, or someone would have commented about it. He suspected that it had been someone using a disillusionment spell. Those were more difficult to use in the water than in air. It was possible that the person had just been out of the range of the cameras. That would mean that they knew enough about the position of the cameras to ignore them. Everyone had assumed that one of the auras had been imperioed, but it was possible that nothing had been wrong with the girls when they were checked. Harry gestured frantically toward one of the auras, a man he'd seen last time but still didn't recognize. "I saw someone down there," he said. "Disillusioned, but badly. They might still be down there." The aura nodded. He visibly tried to apparate, but nothing happened. Apparently Dumbledore had reinstated the wards that prevented people from moving freely about Hogwarts. After all, that could have been Voldemort's plan all along. Harm the girls, and when Dumbledore lowered the shields to apparate apparate whoever he wanted onto school grounds. The truth was, it could have already been done, and if no one found it, Harry would have no way of knowing. The limitations of his ability were frustrating. However, this time Harry had woken immediately, as he had all the times with the exception of the last. There had been no sensation of wrongness and no awareness of the passage of time. Did this mean that Voldemort hadn't gone back with him? Harry wasn't sure. All he did know was that he felt suddenly optimistic. If Voldemort no longer knew what was going to happen, then did that mean he finally had the advantage again? Had it not happened because the Voldemort of this time didn't have his blood? Could he inject his blood into Dumbledore or Hermione or someone else and bring them with him? There were so many questions that had to be answered, and he wasn't sure that even Dumbledore would be able to answer them. The one thing he knew was that he needed to go to Dumbledore sooner than later. He'd be sure to share his latest memory. After all, how often did he get to call Dumbledore stupid and be justified? As Dumbledore's face came out of the water, it was white as a sheet. He dealt with Harry's death better than potentially seeing his own. "If you try to put the ring on again, I'm cutting off your hand," Harry said. "I didn't the last time because I thought you might be able to get it under control, but it didn't look like it." He'd already given Dumbledore the memories of his previous deaths. This last one had affected him much more intensely. Dumbledore shook his head, and with a wave of his hand, his face and head were dry. He staggered to his chair and sat down. "It's hard to see yourself doing something you can't remember," Dumbledore said. "I can't believe you were so stupid as to put the thing on," Harry said. "You had to know it'd be trapped." Normally, Harry would have never called the headmaster stupid, at least not to his face, but under the circumstances he felt it was entirely justified. Dumbledore sat silently, staring into nothing for almost a minute. Finally, he spoke. "Have you ever had something you regret, Harry?" Dumbledore didn't look at Harry. He simply stared off into space. "Something you'd give anything to change, but even with your remarkable circumstances were unable to do so." Adrian and Colin's faces flashed across his mind for a moment, and Harry nodded reluctantly. "You've had losses," Dumbledore said. "I know, I've been watching. But those were the losses of people you'd known for months at most. Imagine they were family, people you'd known your entire life and loved. How much more powerful would the temptation be?" "Can you destroy the Horcrux without destroying the stone?" Harry asked. Dumbledore shook his head. "It's impossible to know without trying again." Glancing at the clock on the wall, Harry said, "Why not now? We haven't spent as much time discussing everything as we did last time, and I'm not eager to discover that I was wrong and Tom came back with me again and moves the stone. If this changes, our problems will go far beyond that," Dumbledore said. Harry nodded grimly. Keeping Voldemort in the dark was their only chance of winning. They had to destroy every Horcrux. Leaving even one would be a victory for Voldemort and the Death Eaters. All he had to do was successfully save one. "Let's go," Harry suggested. Knowing exactly what to expect didn't make the experience of waiting any easier. It was more nerve-wracking, actually, because Harry was aware of just what the previously invisible lines of light behind him were capable of. It was simple and effective. There weren't even Muggle-repelling spells outside, probably because they would draw attention. The other factor was likely that Tom didn't care if Muggles actually died here. Given his attitudes toward them, it wasn't surprising. Dumbledore was taking just as long this time as he did the last time. Harry suspected that he was being even more careful for fear that something might have changed. It wouldn't do to get overconfident. Levitating the ring from the box, Dumbledore slipped it into another container. He made as though to drop the box back into the dirt when Harry put his hand on his arm. "Why not transfigure a copy?" Harry asked. "He's likely to come check on them at some point, and he might not check very closely. It might buy them some time at least." Dumbledore nodded. He levitated the skeleton of a lizard, and a moment later a copy of the ring was dropped back into the box. The box went back into the dirt under the floor, and the floorboards went back into place. He even managed to restore the dust as they left. "There won't be any residual magic he can detect?" Harry asked. "Not if it's not within the next 3 days," Dumbledore said. "And as far as I know, he hasn't regained his form yet." Harry nodded. Voldemort was hardly likely to take anyone else with him while he checked on the parts of his soul. As an infant, he couldn't do it on his own. They were likely safe for at least as long as Voldemort remained incomplete. Of course, that was why Harry felt time was of the essence. The potion that was part of the ritual that was going to resurrect Voldemort had to take a long time, or he would have been back already. However, Harry knew it would be ready by the end of the third task, which meant they only had slightly less than 4 months to find as many Horcruxes as possible. "Maybe I'd better hold onto the ring," Harry said, as he stepped carefully between the bent lines of light. Dumbledore followed him, and had to be even more careful because he was taller. "You don't trust me?" Harry shook his head. "Slughorn said that becoming too emotionally invested in the object that the Horcrux is inside can let the portion of soul inside possess you, like Tom possessed Ginny Weasley." "I'm capable of protecting myself for a few minutes," Dumbledore said shortly. A wave of his wand, and the lines of light became invisible again. Another wave, and their tracks in the dust vanished. Everything looked as it had been the moment they'd arrived. As the door closed behind him, Harry felt a surge of relief. A moment later, they were heading carefully off the property until they could get far enough away to apparate away without setting off any wards. They apparated to a safe house Dumbledore kept, and from there used the flue to go back to Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore began to examine the ring almost from the moment they arrived back. It was almost 10 minutes before he finally looked up. "Nasty, nasty. The curse on this ring is insidious and incurable. I do believe you have saved my life, Harry." "How are we going to destroy it?" Harry asked. According to Slughorn, the main soul wouldn't feel the destruction of the Horcruxes, which meant there was no reason to hold on to them. The Horcruxes were dangerous to hold on to anyway, as they could have a deleterious effect on the people closest to them. Harry would hate to see Snape under the influence of one, and considering that he met with the headmaster in this office every day, it likely wouldn't be safe for the students. Dumbledore nodded grimly. He pulled a box from the shelf after waving his wand at it in an intricate manner. "Your endeavor with Severus during your second year was profitable for the school," Dumbledore said. "I took the liberty of holding some of the venom for an occasion just like this." Harry still had venom hidden in the depths of his vaults as well. Opening the box carefully, Dumbledore turned and pulled out a pair of dragonhide gloves from a desk drawer. Harry peered inside the box and saw a familiar fang lying inside. Apparently, even after all this time, the venom in and on the fang remained potent. Dumbledore stared at the gloves, and then at the ring for a long moment before he sighed. He turned and handed the gloves to Harry. "It might be better for you to do this," he said at last. Harry wasn't sure whether this was because of Dumbledore's reluctance to destroy the Resurrection Stone or out of fear of some last trap that might prove to be lethal when the Horcrux was destroyed. Either way, Harry had a vague feeling that he should be offended. Instead, he felt a sense of weary resignation. He slipped the gloves on, then glanced at Dumbledore for permission before he took the fang. He was very careful as he did so. Killing himself by being careless would be exhausting and embarrassing. Of course, if he did die from his own stupidity, he might just omit that when he told Dumbledore what was happening the next time. The problem was that he would remember his own stupidity. "So what do I do?" Harry asked. "Just stab it." Dumbledore nodded, although he took a hurried step back as Harry lifted the fang. That wasn't very flattering. It suggested that he thought Harry was going to hit the ring and the fang would go flying. Actually, that wasn't a foolish, though. Harry hurriedly grabbed the fang firmly in both hands. Staring at the ring, he lifted the fang, prepared to slam it down. "If you kill me, you are killing yourself," a voice hissed from the locket. It took Harry a moment to realize it was speaking Parseltongue. "After all, are we not the anchor that keeps you tethered to this world? How do you know that you won't simply drift away once we are gone?" "Don't listen to it, Harry," Dumbledore said. "It will say anything to survive. The prophecy says that neither of us can truly die so longer as the other lives. Is that not enough to keep us alive?" The ring was silent for a moment, then said, "You have worked so hard to survive. Don't you want to be immortal?" Harry scowled and slammed the fang down. Everything seemed to vibrate around him. He heard a scream of agony that seemed to echo in his head. It was overwhelming, and he fell to the ground, the fang dropping out of his hand. He saw a phantom image, and it lunged toward him, as though it was trying to enter him now that it had been deprived of its true home. As it passed through him, Harry felt his muscles spasm. His back arched and he was suddenly somewhere else. He saw images in a confusing jumble. He saw a wild-haired woman, her lips looking strangely swollen. She had a sultry look on her face that made Harry vaguely uncomfortable. Mounds of gold, gems, and other artifacts lay everywhere. Finally, he saw Voldemort laughing. His plans were going well, better than he could have hoped. Potter would suffer, Potter would die, and he would be free at last. A moment later, he felt the soul disintegrate, a sensation that filled him with a strange sense of visceral horror. He just destroyed part of someone's soul, an act of murder far worse than simply killing someone. From a certain perspective, murder could be seen as simply helping someone along to the next plane of existence. Killing their soul, that was killing everything they ever were. It was making it as though they had never been and sending them into the darkness of oblivion. It was a horrible, horrible crime, and yet Harry didn't see any other choice. "Are you all right, Harry?" Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded wearily. "I saw some things," he said finally. "Things we have to discuss." Harry continued to be disturbed for the next several days. The crime was Voldemort's. He'd mutilated his own soul beyond all recognition, and he'd murdered multiple people to do it. Still, Harry knew what it was like to fear death, and in a sense the Horcrux had been right. Every Horcrux he destroyed was one less anchor holding him to the world. He would be slowly but surely paving the way for his own inevitable death, especially since as a partial Horcrux himself, it was possible he might have to truly die for it all to be over. Harry found himself fantasizing about various methods to deal with Voldemort without killing him. Petrifying him and dropping him into the ocean was his first plan, which was followed by others. Transforming him into something else and sneaking him onto the American space station was a second, though. Harry doubted that wizards could apparate into space, and he'd heard about one astronaut hitting a golf ball off the space station. Turning him into something able to withstand the forces of a volcano and dropping him into one was a third thought. All of the plans assumed he would be able to overwhelm Voldemort and beat him, and that his followers wouldn't rescue him in the meantime. Destroying the Horcruxes was absolutely necessary, and eventually Harry resigned himself to it. In the meantime, everything else settled back into the pattern it had before. Classes went on as normal, although the Durmstrang students were missing, of course, and his lessons with Moody continued. Hermione's lessons continued as well, and after another 3 weeks with no word from Dumbledore about other Horcruxes, she finally met with him in the Room of Requirement. She'd chosen the room, and for some reason the venue she'd chosen was what had to be the Gryffindor common rooms, at least from the colors and look of the room. It was empty, of course, and he wondered if she'd chosen it as a way to put him off balance. "I've been talking with Moody," Hermione said. Harry felt a sudden sense of anxiety. She wouldn't be bringing it up unless it was something out of the ordinary. There was only one subject he knew of that she could be talking to Moody about, and it was one he had been procrastinating about desperately for a while. "He says I'm ready." Moody didn't know what she was ready for, of course. Harry had made sure that he had no idea of what secret he was planning on sharing with Hermione. For a moment he wondered if Moody had told her she was ready when she wasn't, simply to find out what the secret was. But he'd had Dumbledore double-check Hermione's occlumency shields, and he'd confirmed Moody's assessment. Harry didn't say anything. He just stared at her mutely. A feeling of heaviness was on his chest, and he felt like it was difficult to breathe. Hermione tapped her foot and scowled. "You promised you'd tell me if I mastered occlumency. I have. Are you going to keep lying to me, or are you finally going to tell me the truth?" He hesitated for a moment, then said, "I think you're going to want to sit down." 62. Explanation. "It's not easy for me to talk about," Harry said. He was suddenly conscious of the way Hermione was staring at him. They were sitting on opposite ends of a couch that he had to admit was actually more comfortable than the ones in the Slytherin common room. Hermione smiled encouragingly, but that only made it worse. Looking down at his hands, Harry said, "Things have been happening to me for a long time, since before I came to Hogwarts." "The visions," Hermione prompted. Harry shook his head. "In a way. I wasn't entirely truthful." "I could tell," Hermione admitted. "I've known you for years, Harry, and every time this subject comes up you get all tense and angry looking." Harry frowned. He hadn't been as good at concealing his emotions as he'd thought. It hadn't been very Slytherin of him. "I doubt anyone else would notice," Hermione rushed to say. "After all, you're usually pretty tense. It's just that you get more tense than usual." She'd been watching him. It made Harry wondered what other things he'd been telegraphing to whoever was observant enough. Was someone in Slytherin making regular reports to their Death Eater parents? Or was it that he tended to let his guard down around Hermione, too much so sometimes? "I've had a secret that I've kept for a long time," Harry said. "One that I've only ever told to Dumbledore, and that only very recently." She stared at him expectantly and didn't say anything. She leaned forward, as though she thought he was ready to blurt it out. Harry sighed. "Dumbledore thinks that when Voldemort tried to kill me as a baby, part of his soul attached itself to mine." "What?" Obviously, that wasn't remotely like what she'd been expecting to hear from him. Harry had no idea what she was actually expecting. She'd been working with limited and inaccurate information, so there was no telling what kind of scenarios her fertile mind had come up with. He'd been using really dark magic to anchor himself to the world, using pieces of his soul placed in objects. When he tried to kill me, his soul was fractured enough that part of it split off and lodged inside of me." Hermione looked up at his scar. She stared at it for a moment before looking back down at him. "What does that have to do with the ability to see the future?" "You remember the prophecy," Harry said. It was a statement and not a question. The prophecy was something that every wizard in Britain knew, and even some who didn't live in Britain. Harry had been asked about it by some of the students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Hermione nodded. She knew all about the prophecy. She'd probably been studying it since they'd become friends to find a way to get him out of it. "Neither of us can die," Harry said. "Not until certain conditions are fulfilled. As long as the pieces of his soul are out there, Voldemort cannot truly die. As long as I am connected to him, I am anchored here as well." Hermione was silent for a long moment. Glancing at her, Harry thought she looked as though she was choosing her words carefully. "Are you saying you are both immortal?" Harry remembered what the Horcrux had told him. Could they both become immortal simply by refusing to kill each other? He wasn't sure, and he was afraid to ask Dumbledore for fear that Dumbledore would think he was faltering in his resolve. "In different ways," Harry said. "If his body is killed, he floats around like a disembodied wraith until he can find a new body to inhabit. What happens to me is somewhat different." Hermione leaned forward even further, far enough that Harry wondered if she was going to fall off the couch. Harry took a deep breath. There wasn't any way to sugarcoat what had been a fact of his life for more than half the time he had lived. "I time travel when I die." "What?" Harry stared at the floor. It was difficult enough to talk about without looking at her. "If I die, my spirit travels back in time to an earlier point in my life. I wake up with memories of what happened in the future." He glanced over at her. She was staring at him as though he'd grown 2 extra heads. "Are you sure that you aren't just having really vivid visions of the future?" Hermione asked. "Like what you told me in the first place." Harry shook his head. "There aren't any seers in the Potter family line. Even if there were, that's not how prophecy works. They get flashes of images. A lot of times they don't even get to remember what they have said. I remember every last detail. It's not how time travel works either, Harry, Hermione said. She scowled. I was offered a time turner in third year, but I decided it was irresponsible to use it just to take more classes. He'd convinced her that neither divination nor Muggle studies would be worth her time that year. She had since thanked him for it. She would have hated both classes from what Harry understood. Divination seemed mostly like a fraud, and Muggle studies were so full of inaccuracies that she'd have pulled her hair out. Time travel is dangerous, Harry, Hermione said. There was a woman who actually erased people from the timeline just by walking around a few centuries back. For a moment, Harry considered asking her how they'd even figured that out. She'd have certainly looked it up. However, this wasn't really the time. He'd have to remember to ask her later. After all, if the unspeakables could really know when the timeline had been changed and how, wouldn't they have come after him already? It's not like I have a choice, Harry said. It just happens. Dumbledore agrees with this interpretation. Harry nodded. He was the one that explained it to me. I had no idea why it was happening. I just knew that it had. She was silent for a long moment. How many times? What? Harry asked, although he had a suspicion about what she wanted to know. Hermione looked away from him, staring into the fire. If you've died before, how many times has it happened? Once? Twice? 10 times, Harry said, and there were some close calls on top of that. She didn't speak, but her hands tightened on her lap. She looked away from him and she didn't speak for a long moment. Her entire body looked tense. How? Harry frowned as he thought back. I've been stabbed a couple of times, thrown under a train, crushed by a trolls club, been crucioed and Avada Kedavra, had my intestines exploded, killed by a basilisk, crushed to death by a crowd, blew myself up. Oh, and decapitated. How can you be so casual about it? She asked. You talk like it's nothing. It's been happening to me since I was 10, Harry said, and I've been getting better at keeping it from happening. Harry glanced down and saw that she was twisting her robes in her hands, which were tense enough to be almost white. And you remember everything about it, Harry nodded. And it hurts, she asked. Every time, Harry said. Except for the Avada Kedavra, that actually wasn't as bad as the others. Hermione laughed. The sound was a little hysterical. She sounded shocked, and she still hadn't looked back at him. Harry found himself wondering just what she was thinking. I guess asking which way is best to die isn't just an academic question for you, she said. Harry shrugged. I keep hoping for in my sleep of old age, but it doesn't feel like I've ever going to get there. Hermione frowned. How much time? She asked. He knew what she was asking immediately. 2 years, near enough. Sometimes it's a week, sometimes it's an entire school year. She stiffened and finally looked at him. Is that how you keep getting ahead of me? Harry found himself grinning at her. It was so much like her. In the middle of talking about death and resurrection, she was outraged about grades. I knew you had to have something. You just aren't that smart. Hermione seemed to realize what she just said, and she put her hand to her mouth. It's not that I don't think you are smart. It's just that you always seem to know everything even before the teachers teach it. Nobody is that smart. Tom Riddle had been. That was why Harry had to work twice as hard to be half as good. His only chance was to keep working to catch up until he finally did. Frowning, Hermione said, So you've been reliving the same times over and over again. Doesn't it get boring? Harry nodded emphatically. You think history of magic is bad the first time? Try going through it over again. Even McGonagall class and Flitwick's can get pretty boring, and they're the best teachers. It'd drive me crazy, Hermione admitted. I love school. I'd hate to be stuck in class going over things I've already mastered months ago. There's ways to stay occupied, Harry admitted. Adding things to transfigurations while McGonagall isn't looking, changing spells, working on my wandless spells. A lot of it feels like I'm wasting my time, though. I always wondered why someone who didn't seem to like school that much was so good at it. Harry sighed. I'd really rather be like Neville or even Ron Weasley. Not a care in the world, able to just enjoy school and have fun and never worry about anything. Hermione looked down at her hands. I can't believe that I always thought you were just being paranoid. The things you worried about just didn't seem real. I'd been through some of them, and I had enough experience to know what kind of things could happen, Harry said. He hesitated, then admitted, Of course, sometimes I really was paranoid, but you can understand why. She was silent and didn't say anything. Harry wondered what she was thinking. He found himself wondering when he'd see the look. The look he'd been dreading. He didn't want her pity. Her understanding would be enough. Lunging at him, Hermione had wrapped her arms around him before he even had a chance to go for his wand. It took him a startled moment to realize that she was hugging him. It felt awkward. Harry hadn't been touched by the Dursleys except in anger. Teachers had never touched him, and Dudley had ensured that he had never gotten any hugs from other children. Being touched was a rare thing for him, and he wasn't sure how to respond. Where were his hands supposed to go? Was he supposed to hug her back? It took him another moment to relax and realize that it actually felt rather nice. This wasn't like being kissed by Fleur. It was something that friends did, but in many ways it meant more to him that Fleur's kiss. After all, Harry suspected that Fleur probably had no problem kissing people, but he'd never seen Hermione hug anyone other than her parents. Awkwardly, his hands crept up her back, and he began patting it like he'd seen Vernon do when hugging Aunt Marge. The hug seemed to go on for a lot longer than the hugs he'd seen between Vernon and Marge, though. Those were short, almost embarrassed moments that Vernon seemed to think no one should comment on or think about. Given that it was Aunt Marge, Harry did his best not to think about it. Finally it ended, and when Hermione pulled away, Harry was alarmed to see that her eyes looked wet. She sniffed and wiped her eyes with the edge of her robe. "So what are we going to do about it?" she asked. "Well," Harry said slowly, "there's not a lot we can do right now. Unless we can figure out where those anchors are, we can't do anything." The last thing he wanted was to get her involved in the Horcrux hunt. After all, he'd already been decapitated once and killed by a giant basilisk. How much more dangerous would the search for the others be? Hermione frowned. "And there isn't anything you can do to find them." "We're trying to figure something out," Harry admitted, "but we haven't come up with anything yet." It had the benefit of being true while being somewhat misleading. Harry didn't mention the fact that the diary had been a Horcrux or that they'd already destroyed another one. Telling her that would only encourage her to want to be included. He didn't need her anywhere in his life where she could get hurt. Telling her he was a Horcrux was even less viable. After all, Harry doubted that Dumbledore would have told him at all if he'd lived in a universe where he didn't reset. Only the knowledge that Harry was intimately connected with death and was older than he looked had made it sensible to tell him. Harry understood that. He wondered if Dumbledore knew that he understood what it really meant. After all, he'd been killed by Voldemort once already, using Quirrell's hand, and another time by Quirrell. It was likely that he wouldn't be able to actually die until the last of the Horcruxes was gone. It was also likely that he would have to die for real in order for the last Horcrux to be destroyed. Harry hadn't asked Dumbledore about the odds that he'd be able to survive, because he hadn't wanted to know how poor they were. He suspected that he'd actually been a little depressed about it, although he tried not to think about it too much. It was like that mythological sword he vaguely recalled hearing about, the one hanging over someone's head by a string. No matter how he tried not to think about it, it was there in the back of his mind. Looking at Hermione, she looked a little depressed too. "I'm getting stronger," Harry said. "Practicing every day, and I'm catching up. At the rate I'm going, I'll catch up to him eventually." It would only take about 100 more deaths, but Harry didn't say that to her. After all, she was looking depressed enough. "So what can I do?" Hermione asked. Harry frowned. He wanted to keep her away from danger, but she'd never accept that unless there was a real role she could play. "Research," he said. "Find me spells I can use to defeat the Death Eaters. Be careful about asking questions, though. People can tell what you are looking for by the questions you ask." Last thing he needed was for her to start looking for Horcruxes and be murdered by a Slytherin out looking for favor from the Dark Lord. "I can help find the anchors," Hermione said hesitantly. "No," Harry said. At her expression, he said, "I don't want you to be in danger." He might as well admit it. "And it's all right for you to be in danger?" Hermione asked. She stared at him challengingly. It occurred to him that she really was pretty, even now with her hair frizzy and not made up. She didn't have the makeup on or the beautiful dress, but somehow she was still beautiful without it. The fact that she hadn't looked at him with pity made him even more beautiful. Harry shrugged. "I'm immortal more or less, you aren't. And what happened if you know who finds out about all of this?" she asked. At his expression, she stopped. "He knows. There was a thing that happened," Harry said. "He took my blood to recreate his body and he got taken along for the ride." "Harry," Hermione said. "If he knows you are in more danger than ever." Harry shrugged again. It wasn't anything he could do anything about, and considering that he had been in danger from the day he was born, it didn't really seem to matter much. "He won't kill you," she said. "He'll maim you, cut off your hands and your tongue, and then he'll stash you someplace." The fact that she jumped directly to this conclusion was a sign of the influence he'd had on her. First-year Hermione could not have imagined anything like that. Harry couldn't decide whether to feel proud or sad. "I've already thought of that," Harry said. "There are measures." Obviously, her mind was going to the same place as his because the color drained out of her face. "Harry," she began uncertainly. "It'd be a last resort," Harry said, "but there really are worse things than death, at least for me." He could still remember what it had been like to be crucioed. "There had to be another way," she said. He nodded. "Yeah, don't get caught. That's my main plan. It's been working fairly well so far. I've only actually been captured twice. That was mostly because he'd been murdered on the spot all the other times, but Harry didn't mention that." Hermione shook her head as though she was trying to dislodge an unpleasant thought. For all he knew she was. "I want to help you look for the anchors," she said. Harry's mind raced. The last thing he needed was for her to blunder around asking questions that would get them all caught. On the other hand, he knew her. She wasn't going to let this go. Besides, she was in the library all the time anyway. No one would question if she was suddenly interested in history. "How about this?" he said. "Find Ravenclaw's diadem for me." There was a flash of light, and a moment later a door appeared in the wall. It wasn't the door leading back into the hallway outside, and it was open into darkness. He and Hermione stared at each other, wide-eyed. 63. Diadem. Staring at the door, Harry asked Hermione, "What were you just thinking?" The room always provided what the people inside needed. Harry had been inside before and reached for something only to find it directly under his hand. However, he didn't think it could provide real, unique items like Horcruxes. If it could, the room would be far more powerful and dangerous than anyone could have imagined. After all, he'd be able to ask it for nuclear weapons if that were the case. "I was thinking about how I wished I could get it for you right now," Hermione admitted, "so that you could be free." The room thought it was a request, Harry said quietly. He hesitated. "Maybe I should go in by myself." Hermione stared at him, looking outraged. "You promised that I could be a part of this." "Doing research," Harry said. "There are traps around the Horcruxes. I've already died once going after one." "I thought you said you didn't know where to go from here," Harry sighed. "We've already destroyed two. Tom Riddle's diary from second year and a ring. We don't know where any of the others are, although we think one is a snake that goes with him everywhere he goes." "And when were you going to tell me?" she asked. Harry ignored the question, studying the door. He wouldn't put it past Voldemort to put a trap on the door itself, and he didn't happen to have a book on curse breaking. "Harry." Hermione's voice sounded cautious. He glanced at her and realized that there was a book on the edge of the sofa. He carefully reached for it, then hesitated. What if this was an undetected Horcrux and trapped? The irony of trapping a book about breaking through traps would appeal to Voldemort's sense of irony. "I don't suppose you could run to get Dumbledore," Harry said. "I think we're going to need him." "You can't enter the room while someone else is inside," Hermione reminded him. "We've tried that before." The only way would be to leave the door open, and then anyone walking by could find it. Harry scowled. Voldemort likes to trap the locations his Horcruxes are hidden in, sometimes invisibly. That's how I got beheaded last time. "Couldn't you just reset and stop me?" she asked. Harry shook his head. "I don't have any control over when I come back. If I did, do you think I'd have let Adrian and Colin?" He sighed. "Some things can't be undone, and if I survive and you don't, we might not get a chance to make it right." "How about if I stay at the door?" she said. "That way, if something happens that doesn't kill you, I can run and get help." Harry nodded. It would be just his luck to be petrified and trapped in a room that no one could find again. That would be giving victory to Voldemort by default. Carefully touching the book, he winced as he opened it. Nothing happened, and he began to flip through it. It was completely over his head. He was only a fourth year in arithmancy, and this required math that was far beyond his level. He closed his eyes and wished for an easy curse-breaking book. Opening them, nothing appeared. Harry wasn't certain if this was a limitation of the room or that there was no such thing as an easy curse-breaking book. Reluctantly, he rose to his feet. He had a feeling this was going to hurt. As he approached the door, he took out his wand. "Don't take a single step inside," he said. "The traps could be terrible, and stay on your guard." If something explodes in there, the blast may reach out through the door. She nodded grimly. Harry reached the door and he pushed it open. He gasped as he looked through it. On the other side was something he could barely comprehend. The room inside was massive, as big at least as the King's Cross Station, which was the biggest single room Harry had ever seen before. The ceiling was high, and beams of light shone down from windows that Harry didn't remember ever seeing on the outside of Hogwarts. Was the light an illusion, like the night sky in the Great Hall, or did the room open into someplace else? Harry had read a story once about a magical closet that led children into a magical land with goat people and an evil witch and some kind of candy that he'd always wanted to try. More importantly, the light shone down onto a massive collection of junk that was bigger than any mythological dragon's hoard. It was massive, so large that it had lanes carved through it, because if it hadn't, there would have been no way to pass through what had to be the lost items of 1,000 years of Hogwarts students. There were thousands of books, and Harry wondered immediately if there were any that would be of use to him, perhaps of lost or forbidden magic. More likely there were probably dozens of copies of the same books. Although he couldn't be certain, this was probably everything that had been lost in Hogwarts, which meant the books would only be those that the students would have had. Of course, Harry had seen some Slytherin students have some nasty books of spells. He decided that if he survived this, he'd go through the books. "Accio diadem," he called out, pushing his wand through the door. Nothing happened. He frowned. If the room was actually in another universe, it might be that his Accio couldn't reach it. If it was in this universe, it was possible that Voldemort had protected it from being summoned. That might be why the room had opened a door instead of simply summoning the diadem to his couch. Pointing at one of the books, he said, "Accio book," being careful to focus on one particular book. The last thing he needed was a mountain of books to come flying through the door like some kind of avalanche of forgotten schoolwork. Being crushed by classwork would be the most humiliating death yet. The book flew through the air, and Harry caught it, being careful to not step outside the door. Apparently the room existed in their universe, and it was some special property of the diadem that kept it from being found. Harry stared at the massive mounds of trash and forgotten detritus. This was almost as good as his idea about dropping it in the ocean. There was no guarantee that it was at the top of a pile. In fact, as it had been left at least 11 years ago, it was possible that it had already been covered by new detritus. Of course, it would still be near the top of the piles, assuming that Voldemort hadn't intentionally buried it further down inside. It might take months of searching to find it, months that Harry felt deep in his bones that he didn't have. He scowled. The only way to find it was to go inside and look for the traps. The more traps there were, the closer he was getting to his goal. Of course, Voldemort might have chosen to leave no traps at all, trusting on the unlikelihood of anyone finding it to protect it. That didn't sound like him, although there really hadn't been any traps on the diary either. Harry realized that he was going around in circles. His reluctance to enter the room was prompted by fear of whatever horrors awaited. The smart thing to do would be to wait for Dumbledore, even if he had to prop the door open and obliviate anyone who happened to come down the hallway. His worst fear, however, was having this doorway disappear and never reappear again. Harry bent down and checked the book he'd summoned. It was an old copy of a third-year Transfiguration book. Waving his wand, he stepped back, and a moment later the book was transformed into a pig. It wasn't a particularly good job. It still had print running up and down the sides, but it would do for the moment. "Go," Harry said. He watched as the pig wandered aimlessly out into the room. Nothing slashed out at him or seemed to affect him at all. It was possible that some spells only affected humans, but Harry wasn't capable of creating a human analog, and he suspected that it would upset Hermione if he did. He waved his wand, and birds appeared. The flock floated in front of him, and a moment later he took a deep breath and stepped out into the room. The birds were spread out enough that he would be able to notice if there were any trip lines or other invisible traps. Of course, it was possible that they would actually set some of them off, which meant he had to stay on his guard. He'd have to see if he could get special classes on curse breaking some time in the future. Of course, that might clue everyone in on what he was doing, so it might not be at Hogwarts. This place really was like a cathedral. Harry noticed it immediately as he stepped into it. It had that same sense of age and majesty. Every other part of Hogwarts was presumably just as old, but they were actually lived in on a day-to-day basis. However, this was a place that had not seen other human beings often. Harry wondered if the house elves had been depositing things here or if it was a function of the castle itself. How did the castle know things were lost and not simply set down for a while? The pig in front of him suddenly screamed and burst into flames. Harry gestured, and it returned to book form. He sent a quick blast of water after it. The last thing he wanted to do was set fire to this room. With this much fuel, a fire here might burn down the entire castle. What had Tom been thinking? He sent the birds flying through the space where the pig had been. The entire flock burst into flames and disappeared as they flew through the area the pig had walked through. Harry looked back and saw that Hermione was staring through the doorway, her face as white as a ghost. If anything good came of this, it would be convincing Hermione of just how dangerous all this was. If it kept her safe, he would be satisfied. Of course, he had to survive so that this moment became set in time instead of erasing every moment he developed with her. He sent flock after flock of birds through the space. The first 4 flocks burned and died, but the magic dwindled, and by the 7th flock it vanished entirely. Harry suspected that Voldemort wouldn't have had time to trap this place the way he would have liked. After all, the diary had been his first Horcrux when he had been a student, but Dumbledore seemed to think the others had been created when he was an adult. There probably hadn't been a lot of time to set traps if he was here for some other purpose. Harry could only hope that was true. Harry heard Hermione gasp as he stepped through the spot that had killed so many of his animals. The thought of finding a different path had occurred to Harry, but there was no guarantee that those paths would be any less trapped than this one. Besides, if it was trapped, there was a good chance that this was the right way. After all, if Voldemort hadn't had a lot of time, he wouldn't have bothered trapping false trails. Harry created another pig from a nearby book. This one was a little better than the last, with less print running over its skin. While the birds were good, it was possible that some spells were triggered by weight. No point in killing house elves if they were the ones delivering things here after all. That might alert people that something was actually here worth worrying about. What complicated everything was that he didn't just need to look for traps. He had to look for the diadem as well. He could only hope that it was somehow, miraculously, on the top of the pile. Only thing that helped in that respect was that 12 or even 20 years was only a drop in the bucket compared to the age of this pile, and the size of the pile meant that the odds of any particular object being covered in that time was relatively slim. His eyes darted back and forth as he made his deliberate way through the pathway. Everything was growing dark now. Harry didn't know if a cloud passed over the sun or if he was simply passing those parts of the stacks where the light didn't pass as well. He heard a sound from up ahead. He lost sight of the pig as it turned the corner. Turning the corner, he stopped abruptly. The pig was lying on the ground ahead, mysteriously dead. Harry sent the birds flying through the space the pig had been, and nothing happened. Had it been a spell that ended once triggered, or was there something there that he couldn't see? Or had Voldemort left a guardian of some kind, one that was watching him even now? Harry felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise at the thought. He imagined something waiting on top of the piles waiting to drop down on him. Human beings rarely looked up, which made up the best direction to launch an attack. A glint of light shone off as something up ahead. Even with his glasses, Harry had to squint a bit, and he still couldn't tell. He cast a supersensory charm. If there was something living waiting for him, he'd be able to tell by its breathing. He'd be able to see what was up ahead at least. Harry felt the familiar, sudden rush as all of his senses were expanded 1,000 times. He could suddenly hear Hermione behind him at the door. Her heart was racing and her breathing was quick and labored. She was worried for him. His own pulse would have been overpowering, but he'd learned how to tune it out. There was no other sounds in the room except for the flapping of birds' wings. No watcher, then, or at least none living. He could see what he'd been looking for. Bo. It was a battered old tiara at the top of a pile. A trick of the light had alerted him to it. Harry felt a certain sense of foreboding. If he walked through the space his pig had been killed, he wasn't sure that sending any number of pigs through would be wise. The only alternative was either climbing up on the stacks to avoid the path, trying the other paths as a way to work his way around, or Harry grinned. He waved his wand, and the flock of birds floating in front of him surged forward. They seemed unmolested by whatever traps Tom Riddle had set on this, the last stretch before reaching the goal. They reached the diadem, and the first two that touched it blackened and died. The others, however, grabbed onto it, and they just barely managed to carry it back toward Harry. He knew better than to touch it. The memory of that lingering blackness surging up Dumbledore's hand was fresh in his memory as Harry conjured a sack to put it in. As they dropped the diadem in the sack, he levitated the sack and sent it out before him. Dismissing the supersensory charm, he carefully retraced his steps back to the doorway. Hermione was waiting for him there, an expression of anxiety on her face. He'd stepped out of her view, but she'd followed his instructions and hadn't stepped into the room. Harry was glad. He had no doubt that she'd have gone after Dumbledore if something had happened to him. If he'd been petrified or stopped in some way that hadn't killed him, it would have been his only chance. If Voldemort had known about his ability when he'd set the traps years before, he'd have undoubtedly have created some non-lethal traps like that. Something that transfigured him into a book or a bone or something would have been remarkably effective. In the middle of that monstrous pile, no one would have found him. It was a literal ocean of trash, or at least a very large lake, and he'd have been gone forever. "Is that it?" Hermione asked, staring at the bag. Harry nodded. Magically dropping the bag onto a couch, he carefully let the sides of the bag drop. The diadem sat in the middle of the couch. It looked like an old, tarnished piece of jewelry. Hermione took a step toward it, and Harry put his hand on his arm. "It's not safe to touch," Harry said. "One of these almost killed Dumbledore in a future that didn't happen or passed. Or, well, during one of the resets." There wasn't really any good way of talking about things that hadn't happened in what had once been the future but now were in the past. "I can hear it calling to me," Hermione said in a low voice. "Is it always like that?" "Don't listen to it," Harry said sharply. "It will lie to you or do whatever it takes to survive." She frowned. "It's telling me that you are only using me, that you'll abandon me the minute you don't have any use for me." "I think it's time you go and get Dumbledore," Harry said. "I'll leave the door open." "What if someone comes down the corridor?" she asked. "I'll obliviate them," Harry said. Hermione looked shocked, but Harry didn't see that he had a choice. Walking through the hallways with a floating bag would be even more conspicuous. He could cover it with his invisibility cloak, but he had to worry that it'd contaminate it somehow. "I care about you," Harry reassured Hermione. "And even when this is all over, we'll still be friends. I'm not using you. Now, will you go and get Dumbledore? Make sure you aren't overheard." She stared at him, then glanced over at the diadem on the couch for a moment. She nodded, and a moment later a door opened in the wall. Harry stepped over to the door and saw her retreating down the hall at a good pace. He was left alone with the object holding the spirit of his enemy. 64. Whispers. As Harry stood at the doorway watching for Hermione and Dumbledore to return, he thought he heard whispers in the back of his mind. He glanced back at the couch, where the diadem still sat. It looked innocuous, like any old piece of jewelry, but Harry knew better. It had spoken to Hermione in her mind, and he hadn't even heard it, which meant it was potentially more dangerous than some of the other Horcruxes had been. Whispering echoed, and Harry hurriedly looked out the door. He couldn't see anyone, but some of the older students were capable of casting disillusionment spells. Were there more than one of them out there? The older Slytherins were out to get him. He'd always known it, but somehow it hadn't seemed to bother him as much in the past. It hadn't occurred to him to wonder just how much information they were sending home. Were they talking about what he was doing, what he was planning? Were they going through his things? He made certain elementary precautions, of course, but for every defensive magic, there was an even better way to overcome it. After all, Dumbledore had managed to break through the best defenses Voldemort had in less than 30 minutes. What chance did spells he have in third year to keep anyone out? A noise out in the hallway. Harry pulled his cloak on and peered out the door. He still didn't see anything, which frustrated him. People who had disillusioned themselves could be anywhere. He brightened, pointing his wand out into the hallway and casting Homnenum Revello. Learning the spell for situations just like these had been a wise decision. Assassins could be around every corner, and knowing they were there could be the difference between life and death. Harry frowned as the spell revealed nothing. Had someone found a way to counteract the spell, or was whatever outside not human? There were creatures that the spell wouldn't reveal. House elves, goblins, merpeople. Considering that every pureblood house seemed to have their own house elves, it is surprising they weren't used more often for assassination. Conventional wards didn't stop them from appearing where they wished, and their magic was quite strong. He glanced back at the diadem. The room had thankfully closed the door to the room with its mountains of trash. The last thing Harry needed was to have to watch his back while watching out the door. Another sound, and his head whipped around again. There was something here, he was sure of it. Perhaps the problem was that whoever it was had already left the hall and was in the room with him. He whipped around, casting the human revealing spell again. Nothing, but the room seemed darker than it had before somehow. The room provided whatever those inside needed. Keeping the room fully lit probably would attract attention. At his sudden realization, the lights dimmed. The sun was setting outside anyway, and the fire in the fireplace disappeared, turning into smoldering coals. He needed to be prepared for anything. It was frustrating. No matter how hard he worked, he'd never be a match for Voldemort. He didn't have the magical skills, and worse, he didn't have the intelligence. Voldemort had been a prodigy from the time he was young. People thought Harry was a prodigy, but only because he'd been cheating for a long time. Voldemort had all the advantages. He had an army. He was the second most powerful man in Wizarding Britain. They were both immortal, more or less, but he didn't have to keep starting from scratch. What Harry needed was an edge, something that would allow him to match Voldemort's intelligence or even exceed it. He glanced back at the diadem. It didn't look like much, but it had supposedly been enchanted by Rowena Ravenclaw to increase its wearer's intellect. The spells to do that had been lost with her, and no one else had recreated them. The diadem was old, but it had a power that would never fade. What was it like to have the intelligence of a Voldemort or a Dumbledore or even a Hermione? To always be 3 steps ahead of everyone around you, able to think so far ahead that other people might as well not even play. The diadem could offer him that. It could be the edge he needed in the battle against Voldemort. Harry realized suddenly that he'd stepped away from the door. There was some reason that he was supposed to guard the door, but he couldn't quite remember why. After all, wasn't defeating Voldemort much more important than guarding a door leading to a corridor that hardly anyone ever used anyway? He took another couple of steps toward the diadem. The diadem wasn't the only artifact that had power. There were others that were reputed to give the wearer powers unknown to others. The Resurrection Stone wasn't just the sentimental piece of claptrap he'd thought it was. Dumbledore desired it for military reasons. The ability to question enemies after they were dead alone would be of inestimable value. Perhaps he could even question Rowena Ravenclaw or Salazar Slytherin themselves. With the intellect granted by the diadem, he might even be able to use the stone to learn other secrets from the Founders. He'd have to get the stone from Dumbledore first, of course. And the wand. He'd looked up the wand after Dumbledore had showed it to him. It was supposed to be the most powerful wand in the world. How much it contributed to Dumbledore's edge over Voldemort, Harry couldn't say. He needed the wand and the stone. With those and the diadem, he'd be able to stop Voldemort and restore the world to the way it ought to be. With them, he'd be able to beat Voldemort, and he'd be the most powerful wizard in the world. He'd be able to get back at the people who'd been tormenting him for most of his life. He'd use the pensive to find whoever had pushed him off the train. He'd use it to find the Death Eaters who had stabbed him outside of Diagon Alley. He'd kill them all. It was the only way he'd ever be safe. Harry blinked as he realized that he was somehow leaning over the couch reaching for the diadem. The fact that he didn't really remember walking across the room should have bothered him, but somehow it didn't seem particularly important. After all, he was about to take the first step toward greatness. The very greatness the Sorting Hat had promised him. His hand reached out to touch the diadem, but the memory of Dumbledore's hand turning black was suddenly at the forefront of his mind. He thought Dumbledore was a fool, but had he been somehow influenced into putting the ring on? Dumbledore was manipulative sometimes, and he sometimes trusted too much in people's better natures, but he was rarely stupid. Everything seemed darker all of a sudden, darker than he'd asked the room to turn. Harry would have blamed the sun, but it had already set. He blinked. It shouldn't have set for several minutes yet. It should have still been twilight. Was the room creating nighttime conditions, or had he been standing here in a daze for longer than he would have thought? Now that he thought about it, the Gryffindor common room didn't look nearly as accommodating as he'd initially thought. The whole place was done in red and gold. The red somehow seemed deeper in the darkness, and it reminded him of the sight of blood. The Slytherin dorms were more comforting. The coolness of water, the beauty of an unseen world that none of the other students got to see. Anyone could see the view the Gryffindors had. All they had to do was step outside. For all he knew, there could be secret doors riddling this place. The entire castle was lousy with them, and he didn't trust the Marauder's map to reveal all of them. Harry suspected that the map only showed the places his father and his friends had known about. Harry realized that he was reaching for the diadem again, and he snatched his hands away. Ultimate power, but at what price? He took a step away from the couch, and after a moment he headed back for the door. He needed to do something at the door, even if he couldn't remember quite what it was. It was tiring, standing at the door. He couldn't even remember why he was there, and nothing had moved outside. If he was worried about something getting in, wouldn't the smart thing be to make the door disappear? It wouldn't appear for someone outside if it was occupied, and there wasn't any way that anyone could get inside. Even if they could somehow get around the anti-apparition wards, they'd be jumping in blind, which they couldn't do. Harry looked back and started when he realized that the Gryffindor common room had vanished. In its place was the Slytherin dungeons. He had been feeling uncomfortable with how sinister the former room had been, but he couldn't quite remember consciously changing the setting. It might be for the best, though. He'd be able to slip up into his own bed, and for the first time be able to sleep secure in the knowledge that no one could come for him. It would be the first time in years where he'd be able to sleep peacefully. He remembered a story told in his last year of Muggle school. It was something about a giant that held up the sky. It was a punishment from the king of the guards for something. Harry really didn't remember. What he did remember was the thought of having to hold an enormous weight forever, never getting to rest. Harry had been holding the weight of the world on his own shoulders for more than half of his life, at least out of the years he could remember. Wasn't it right that he set his burden aside and finally rest? Blinking, Harry realized that he was standing over the couch again. He'd been ruminating and hadn't even realized that he'd been walking toward it. He reached down for the diadem, and then he stopped. This wasn't like him, not at all. He thought Dumbledore the most stupid man in the world for putting on a ring that he knew was probably trapped, and now he was about to do the same thing with his head. Harry slammed his occlumency shields up, and he gasped as he suddenly felt his mind clear. He always had a certain amount of shields up. It was part of the training, but apparently the diadem had been able to worm its way past those. It was insidious, and Harry suspected that it wouldn't have been as powerful or obvious in the presence of others. After all, when it had someone alone, it could focus all its energies on their mind. When it was among multiple people, it had to be more subtle. Giving in to it would have been so easy, and it would have seemed like his own idea the entire time. Someone like Hermione, who had no shields at all, would have been affected even more quickly. "Harry," Hermione asked. She was standing at the doorway looking at the Slytherin motif. Dumbledore was standing behind her. Considering that she'd been expecting him to be waiting at the door, not standing over the diadem staring at it, he could understand her confusion. "Miss Granger tells me you have had a fortuitous accident," Dumbledore said. As they stepped into the room, the door vanished behind them, presumably at Dumbledore's will. Dumbledore walked over to stand beside Harry, staring down at the diadem on the couch. "These can be remarkably persuasive," he said softly. Harry didn't meet his eyes. He felt ashamed for thinking Dumbledore stupid or for thinking he'd do a lot better. He had, but in part because he'd had the memory of what had happened to Dumbledore to remind him of why using the Horcrux was stupid. It preyed on fears and insecurities he'd barely been aware of having, of not being good enough or smart enough. It fed his natural paranoia. Talking directly to Hermione had been a master stroke. Harry had been assuming it would do the same to him, and he'd have been prepared for that. Harry wondered if it had actually intended to manipulate her, or if it had simply been laying the groundwork for what it was trying with him. "It's vicious," Harry said. He glanced over at Hermione, who looked pale, and he wondered if it was talking to her again. It needed to be taken care of, and quickly. Dumbledore glanced at him, and then he pulled out the box. He put on a dragon-skin glove, and a moment later he pulled out the fang. A moment after that he stabbed down. The diadem screamed, and a vicious black cloud rose from it. It hissed and writhed, and it screamed out at Hermione. He will never love you. In the end, he will only betray you. It came rushing at Harry, as though it was seeking a refuge now that the object anchoring it to the world was gone, but it was too late. It shrieked in pain, and a moment later it was gone. Hermione was as white as a sheet. She'd never seen a Horcrux destroyed before, and he protected her from some of the more difficult parts of his life. Had he done her a service, or had he made her weaker than she would have otherwise been? What could he say to her to reassure her? Someone who was planning to betray someone else would surely claim that they weren't. Lying was an integral part of betrayal. Harry has shown great trust in you today, Miss Granger, Dumbledore said from behind him, and I think he does not trust easily. Harry glanced back at Dumbledore gratefully. 100 years of diplomacy was probably useful in these situations. Harry had never been particularly good at talking to girls. He had only been able to talk to Hermione because he'd rarely seen her as a girl. The fact that this was changing now made him a little uncomfortable. I am concerned, however, Dumbledore continued. Harry glanced back at Dumbledore again, and at the expression on his face, he took an involuntary step back. We are involved in something upon which rests the fate of all of Wizarding Britain, Dumbledore said, and should Voldemort or his followers learn what we are doing, everything will be lost. Hermione didn't say anything, just staring up at the headmaster. Harry here has chosen to put the fate of the entire wizarding world on your shoulders, Dumbledore said, which is a massive burden that most twice your age would not be prepared to undertake. Harry frowned. Was there a note of censure in Dumbledore's tone? It was a massive risk. Every person that knew what was happening was one more person who could leak the secret. They didn't even have to mean to do it. A simple slip of the tongue or influence via Veritaserum would do the trick. Or darker, torture should she be caught and interrogated. The question that has to be asked is whether that trust was misplaced, Dumbledore said. Is this a burden that is too much for you to bear? Harry had an uneasy feeling that he knew what was coming. If Hermione hadn't been as advanced in occlumency as she was, he suspected that Dumbledore would have obliviated her already. However, obliviation was of uncertain efficacy against a skilled occlumens. There was a good chance that the spell either wouldn't work or that it wouldn't last, at least if Hermione had her shields up. Perhaps it would be better if you didn't have this burden, he continued. Safer for everyone involved. Hermione wasn't slow by any means. Harry could see the moment she realized what he was implying. Her body stiffened and her eyes widened. I would never betray Harry, she blurted out. The Death Eaters can be very persuasive, Dumbledore said, sometimes using methods that are unpleasant to say the least. They won't know to ask the questions if you do your part right, Hermione said. Dumbledore was silent. You aren't concerned about the danger this puts you in. I've been in danger from the minute I stepped on the train to Hogwarts, Hermione said. I'm a Muggle-born who is one of Harry Potter's only friends. How much more danger could I possibly be in? Harry suspected that Hermione had dismissed that danger throughout much of their friendship. Only recently had it begun to feel real to her. The fact that she had chosen to stand beside him, even though she actually understood what it could mean for her, meant more to him than he would ever admit. You are certain about this? Dumbledore asked. He glanced at Harry. It would not be difficult to take this burden from you and allow you to live the sort of life a child at Hogwarts should live, free of worries. No one is free of worries these days, Hermione said. They just don't talk about it much. I hear people talking about the things they read in the paper. They wonder if they are going to have to fight when they get older, or even if they are going to get older. Harry had been too self-absorbed to notice, but now that he thought about it, there had been an undercurrent of anxiety among his fellow students. They shouldn't have to worry about such things. No one can put their heads in the sand, Hermione said, and if there is something I can do to help keep everyone safe, I want to do it. I want to fight to make the world a better place. Dumbledore stared at her for a long moment, as though he was weighing his options. Finally, he said, All right, Miss Granger. But should you change your mind, my door is always open. Harry glanced back at the diadem. They destroyed the ring, the diary, and the diadem. 3 more to go. 65. Num. Author's note. I'm sorry about the delay in posting. I had a relative hospitalized over the weekend, and so real life interfered. Here is the next part. I didn't know it would be like that. Hermione kept staring at the spot where the Horcrux had lain on the couch. Dumbledore had swept it up and taken it away, but Harry suspected that Hermione felt that Spot was tainted somehow. He didn't blame her. He had no intention of sitting on that couch ever again, just in case. Harry sat beside her on another couch, his hand awkwardly on her back. "You can see why I didn't want you involved," Harry said quietly. "It's an ugly business what we're doing." "Saving the world?" she asked, looking up. "Killing a man's soul," Harry said. He was silent for a moment. "If I succeed in this, I'm destroying him utterly. No afterlife, no chance at redemption, nothing." She looked away from him. "Maybe his soul doesn't deserve an afterlife. Am I the one who has to decide that?" Harry asked. "Why? Because some incompetent old bat declared that I was supposed to be his enemy before I was even born. What else can you do?" she asked. Harry scowled. "I've tried to think of something, but I can't. He's too powerful to contain. He's good enough with wandless magic that even locking him up without his wand won't hold him for long. You could petrify him," she said, "or transfigure him into something harmless." Shaking his head, Harry said, "His followers would keep looking for him until they found him. I'd just be putting the inevitable off, forcing our grandchildren to deal with him." A spot of red appeared on Hermione's cheek, and Harry wondered what he'd said. He went back over it in his mind and then felt his own cheeks heat. "I mean the next couple of generations," Harry said. "They won't be ready for any of this the way I am." "So that means you have to do it alone?" she asked. Harry shook his head. "I'm not alone. I have you and Sirius and Neville and Dumbledore. And he's got an army," Hermione said. "You need more than 4 people no matter how loyal we are." Shrugging, Harry said, "If I can kill him permanently, it won't matter how big his army gets. Dumbledore thinks they'll fall apart if they know he's gone forever. There are too many factions that hate each other and they'll split over that." After all, Voldemort had forged a coalition including werewolves and giants and wizards and even Dementors, at least in the last timeline. Many of those groups hated each other, and most likely none of them would want to be subservient to the others. No matter what happened, Voldemort wouldn't create something that would last longer than he was alive. "We've only got 3 to go," Harry said. He purposefully didn't mention the portion larged in his head. If she'd thought exposure to a single Horcrux was overwhelming, the idea that he might have to die permanently to eliminate Voldemort would have been too much for her. "I didn't doubt you," Hermione said, looking down at her friends. "What?" She looked up at him and then looked away. "When it told me you'd betray me, I ran out pretty fast. I don't want you to think it's because I didn't trust you." Harry was silent for a moment. "I'm not used to trusting anyone," Harry said. "I never really had anyone I could trust until the day I met you going into Diagon Alley." It was true, of course. The Dursleys had never given him any reason to truest them, and Dudley had made sure that he hadn't had any friends he could trust. His childhood had been bad enough that it was amazing that he was as well adjusted as he was. Of course, Harry wasn't really sure what well adjusted really meant. After all, from his perspective, everyone else was just keeping their heads in the sand while they smirked and called him paranoid. He hesitated, then continued. "It's not easy for me to trust anyone, but of all the people I trust, you are the one person I trust the most." Dumbledore was the person he trusted the least, not because of anything the man had done, but simply because of the political realities. The man would do what had to be done, no matter what the cost, and he'd regret it later. In a way, Harry saw himself, Dumbledore and Voldemort, as 3 people bound together by certain personality traits, pragmatism being the primary trait. Hermione was idealistic enough that she wouldn't betray him out of political necessity. She was enough of a Gryffindor that she'd take major risks to protect him. "The thing is," Harry said, "is that I need you to be my touchstone. This thing that I'm doing with Dumbledore is ugly, and it would be easy to get lost in that ugliness. Killing Voldemort wouldn't be winning if I end up just like him." "You couldn't," Hermione said. Harry shook his head. "The hat told me that I was a lot like him when I was sorted. We're both orphans, both mistreated by muggles, both fairly good at magic." Voldemort had been legitimately good at magic without any of Harry's trickery. Comparing himself to Tom Riddle was a gross exaggeration of his skills, but it had to be made. "You know why I haven't turned out like him?" Harry asked. She shook her head, staring at him. "Because I've got you," Harry said, "and Neville and Sirius. I've got people to remind me that being human is about more than focusing on the best way to explode someone's spleen." Hermione grimaced. "I want to be more than just some kind of—" She fell silent. "Heart?" Harry asked. "That's what you all are for me." Her face flushed, but some of the tightness left her shoulders. She reached out and took his hand, and they sat for a while. In order to keep from focusing on how pleasant the sensation of her hand in his was, Harry focused on his humiliation at discovering that the room could be entered with someone else inside. Dumbledore had asked why he had left the door open while waiting for Hermione to return, and he'd explained that Harry's assumption had not been correct. His own experiments had failed, because in his natural paranoia, he was incapable of leaving a doorway unlocked if he had a choice, and the room had followed his unspoken wishes. It was a reminder to always check his assumptions. Over the next several days, Harry found him reassuring Hermione several more times. He hadn't known that she was as insecure about her place in his life as she was, and he wondered what he'd done to cause it. Was it because he was secretive and rarely showed how he really felt? Or was she picking up on something legitimate, some deficiency in his own heart and soul? After all, Harry hadn't wanted to even sit on a spot where a Horcrux had once sat. How much worse was it that he had a Horcrux, even if it was an incomplete one inside his head? Was it influencing him in some way, like the diadem had? Were his thoughts even his own? Harry found himself worrying about this on and off over the next several days as well. He comforted himself at one point, telling himself that the fact that he was worried meant that he wasn't being influenced. However, Voldemort and the parts of his soul were insidious. The thought that it was letting him worry as a way to keep him from realizing he had been influenced also occurred to him. Maybe it wasn't just influencing him. The diadem had reached out to Hermione at the same time it was getting its tentacles into him. Had the Dursleys been driven to being bad people by the visitor in Harry's head? He could imagine its influence creeping up the stairs each night, like a black fog as he slept. It would have been insidious and invisible, stealing compassion and empathy and replacing them with anger and hate. Was the only reason Hermione was not affected was because he was in another house and didn't see her that often? If they spent more time together, would she inevitably turn dark and cynical like him? Even if the partial Horcrux didn't have that kind of power, there was evidence that being around him was changing her. He didn't want that for her, but he needed her now just as much as he had needed her the day he'd conned his way into her family outing to Diagon Alley. Eventually, he decided that it didn't matter. There were 3 more Horcruxes to find, and once those were destroyed, he'd confront Voldemort. If he died, then he wouldn't be able to worry about Hermione. If he somehow lived and was free of it, then they might have a chance at a real relationship. Life settled back into a routine, even though Harry kept waiting for the other shoe to drop. Dumbledore had promised that he was working diligently to discover the location of the 2 Horcruxes remaining. The snake would have to be dealt with last, as Voldemort would notice its absence. Unfortunately, day after day passed with no news from Dumbledore. Harry found excuses to see him a couple of times, and all the man would admit to was that he was searching down leads that he thought were promising. Before Harry knew it, a month had passed, and then 2. His relationship with Hermione settled back down into a companionable norm, and he and she worked with Neville trying to get his occlumency up to snuff. It seemed as though it was going to be a hopeless case, especially because they couldn't tell him why it was important. He began to incorporate her and Neville into his combat training with Moody. Moody was resistant at first, but eventually admitted that having friends who could take care of themselves was part of what helped Auras survive. After all, no Aura was ever alone. They had the full weight of the Ministry behind them. Time seemed to fly, and before he knew it, the end of the school year was approaching, and along with it the final task. Harry's anxiety grew. He assumed that Voldemort intended to resurrect himself at approximately the same time, and despite Dumbledore's assurances that the final task would be better supervised than the last, Harry had a deep, uncomfortable feeling that something was going to go disastrously wrong. The Quidditch field was completely unrecognizable. A 20-foot hedge ran around the edge of it with a gap for the 2 remaining champions to enter. The stands were filling rapidly, but Harry had already found his seat near the exit. Being crushed by the crowd once during a panic had been more than enough from him. The screens from the Quidditch World Cup had been placed where the audience could watch the champions progress. Harry was confused that there was 3 screens, but he decided that they'd probably decided to have the 3rd screen for increased coverage. Dumbledore had checked the cup personally, and he was watching to make sure that no one slipped in and tried to replace the cup with something more sinister. Harry doubted that Voldemort would try anything. Neither of the champions was his enemy more than anyone in the wizarding world were his enemies. More disturbing was the fact that a leading member of the Wisengamot had been kidnapped earlier in the day. Harry had an uneasy feeling why. Griselda Marchbanks had presided over the sentencing of a number of Death Eaters to Azkaban before she'd retired and joined the Wizards' Examinations Authority. She was older than Dumbledore, which meant she was very old indeed, and she'd been a supporter of the Ministry against Voldemort at every turn. She'd been causing political problems for the Pureblood faction recently as well. Either factor would be enough to make her Voldemort's enemy, at least enough for the spell. Harry wondered if Voldemort would look different if someone else's blood was used to create his body. He also wondered if he was morbid for thinking about it. Sirius nudged him. It's about to start. He seemed almost hyperactively excited, despite Harry's warnings that there might be some sort of an attack. He'd been enthusiastic about the Quidditch World Cup, although that was more understandable, considering that it had been his first game of Quidditch in 12 years. Hermione sat on the other side of him. Harry would have preferred to have sat on the end, simply for ease of movement, but at least Sirius would be between Harry and Hermione and any form of potential danger. Sirius was skilled enough that it would give Harry time to protect the others. Glancing up at the screens, Harry saw the champions waiting by the entrance to the maze. He remembered what it had been like even after several months. The way it had smelled, the way that sound had been muffled so that no one could call out help or suggestions. Both Cedric and Fleur looked like champions. Neither showed any fear or anxiety, and both were completely still. Harry had no doubt that it had been different before they were in front of an audience of hundreds, but they'd been through it enough times now that they were prepared. "Ladies and gentlemen," Bagman said, his voice magically amplified. "The third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament has finally begun. As Cedric Diggory is ahead in the rankings by 20 points, he will be allowed a 5-minute head start." It hadn't seemed like much of a reward for winning the first two challenges to Harry the first time, but 5 minutes could be an eternity in a maze like this one. It would make Cedric's job much easier, unless he got sidetracked into dead ends, and he had more room for mistakes. "On my whistle," Bagman said. 3, 2, 1, go." A moment later, Cedric was racing through the maze, and now Harry could see why the third screen had been included. While one screen was lit showing Cedric from up close from cameras placed around the maze, the center screen was a view from above. It allowed the crowd to see the entirety of the maze and the progress of the champions within. After all, endless scenes of a champion running left and right would be boring unless everyone had a sense of just how much progress they were making toward the center. They'd even included a handy line trailing out behind Cedric, showing his progress through the maze. Harry found himself watching Hermione's face as the whistle blew again for Fleur to start. Fleur was in his past, a dream that was now never going to be fulfilled. Hermione was Harry's future, although what role she'd play in that future Harry wasn't certain. Even if they never became more than friends, he'd be satisfied, because a friend was what he needed more than anything else in the world. The crowd gasped, and Harry glanced up at the screen to see Cedric deal handily with a blast-ended Scroot. Fleur was dealing with the boggart. Apparently her patroness was a swan. Somehow that didn't surprise Harry, beautiful yet fierce when protecting others. What was more surprising was that Hermione's patroness was an otter. In arithmancy, they said that otters' affinity to water was symbolic of healing. Otters were curious, which Harry knew Hermione to have in spades. They were playful as well, and although she kept this part of her hidden, he'd seen flashes of it. The crowd gasped, and Harry glanced up at the screen again. Cedric was talking to the Sphinx, apparently trying to solve its riddle instead of bullying his way through. This was giving Fleur a chance to catch up. It was going to be a closer race than Harry had thought. Apparently the near loss of her sister the last time had convinced Fleur to up her game. She looked determined and as beautiful as ever. Harry watched as the two champions took dead-end paths. The crowd groaned whenever this happened. This showed that the Ministry had been wise to have sound dampening spells in place. If they hadn't, the crowd would have led the champions to victory, and since the British audience far outweighed the French, it would have led to complaints of unfairness. Harry began to watch the screen more intently as the champions came closer to the center. Although Dumbledore had promised that the champions would be fully protected, his track record and that of the Ministry wasn't particularly good in that regard. Sirius rose up beside him to cheer as Fleur and Cedric raced toward the cup. They'd seen each other and had come from different paths. Fleur was closer, but Cedric was the faster runner. They were firing spells at each other, and they were both doing rather well. Harry had a feeling he could have taken both of them, but he had been known to be wrong. Light flashed off shields as they ran. The battle wouldn't last long because the real battle was to be the first to reach the cup. They lunged for it at the same time, and Cedric and the cup vanished, leaving Fleur laying on the floor, defeated. Harry glanced at the podium that had been set up to announce the winners, and he felt a sudden loosening in his chest as he saw Cedric standing there looking exhausted but triumphant. He hadn't realized how tense he had gotten until he'd realized that it was all right. Dazed, he barely noticed as Bagman and the Ministry prepared for the end of the tournament. A band was playing, and Cedric and Fleur were standing on the podium to the left and right of Bagman. He'd been so sure that Voldemort would attack again. Had he given up his plans for something more insidious? Perhaps he was too busy getting his new body, wherever he was now. Harry blinked as Rufus Scrimgeour stepped onto the podium. Apparently the opportunity to get his photo giving the cup to the champion had been too much for him. He smiled at the flashing lights. Apparently there were first and second place medals to be given out. Harry blinked. He hadn't been aware there were medals. He died the last time before he got to the awards ceremony. This was all new to him. It was a new day finally, and he was past the time of his last death. Everything was going to be all right finally. He'd find the Horcruxes and beat Voldemort, and then he'd be able to have a life. Harry frowned. He knew Voldemort better than to think he could leave this alone. It was good publicity for the Ministry and would buy them a lot of goodwill. He had to be planning something. Harry felt a sudden sense of urgency. Something was wrong. They couldn't have one, not this easily. Scrimgeour smiled and turned to accept the medal that he was going to give to Cedric. Another, lesser medal was there for Fleur. Reaching for the medal, Scrimgeour frowned. A moment later, Harry went blind for a moment as a light as white as the sun impacted his retinas. The world went completely quiet. It took a moment for his ears to begin to ring and for Harry to realize that he'd gone deaf for a moment. When his vision began to return, Harry saw that the podium was gone. Scrimgeour and Cedric and Fleur were nowhere to be seen. The stands behind them had vanished, leaving a gaping wound leaving the sky behind open to be seen. Smoke was billowing into the sky, and it took Harry a moment to realize that the stands that were still up were on fire. The Minister for Magic was dead, and Cedric and Fleur with it. As Harry pulled Hermione and Neville along behind him as they raced down the stairs, all he felt was numb. 66, fallen. We were lucky, Sirius said. Lucky, Moody scowled. 10 Ministry employees dead, including the Minister, a French national dead. We could have lost hundreds, Sirius said, if it hadn't been for those screens. The screens showing the progress of the champions through the maze had been on one side. No one had wanted to sit where they couldn't see the screens, which had kept most of the audience on one side of the field. It had been fortunate in that, because of this, most of the deaths had been limited to Ministry employees who were working with the screens, as well as Scrimgeour's personal guards. Harry sat in Sirius's drawing room, staring at his hands. School had been cancelled, of course, and he was now in his godfather's house until he was ready to go back to the Dursleys. I thought Dumbledore said everything was going to be checked, he said. The loss of Fleur hadn't even hit him yet. Harry still felt numb, as though he was floating in a dream. The only thought that kept rolling through his head was that it was all his fault. Voldemort had never used bombs before. Bombs were something Muggles used, while purebloods dueled face to face, even if they did it from the shadows. Harry had been the one to use explosives in his last encounter with Voldemort, and he had an uneasy feeling that this was a message specifically for him. The kiss Harry had received from Fleur had made the papers last time. Voldemort would have seen it, and he would have guessed that killing Fleur would hurt Harry. It was a threat that if Harry became too inconvenient, Voldemort would go after other people that Harry cared about. What I don't understand is why the diagnostic spells didn't detect the charms on the medals, Sirius continued. The medals weren't what caused the explosion, Moody said. All they did was trigger something that had already been set in the ground under the podium. The spells should have caught that then, Sirius said. They're supposed to catch all dark charms and spells designed to attack. Harry closed his eyes. He'd already heard what had been done, and that was why he'd known that it had been his fault. It wasn't a dark spells, Moody said. It was a simple transfiguration designed to spray water. The auras mistook it for one of the spells they used to water the hedge maze. Water? Sirius asked. How can water explode like that? There's things out there that explode in water, Moody said. Someone transfigured a pit under the podium to half a ton of whatever it was. Harry hadn't thought that Voldemort would stoop to using Muggle chemistry, but he had. The message was undoubtedly for Harry to avoid continuing to escalate. If Harry brought a knife, Voldemort would bring a gun. If he brought a gun, Voldemort would bring a cannon. Sirius shook his head. It's going to cause all sorts of political problems, Sirius said. Dumbledore's trying to contain the worst of the damage, but I don't think he's going to have a lot of luck. They're going to elect a new minister, and the purebloods have the vote to get their way. Malfoy, do you think? Moody asked. Too obvious, Sirius said. They'll probably elect someone who doesn't have any obvious ties to Voldemort, even if they're in their pocket. The French were screaming bloody murder too. Having a French child murdered at an event sponsored by the British wizarding government was more than already fragile relations between the two countries could bear. I just can't imagine how they got in to transfigure that spot, and how they knew where it would be. Moody scowled. They apparated in when Dumbledore dropped the barrier to allow the auras to rescue me and the two hostages during the second task, Harry said dully. Everybody was by the lake, and nobody was watching the Quidditch pitch. How can you know that? Moody asked, staring at him suspiciously. It's what I would do, Harry said simply. The Ministry kept people watching the area as the maze grew so that no traps were slipped in, so the trap had to be put there before they started watching. He could have simply used seventh-year Slytherins, but creating explosive chemicals was probably beyond most of them and would have required space to learn to do as Harry had done. It would have also appealed to his sense of irony. And how did they know where to put it? Sirius asked. Imperious someone in the planning committee, Harry said, shrugging. Auras were checking people on the scene, but someone who just wrote out the plans. Using Muggle chemistry was something that Harry had known Voldemort and his followers would be helpless against. He hadn't realized that the Ministry and auras would be just as helpless. Harry slumped down in the chair. Whoever the new minister was, it wouldn't be good. He'd be able to guide the Ministry in ways that would lead to Voldemort's inevitable victory. Greenish light flashed from the flue. A moment later, Dumbledore stepped out. He looked haggard and pale. The Wisengamot has made their decision, he said heavily, despite everything the rest of us could do. Who? Harry asked, his stomach feeling like it was filled with lead. Dolor's Umbridge, Dumbledore said grimly. Sirius muttered a curse under his breath, and despite Harry's presence, Dumbledore didn't so much as give him a look. Harry suspected that they'd all feel like cursing in the months to come. Sleeping back at the Dursleys didn't feel as safe as it had when Harry had been younger. Harry knew now just how many ways there were to sidestep magical protections, and he realized that it was just a matter of time before something went terribly wrong here. The one good thing was that no one in the Ministry knew where he lived. It had been a necessary protection at the time he was born, so that pureblood sympathizers couldn't simply look up his address and hire Muggles to pull him out. Now it was his only protection from whatever Umbridge came up with. While Harry didn't think she'd do anything immediately, he knew she was going to get revenge on him for his going to the media and almost getting her sacked. Hermione and Neville had agreed to be selectively obliviated about his address. Harry still worried, however. Obliviation could be reversed through torture, and Harry suspected that Umbridge wouldn't balk at that. In the month since the disaster at the Triwizard Tournament, she'd already closed the borders of Britain, claiming that Voldemort was getting help from foreign fighters. Sirius claimed that was hogwash. Few foreigners wanted to come to Britain precisely because of Voldemort. While a few mercenaries were known to be in his forces, most were homegrown British. All she was doing by closing the borders was alienating the rest of the world and keeping potential help out. She'd also instituted strict new laws against werewolves. They'd had difficulty finding work before. Now it was all but impossible. She couldn't have made it clearer that she was trying to drive them right into Voldemort's ranks. Laws against other non-humans were pending. The goblins had threatened another rebellion if she continued her rhetoric against them, but she hadn't stopped. Very few people had any idea that these laws were designed to make the takeover easier. Most wizards seemed to accept them with a sort of resigned attitude, believing everything the Daily Prophet had to say. It was hard to believe that adult wizards were this credulous. Harry attributed it to the lack of real education in the wizarding world. Magic was all well and good, but political science and history, from someone not designed to bore students to death, would have helped wizards think. Harry communicated with Sirius every day by mirror. He couldn't afford to have a Daily Prophet delivered, so he depended on Sirius to keep him informed about what was happening in the wizarding world. 2 months had passed already. It wouldn't be long before his birthday. In an ideal world, he'd already be an adult. He'd have his apparition license, and he'd be going out with girls who probably weren't French, but who might have had bushy hair and beautiful eyes. Sometimes in his dreams, he found himself with an amalgamation of Hermione and Fleur, something that was neither one nor the other. Sometimes it was Hermione speaking with Fleur's accent. Other times it was Fleur smiling and having Hermione's former teeth. His sleep was troubled. Quiet sounds of apparition in his room woke him, and Harry grabbed for his wand. Without his glasses, it took him a moment to recognize Sirius and Moody standing in the center of his room. Sirius did not have his wand pointed, but Moody did. There were sounds of apparition in other parts of the house. "You've got to move," Sirius said. "The wards have fallen and the ministry is coming." "Why?" Harry asked, confused. "Umbridge has the ministry convinced that you were the one who assassinated Scrimgeour. Says there is evidence of you practicing at creating the material used in the attack. There isn't time to explain. We've got to move." Moody didn't lift his wand until Harry did. It was possible that they weren't who they said they were, but if they were Death Eaters in disguise, that meant that the wards really were down. If they were who they said they were, then the wards were down. Either way, the wards were down. Harry rolled out of bed, grabbing for his glasses. "What about my aunt and uncle?" Harry asked. "We've got others taking care of them now," Sirius said. From other parts of the house, Harry could hear outraged sounds. The Dursleys wouldn't like the interference, but they'd like being dead or tortured even worse. "Shrink my trunk," Harry said. He kept everything magical in his trunk, partially out of respect for the wishes of his aunt and uncle. Not being reminded of just what he was and what he was capable of had enabled them to keep a cold sort of peace for years. Undoubtedly, that was broken now. Harry doubted that he'd ever live with them again, and there was a weird sort of sadness to that. "No clothes?" Sirius asked. "No time," Harry said. "Let's go." Sirius grabbed him even as Moody picked up his shrunken trunk. A moment later, the familiar feeling of being squeezed through a tube, and Harry found himself inside Sirius's house. "What's going to happen to them?" he asked. While the Dursleys hadn't been particularly good to him, they didn't deserve to lose their homes and their livelihoods. "They'll be relocated," Sirius said. "Obliviated, maybe. If it's done right, they won't even remember that you exist." Harry nodded. They'd probably be happier that way. Although it might leave them a little more vulnerable to Death Eaters, they wouldn't have been able to have protected themselves anyway. There was a knock at the door and Harry stiffened. Sirius moved quickly to open it. Hermione and Neville and Dumbledore were standing in the doorway. "I seem to find myself a fugitive from justice," Dumbledore said mildly. Dolors didn't want to waste any time. He stepped across the threshold, followed by Hermione and Neville. Both of them seemed shell-shocked. Considering that both were in their night clothes, it didn't seem all that surprising. "What happened to the wards?" Moody demanded. "Umbridge wouldn't have done any of this unless she was sure she could find Potter." Dumbledore glanced at Harry, as though to warn him against saying anything. Harry suspected that he knew what had happened. The wards had been designed to expire the moment that he was 17 years old. Although he was physically still 14, still a few weeks shy of being 15, he'd lived 17 years given all the accumulated time he'd had after his resets. He wondered if the trace was still on him. If it wasn't then, at least something good would come of this entire debacle. What matters is that Dolors has claimed that there is a conspiracy to assassinate the former minister, and that I helped Harry make it happen. "Harry's the chosen one," Neville spoke up. "How can he fight Voldemort if he's locked up in Azkaban or something? She's claiming that Sybil Trelawney lied all those years ago, that Harry is not the chosen one, and that the Ministry will take care of Voldemort without any help. Will people believe that? Hermione asked. She had more reason than most to know that Harry was the chosen one, even if he hadn't actually shown her any of the memories of his deaths. He wasn't sure that he ever would. Enough will, Sirius said. People are looking for someone to blame, and the attack does seem like Harry's style. Not even Dumbledore was enough of a planner to use a baby to assassinate a minister whose identity he had no idea of 15 years later. Scrimgeour hadn't always seen eye to eye with Dumbledore, but they'd at least generally been on the same side. The problem was that Umbridge probably would have done the same things whether she was in Voldemort's pocket or not. It was possible that they'd elected her knowing exactly what kind of minister she'd be, and that she'd never had contact with any of Voldemort's people. She was known to have prejudices against half-bloods, and especially against Muggle-borns and other races. There are members of the Aurors in the Order, Sirius said. Can they be trusted to go against Umbridge and the Ministry? There is a reason that I kept the Order secret, Dumbledore said gravely. He looked like he was recovering some of his color. And the members separate from each other. It was for just such an event as this. Also because Death Eaters could imperious members and force them to reveal the identities of other members, leaving them and their families vulnerable to attack. Are they likely to find us here? Harry asked. Dumbledore shook his head. The Fidelius charm is inviolate. So long as I live, no one will be able to find this place that I have not chosen to come here. Have you chosen any auras? Harry asked. He glanced at Moody. Present company excluded, of course. Given the fact that the war has continued all these years, I have chosen to keep the list of people who can come here very select. Snape? Harry asked. Sadly, I suspected that Severus would be called back to Tom's side. I did not wish to give Tom reason to interrogate him about its location. All it would take was to imperious one person who was on the list, Harry said, and they could stun me and drag me out of here. Moody chuckled. If you allowed that, then you aren't the student that I've been training for the last year. Longer than that, if Moody only knew. The truth was, Moody had trained him longer than anyone, and Harry had developed an affection for the man. Their world views were quite similar, after all. Still, it would be better to keep members from temptation. I will keep those allowed under this roof to be strictly limited. Why bring us? Neville asked. And not my Gran. I fear Dolors would not hesitate to hurt a child, and the two of you are his known associates. There are already orders to bring both of you in for questioning. What about my parents? Hermione asked. They are currently on sabbatical out of the country, Dumbledore said gently, and Neville's grandmother is politically unassailable. He probably needed her in place to make sure that the Wisengamot wasn't entirely overrun with supporters of the Death Eaters. The fact that Dumbledore was here meant that he had lost his position and was unable to overtly affect politics. So what do we do now? Harry asked. With Death Eaters and the Ministry both out to get us, I don't know what we can do. Dumbledore smiled, and for once it wasn't a pleasant expression. Over the years, I have had to be many things to many people. One could almost say that I have habitually spread myself too thin. Politics, running a school, running a clandestine operation, fighting a magical terrorist at the same time as he advised actual law enforcement about how to do the same. Harry suspected that Dumbledore had parts in fires that he'd never even heard of, and of course he made mistakes. He couldn't be everything to everyone. Even with a time turner, there weren't enough hours in the day. Dumbledore continued, but now that I have been relieved of some of my responsibilities, I rather suspect that I will be rather more effective at the things I have left. He was referring to the Horcrux hunt. Glancing at Neville, Sirius and Moody, Harry said, Are you referring to the project we were working on? Dumbledore nodded. I have a promising lead, and I think you should go with me. The others protested immediately. Taking Harry out in public was foolish, almost suicidal. It made no sense when all he had to do was lie low. What none of them knew was that Dumbledore wanted Harry as an insurance policy. Even if the traps Voldemort had set killed them, they might have another chance at it. In the end, Dumbledore got his way, as he always did. Voldemort had backed them into a corner, but what he didn't realize was that no one was more dangerous than when they had no other way out. He'd left them only one way to get free, and that was to go through him and his. Harry intended to make sure that he realized just what a mistake that was. 67. Burn. It complicates things, Dumbledore said. But it doesn't make it impossible. I believe that I know the location of two of the remaining Horcruxes. One of them is in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault in Gringotts, Harry said. Right. Dumbledore seemed surprised that he'd been able to work it out. He shouldn't have been. Harry had seen Bellatrix's face in the vision left by the Horcrux as it left, and he'd also seen her face in the faux glass. The mounds of gold were obviously found in Gringotts. It seemed like the only answer. Is this not your first time to do this? It took Harry a moment to realize what he was asking. He blinked as he realized. Dumbledore was wondering if they had already died and this was a reset. He shook his head. No, it's the first time. It just seemed logical. Do you have any guesses about the location of the second Horcrux then? Not a clue, Harry said. Dumbledore chuckled. Although they were both fugitives from justice, he looked younger and more vigorous than he had in years. Harry wondered just how much the weight of his responsibilities had aged him. I believe I know where he's hidden the final Horcrux, Dumbledore said, and we should attack that one before we undertake the other. Because if the goblins even realize that we've been there, that will alert him, Harry said. He nodded irritably. According to the magic of his mother's wards, he was an adult. Dumbledore had been treating him as one before. Why wasn't he now? Will they be able to find me by the trace? Harry asked. Dumbledore shook his head. Although the trace is attached to the body instead of the soul, as headmaster, I have wide latitude in removing it. You aren't headmaster, Harry said. Not anymore. Dumbledore smiled. They hadn't gotten around to that detail when I removed the trace from you and your two friends. Undoubtedly, the ministry would be perturbed if they learned what I have done, but under the circumstances. They can go jump in a lake, Harry asked. Would that it was that easy, Dumbledore sighed. With their help, we might have been able to find a legal way to enter Bellatrix's vault. As it is, they have forced us to plan a heist. Let's do the first one as soon as possible, Harry said, while the ministry is still disorganized. Once they start looking for us seriously, it will get considerably more difficult. Dumbledore agreed. The smell of salt and the sound of waves were the first things he was aware of as he stumbled onto a high outcrop of dark rock over the water. Behind them was a sheer cliff, dark and foreboding. It was massive and black in the darkness. Waves crashed against the outcrop of rock below and against smaller pieces of rock. It was bleak and barren, unrelieved by any plants or any human detritus. All that existed was the rock, the sea, the moon, and the stars. Tom performed his first murders here, Dumbledore said quietly. Other children from his orphanage. It would fit his sense of irony to place his means of staying alive in the place where he first killed. Harry didn't say anything. He simply stared at the sky. He hadn't had many opportunities to simply look at the sky. At home, he'd been in his cupboard after dark. At Hogwarts, there was curfew, and even astronomy classes viewed the stars through an artificial lens. As much as he loved Sirius's place, both as somewhere safe and as a place he could actually call home, Harry suspected he'd be sick of it before long. To never see the sky, he decided that he'd better drink it in while he could. Dumbledore said, "We still have a ways to go, Harry." Gesturing, he led Harry to the edge of the rock. Looking down, Harry could see a precarious set of handholds leading downwards. He could see why Dumbledore had been suspicious. The fact that he was unable to apparate to the bottom would clinch the deal. No one put up anti-apparition wards in places they didn't have something to protect. Dumbledore scrambled down the rock like a much younger man, while Harry cursed to himself and followed behind him, falling and spilling his brains out on a rock and having to reset simply because he couldn't hold on to a lichen-encrusted rock would be humiliating. Being physically outperformed by a man 100 years his senior would be just as humiliating. To his relief, they both managed to reach the bottom without any mishap. Dumbledore pulled out his wand, and a moment later hundreds of lights appeared under the water. Although the lights that bobbed above the water were golden, the lights from below had a greenish tint, one that Harry found somewhat pleasant. "Do you mind getting wet?" Dumbledore asked. Harry shook his head. A moment later, Dumbledore took a deep breath and dove under the water. The man was apparently a much better swimmer than Harry, even after the time he'd spent preparing for the second task under the Hogwarts lake. Harry scowled and cast a quick bubble-headed charm on himself, then dived after him. The water was icy, but a quick flick of his wand sent a sudden sensation of warmth over him. He'd learned his lesson in the cold Scottish lake outside his school. Frostbite was nothing to make fun of. He followed behind the shrinking figure of Dumbledore as they moved through an underwater fissure. Harry noticed that the lights behind him winked out as he entered the cave, undoubtedly to keep anyone from noticing that someone was there. The light from inside the cave continued, however, and Harry ignored a branching cave to the side as he continued to follow Dumbledore. He saw Dumbledore step out of the water, and Harry quickly followed suit. "This is simply the entrance hall," Dumbledore said. "The true secret is hidden further within." He began moving around the room, murmuring to himself. Harry recognized some of his wand movements as being the same as he'd used when checking for traps in the Gaunt Shack. Harry kept very still. After the last time, he didn't want to risk setting off another trap. After all, he wanted to keep his head. A moment later, Dumbledore stopped. He pointed his wand, and white light blazed forth, illuminating a passage where before there had only seemed a wall. Dumbledore moved cautiously through the tunnel ahead of him, murmuring spells of detection. Finally, they reached a dead end, and Dumbledore spent an abnormally long time studying it. "Crude," he said finally. Looking back at Harry, said, "I rather think that the wall is expecting a payment of blood before it will allow us to continue." "Could we simply blast our way through?" Harry asked. "Not without risking alerting him," Dumbledore said. "There may be spells that I cannot see." Harry nodded. "Does it have to be real blood?" Harry asked. "Or will transfigured blood do as well?" Sometimes wizards had a tendency to fail to see the obvious. There had been a time where Harry had been tempted to follow Peter Pettigrew's lead and attempt to fake his own death. Learning to transfigure blood had seemed like a good first step. The blood he created was even superficially similar to his own, as he'd used it as a template. Dumbledore stared at him. "You've learned to transfigure blood." Harry could understand his confusion. It wasn't a skill taught at Hogwarts, and as it wasn't particularly useful to anyone, it wasn't easy to find out information on how to do. Blood was, after all, much more complicated than a simple substance like phosphorus. It had numerous parts, some of them living. Harry shrugged. "There was a plan I had that didn't pan out. Do you think it'll set off any alarms if we try?" Dumbledore shook his head. "Destroying the wall certainly would. Attempting to use the wrong kind of blood simply might not work." Harry nodded. He reached up and grabbed a piece of his hair. He pulled it out and winced. A moment later, he threw the hair against the wall and pointed his wand. Red droplets soaked into the wall, and a moment later, an arch appeared in the wall, blazing silver. The rock that had been where it sat simply vanished. Dumbledore murmured for a moment, presumably checking for traps, before nodded and stepping forward. Harry stopped involuntarily as he stepped through. The vast cavern and black lake on the other side shouldn't have been there. "Beware of the water," Dumbledore murmured before he began to make his way around the lake. Harry followed cautiously. His spine tingled. Everything here felt wrong in a way that felt oddly familiar. They made their way around the lake in endless, oppressive silence. Dumbledore's feet made slapping sounds as he walked, but Harry's feet were almost silent. He was pleased to see that the skills he'd been practicing since first year hadn't atrophied. If he was going to murder Voldemort, he'd probably have to catch him unawares. "It's here, isn't it?" Harry asked finally. Dumbledore nodded. "In the middle of the lake?" Harry asked. It made the most sense. Why have a moat if there wasn't something to protect? "I believe so, Harry," Dumbledore said. "Could we just Accio the Horcrux?" Harry asked. In his practice learning to use Accio wandlessly, he'd found that his power with a wand had been increased greatly. "One can only try," Dumbledore murmured. "Accio Horcrux," he called out. 20 feet out, something large and pale exploded out of the water. It was fast, and it splashed back into the water before Harry could get a good look at it. Harry staggered back and flinched as he felt Dumbledore's hands on his shoulders, steadying him. "Guardians, right?" he asked. Dumbledore gave a small nod of his head. Harry stared at the dark expanse. If it had more than one of whatever that thing had been, he didn't like his chances. "I don't suppose you brought a broom," he muttered. Dumbledore shook his head. "I am certain that Tom would have taken that into consideration. I think there is only one way across." "A boat," Harry said, "and I doubt he left one here." Dumbledore looked around. Eventually he found a green glowing chain, but when he pulled it out of the water, it was broken at the end. "I rather think we'll have to make our own. I hope you haven't forgotten how." Harry scowled. The kind of boat that had gotten him across the lake during the second task would hardly suffice here. He'd need something with much higher sides. He began to gather dirt from the shore, pointed his wand, and began to visualize. The fact that he'd never spent time on the water made it much more difficult. He hadn't been raised around boats the way a few of his classmates had. He'd seen them on the telly, however, and he knew what he needed. He needed something stable. He had a sneaking suspicion that somewhere along the way whatever was in the water would try to capsize them. As he opened his eyes, he saw that he'd created a small pontoon boat. It was still a little crude. The boat still had the color and granularity of the sand that it had been made for, but the pontoons were filled with air and were wide. He had a little concern that the pontoons would make it easier for whatever was in the water to climb aboard, but better that than to go under the water. Dumbledore murmured in a low tone, "What are you doing?" Tom undoubtedly set traps to be triggered by the power of those passing over the water. While you have come a long way, your power is a mere shadow of mine. I must avoid using my power as we pass over, lest we be noticed. Whereas I'm too weak to notice, Harry said dryly. Truthfully, I believe that you are just below the limit Tom has set, Dumbledore said. Any more powerful, and he would actually think you dangerous. Harry clambered into the boat, and Dumbledore clambered in behind him. The spell used in Hogwarts to move the boats across the lake wasn't very good at getting the boat across the sand. Harry eventually had to use Wingardium to reduce the weight enough for them to finally slide into the water. Although Harry concentrated on moving the boat across the water, he couldn't help but see the bodies floating beneath them. One of them had been the thing that had jumped, and he suspected that all of them were capable of waking and attacking. "Fire, Harry," Dumbledore said at his expression. "Light and fire repels creatures of the dark. I have no doubt that once we have what we seek, they will awaken." Harry grimaced. The last thing he needed was to add death by drowning to his ever-growing list. Despite his concerns, they made their way across the lake at a good pace. None of the creatures awoke, and no pale white hands reached over the side of the boat to grasp at them as Harry's fevered imagination suggested. They reached the island, which was small, but larger than the Dursleys' living room. In the center was a stone basin, rather like a pensive. Greenish light was glowing from within. Dumbledore reached into the basin as Harry stared disbelievingly. "It is warded against being touched," Dumbledore said. "I cannot be transfigured, vanished, or charmed, or made to otherwise change its nature. I believe it was meant to be drunk." He conjured a goblet. "Are you insane?" Harry asked. Images of poison, of a blackened curse creeping up Dumbledore's hand, flashed across his mind. He wouldn't drink anything here for any price. "It's the only way, Harry," Dumbledore said. Harry shook his head. "There's always another way." He stood and thought for a moment, then stooped and began gathering rocks from the ground beneath them. He closed his eyes and opened them again. "Hedgehogs, Harry?" Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded. He wasn't the best at transfiguring living things, and so it was better to go with something he was intimately familiar with from class. He lifted each of 6 hedgehogs and set them on the rim of the basin. He closed his eyes and forced them to lean their faces into the water. They began screaming. It was high-pitched and pained. Harry flinched but forced his will on them, forcing them to continue drinking. Harry opened his eyes and he could see them writhing. Even though they were only creations of magic, it bothered Harry, watching their pain and agony. Although each of them only had to drink a sixth of the bowl, they were much smaller than a human, and so their pain was proportionally greater. By the time the water was gone, Harry wished he'd brought earmuffs from her biology class. The hedgehogs fell backwards, landing on the ground and vanishing in an explosion of dust. It was a mercy, and Harry suspected they were all happier going back into nothingness. Before Dumbledore could do anything, Harry darted forward. His role was as insurance. If Voldemort had created one last trap, he wanted to be the one that was impacted so they'd have a chance to do it again. He snatched a locket from the bottom of the basin, and a moment later he heard splashes in the water behind him. The guardians of the lake were waking. Hundreds of men, women and children were moving through the water toward the island. It sickened Harry to watch them. Each creature had probably required a murder to create. Before Dumbledore could react, Harry cast a massive depulsor. A massive amount of sand from the island exploded out over the lake, which was writhing with bodies. Harry cast a single, massive transfiguration on that sand, and then he put up the most powerful shield he could possibly create, stepping between Dumbledore and the water. The moment the former sand hit the water, it exploded into white light. The creatures in the water screamed as they burned. Harry turned and blasted more sand in the direction behind them, repeating his action. It was enough to slow the creatures that had almost reached the shore. As the flames began to die down, Harry began to transfigure the surface of the water into a substance he'd had Sirius send him. It was a combination of petrol and a gelling agent and phosphorus. It would stick to anything, and it would continue to burn, even underwater. As the army of undead creatures screamed and burned, Dumbledore stared at him. Wizards tended to think that magical power was the only measure of how dangerous someone was. Harry intended to show them all the error of their ways. Tom is going to find out how dangerous I really am, Harry said, staring at the creatures writhing in the water dispassionately. He glanced at Dumbledore, whose face looked shocked in the light of the fire. They all are. Voldemort had intended to send him a message. Don't use every tool available, or he would return the favor. He'd killed someone Harry had cared about, even if only a little while to do it. Harry intended to make sure that he never had the chance. Strike hard, strike fast, and the enemy would never have a chance to know what hit him. Watching his enemies burn, Harry knew that this was just the beginning. 68. Water. This isn't the real locket, Harry said numbly. All the work, the risk and danger, and they were no closer to ending it than they had been before the night began. They were further from it, in fact. Someone had gotten there before them and switched the locket for another one. It wasn't the same as the locket that had been lost. Dumbledore had recognized that immediately once he'd seen it. The author claimed they were going to destroy the Horcrux, Dumbledore said. Perhaps our work has been done for us. Do you want to risk the world on that? Harry asked. If we assume that it was destroyed and go after the other Horcruxes and were wrong? Dumbledore nodded soberly. It will be particularly difficult because we have no idea who this R.A.B. is. Assuming it's not a nickname or an alias, there's only 10,000 wizards in Great Britain that it could possibly be, Harry said. Harry scowled and stared at the fire in front of him. He was glad that they'd left after everyone else had gone to bed. The last thing he wanted to do was face Hermione with a look of defeat on his face. Not so many, Dumbledore said. I spoke to a Muggle private detective once, if you will recall, and he told me a little of what he did. I believe that we can use that sort of reasoning here to reduce the number of suspects. Harry looked up, interested. I believe we can eliminate anyone who has not yet left school, Dumbledore said. As I believe that few would have the power to do what we did. Furthermore, I believe that none would have the knowledge of Tom's life to have found the place in the first place. So a Slytherin then, Harry said. Probably someone who was around during the last war. Perhaps one of his own acquaintances has betrayed him, Dumbledore said. Harry slumped in his chair. If he found out about it, he may have already killed the man and moved the Horcrux somewhere more secure. Or perhaps the note is, as it says, a declaration that one part of Tom's soul is already gone. We can't move until we know for sure, Harry said. He scowled. And I was certain that we were almost done. Patience, my boy, Dumbledore said. All hurrying will do is get you killed. Again. Harry waved his hand irritably. He was tired of it all, ready for it to be done one way or another. When would he finally be able to be free? It's going to be a while before Dumbledore can find out who R.A.B. is or was, Harry said. And that means that we're going to be stuck here for quite a while. Sirius, Neville and Hermione were all sitting around the table, staring at him. They just had breakfast, which had been cleared away, leaving them alone. I don't know what he was thinking, taking you with him anyway, Sirius said. You are both hunted men, and I know what that's like. If you don't think Umbridge still has a few Dementors behind her, you're sadly mistaken. That's exactly why I need your help, Harry said. We can't just sit here and stagnate. We have to keep working and getting stronger. The fact that they might not be able to go back to school until this was all resolved apparently hadn't occurred to Hermione. He saw a sudden look of dismay on her face, one that quickly vanished as she saw him looking at her. What do you have in mind? Sirius asked. Training, of course, Harry said, but there's two things in particular that I want to learn. He'd thought about what he was going to ask long and hard. Both were borderline illegal, at least for someone his age, but he doubted that Sirius would care about that. Hermione might complain about it, but she'd give in eventually. Apparition, I'm guessing, Sirius said. But what's the second one? From the look on his face, Harry suspected that Sirius knew what he was going to say, but he was going to force him to say it. I want to learn how to do what you do, Harry said. Teach me to be an animagus. Sirius shook his head. You don't ask for much, do you? Illegal, rarely very useful, and difficult as hell to pull off. Why do you think most wizards don't bother to learn it? Because they don't have the entire wizarding world chasing after them and don't need every single trick they can to survive, Harry asked. It's only illegal if he's unregistered, Hermione said weakly. Nobody registers, Sirius said. It defeats the entire point of being an animagus. It's only useful if no one knows you can do it. Only 7 animagi had registered in the last 100 years. However, James Potter, Peter Pettigrew, and Sirius Black had all managed it as schoolboys, which meant it couldn't be nearly as rare as official record had it. Well, if Harry is going to learn it, I will as well, Hermione said. Harry stared at her in surprise. He wasn't entirely adverse to the idea, but he was surprised that she'd do something so blatantly illegal. It was one thing for Harry to do it. He was already a fugitive. For Hermione to do so was an entirely different kettle of fish. Sirius stared at them both, then at Neville, who held up his hands. I still can't even get a clumency. If I try mucking around with transfiguring myself, I'll end up with a duck's head on my bum or something. It was probably for the best. Neville was brave, but he wasn't a prodigy like Hermione, and he didn't have Harry's secret advantages. He probably didn't realize that Harry thought that made him even more brave than the rest of them. He was powerless compared to what they were up against, but he was still willing to stand up for his friends. That's actually a possibility, Sirius said. It can go horribly wrong, and if it goes wrong enough, there might not be any coming back from it. Harry glanced at Hermione. Was a small chance of escaping if they were ever captured again worth the risk? She was as much at risk for being captured as he was, and if she could rescue herself, he'd be much happier. It was worth the risk, because their lives were already in constant danger. He took a deep breath and nodded. Let me tell you what's involved, Sirius said. And if you still want to continue, we'll go with it. First, you have to poison yourself. As Harry retched violently into the loo, he wondered what had made his father and his father's friends go through this so willingly. Mandrake root was a poison, and for the spell to work it had to be kept in the cheek for a month before being used in a potion. Sirius was able to reduce the effects enough to keep him from stopping breathing, but doing more would simply make the potion useless. His head felt like it was going to explode, and he felt dizzy and weak. His cheek felt numb, which made it hard to recite the spell 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night. Harry persevered, though, because he knew that there would come a time when it might make the difference between life and death. Harry retched again. He hoped he wasn't going through all of this only to turn into something stupid like a deer. He knew that was his father's animagus form, but it wouldn't fit his own needs at all. Deer were large and obvious. With the exception of their antlers and hooves, they weren't particularly dangerous. What Harry needed was something small, unobtrusive, and fast. If he had his choice, he'd become a housefly, with a form like that he'd be able to hide anywhere and fly as well. Being a crow wouldn't be bad. Sirius had told them that patronuses and animagi forms were often the same, although not always. Becoming a mongoose wouldn't be too bad. If he'd been able to change form, he would have been able to escape the last time Voldemort had captured him at the end of the tournament. Of course, a trick like that would only work once, but once might be all that it took. Blearily, Harry rested his head on the lip of the toilet bowl. He stared at the grain of the wood on the wall beside him. Strangely, the patterns in the wood seemed to be moving. Harry grimaced. Hallucinations were part of the package as well. It was hard to see McGonagall going through this. Harry suspected that there had to be a better way, and Sirius was just giving them the version cooked up by a group of 15-year-old boys. He'd survive this. The last thing he wanted to do was reset and have to do it all over again. The surprising thing was that Hermione hadn't given up. Although she was pale and sickly looking, she'd chosen to go through all of it, all while Neville looked grateful that he'd chosen to opt out. What motivated her? Harry had an absolute conviction that he was going to be captured again, and that he would need this to escape, but she wouldn't have that. What was making her go through this hell when she didn't have to? Was it loyalty or something? More. Harry dry heaved. His body had already expelled everything it could in a futile attempt to remove the poison. He had to be insane to go through this voluntarily. What impressed him was that his father and his friends had all gone through this as a way to help Remus during his transformations as a werewolf. They had to be incredibly loyal to even try this. much less persevere for a month. He could only hope to match their determination. That should do it, Sirius said. Harry stared at him, even as his tongue moved around his now empty mouth. After a month of having a cheek filled with mandrake root, of having to recite spells with a numbed tongue, it felt odd to have nothing there. Hermione looked just as perplexed. The effects of the poison had gotten better over time, as they had leached out of the root and into their systems, but they had never quite gone away. Harry was looking forward to a day without headaches or nausea. The potion itself doesn't take much time at all to make, Sirius said. The hard part is getting the ingredients. Harry scowled. If he reset, he wasn't sure if he'd be willing to put himself through all of this again. He certainly wouldn't put Hermione through it. Feeling was coming back to his cheek, though, and he was already feeling better than he had in a month. Wizardly healing was an amazing thing, even if Sirius wasn't particularly good at it. He and Hermione sat in silence as Sirius brewed both sets of potions. I didn't think the two of you would go through with it, Sirius said. Considering everything that's involved, I'm impressed. He finished the potions, then handed one to Hermione and the other to Harry. Drink up, he said. Harry nodded, then put the vial to his lips. He'd watched Sirius brew the potion, and he knew everything that went into it. It wasn't poison, or at least not anything more than Harry had been doing to himself over the past month. It burned as it went down. He suddenly felt cold chills going down his spine as the potion spread throughout his system. He staggered backward, almost falling over the chair behind him, and he dimly noticed that Hermione was having a similar reaction. It takes a little getting used to, Sirius said, but it won't work without it. After a month of dealing with the effects of poison, Harry would have thought he was ready for anything. He wasn't. His entire body spasmed at once, and he fell to the floor, his muscles cramping all at once. Dimly he saw Neville standing over them both, looking as though he was about to panic. They'll be fine, Sirius assured him. As his vision dimmed, Harry began to doubt Sirius's definition of fine. Transfiguration normally involves visualizing exactly what you are creating, Sirius said. This isn't like that at all. Harry felt better than he had in a month. His entire body felt energized, and the numbness and pain that had been part of his existence for all that time was gone. Hermione was looking better as well, physically at least. The look of frustration on her face, as Sirius tried to describe the next step in the process, was almost funny. How can you transfigure yourself if you don't know what you're going to become? Hermione asked. They just spent years learning to focus their minds, to visualize exactly what they were planning to create. Now Sirius was telling them to do something completely different, and Hermione was having a problem with it. It's a little like pointing at the night sky, Sirius said. If you concentrate on your finger, you'll miss everything else. The stars, the moon, the beauty of the universe. Don't concentrate on the finger. Hermione apparently didn't do well with metaphors. Her face screwed up as she tried to understand. So you are saying don't focus on what we are trying to become. Empty your mind, Sirius said. Be formless, shapeless, like water. The animal you'll become is already within you. You simply have to give it the opportunity to come out. Harry suspected that Hermione was going to have a harder time doing that than he would. Her mind always seemed to be racing, and he suspected that she never ever stopped thinking. She didn't say anything, even though her thoughts were clear on her face. She obviously wanted to protest, but knew Sirius was the expert. We aren't just crude matter, Sirius said. There's something within us that's luminous. That's who we really are. Matter is just an illusion, and it's malleable. Then shouldn't we be able to become anything? Hermione asked. Not just one thing. We're limited by our own minds. I think it's hard for us to fully become anything else, much less many things. Harry nodded slowly. He'd be happy just being one thing. As a fly, he'd be able to infiltrate almost any stronghold, crawling under doors and being unobtrusive. Even as a mongoose, he'd still have more options. It's good that you've both had a clumency training, Sirius said. Because clearing your mind is the first step in this, not just on the surface, but deep down within. Now sit down, Sirius said, and we're going to start trying to teach you how not to think. Why did Harry have a suspicion that this part would have been easier for his father and his friends than it would be for Hermione or even Harry himself? It had been a week and still nothing. You have to unlearn everything you've learned, Sirius said for what seemed like the 100th time. I can't. Hermione protested. This just doesn't make sense. Changing by not changing. Being like water. Can't you just say what you mean? You could give up, Sirius said. But that would mean that everything you've gone through was for nothing. Hermione sighed. Fine. Harry closed his eyes and he tried again, being nothing, formless, a void. It was difficult for him because he'd lived his entire life since the first reset in the past and the future. He rarely had time to enjoy the moment. Animals lived in the moment. There was nothing but now to them, and that was the mindset he had to have if he was to become one of them. An eternal, endless moment. That was what it was to become an animal, letting go of all human concerns and worries. That was the part that was hardest for Harry, not the poisoning or the spells or the potion. Worrying had become part of his nature, woven into the fabric of his existence in an inextricable way. Learning to give that up wasn't easy. Harry closed his eyes and tried again to release all his worries and his pain. It was easier said than done. He began by following his occlumency training, letting his surface mind drift away. Harry! Hermione's voice sounded panicked. Harry opened his eyes and was confused for a moment. The fire had gone down, and he wondered how long he'd been sitting there. He felt a little strange. Your leg, Harry, Hermione said, her voice strangled. He looked down and saw that his leg was sticking out from his robe. It was long and hairy and inhuman. His shoes and socks were gone. All that was left was a foot with claws on the end. Not a fly, then. At least there weren't hooves at the end of his foot. That wouldn't have done at all. It's nothing to worry about, Sirius reassured them. It means that it's working. Over the next few days, Harry struggled to get it right. Sometimes his torso would elongate, other times it was his face. He would grow hair and sometimes he wouldn't. He would grow claws on his otherwise human feet or fangs in his mouth. He sometimes felt like he would never get it right, even though Sirius seemed to think he was making good progress. Hermione was beginning to change as well, although always a few days behind Harry. This seemed to frustrate her, and he had to keep reassuring her that this wasn't post-reset and he wasn't cheating. It was almost a week later when he finally succeeded. The world shrank around him and his vision sharpened, as did his sense of smell. It was a little like the supersensory charm, except that he had a more thorough understanding of exactly what he was smelling and what it meant. He ran over the carpet to the mirror Sirius had set up so that they could see the mistakes they were making. Standing up on his hind legs, he stared at himself. He was tiny. He was only a little taller than his hand normally was. He was starkly built, but his face was short and pointed, and his tail was long and pointed. His most distinctive feature was rings around his eyes in the shape of his glasses. Those most definitely were not normal for what he had become. Apparently, he was going to be a dwarf mongoose, and somehow he couldn't feel dissatisfied with that. He heard a noise from behind him, and he whirled, marveling at how easily his body responded to him. Hermione morphed and changed, dropping to the floor as she too changed into something else. The otter she had become had a fur color that was distinctively hers, and its fur was suspiciously bushy. However, as she moved across the floor to nuzzle him, Harry realized that she was at least 5 times his size. It didn't seem to bother her, though, and a moment later they were playfully wrestling, flipping, and rolling across the floor. Being a mongoose felt like the best thing that had ever happened to him. No worries, no anxiety, simply predatory focus and fun. It was illegal, difficult to accomplish, and almost useless, but Harry felt a thrill of accomplishment. This wasn't something he'd done by cheating or reliving life over again. He'd done this. Besides, he doubted that Hermione would have wrestled with him as a human. If she did, it might have become awkward. 69. Proud. That's the reason that the blood wards failed, Harry concluded. And that Dumbledore has taken me on dangerous missions. Sirius, Moody and Neville were staring at Harry. Neville looked a little pale. Neville had been practicing occlumency, while Hermione and Harry had tried to become animagi. Apparently the urgency of the situation had gotten though to him because he'd finally buckled down and taken things seriously. It was a risk telling them about his resets and about the hunt for the Horcruxes. The more people who knew, the more danger that someone would be captured and interrogated. However, Harry had felt increasingly guilty about concealing things from Neville, and he was realizing that he and Dumbledore alone weren't going to be enough to get everything done. And these bits of Riddle's soul are out there, Moody asked. You know where they are? Harry shook his head. We thought we did, but in the last place we looked, someone had already found it and left a replacement. As unbelievable as it all sounded, the three of them looked like they were taking it quite seriously. Dumbledore's presence by his shoulder probably helped with that. Hermione sat on the other side, obviously having already been told. Harry saw a flash of a hurt expression on Neville's face before it disappeared. It probably bothered him that he hadn't been told when Hermione had, but he obviously realized that his lack of occlumency skill had been at fault. Dumbledore nodded. I have been investigating to the best of my ability, but there isn't much to go on. If I still had access to the records at Hogwarts, it would be easy enough. There can't be too many wizards with the initials R.A.B. What? Sirius asked, looking suddenly alert. There was a note, Dumbledore said. He pulled it out of his pocket, showing it to them, along with a replacement locket. I know this handwriting, Sirius said, grabbing the note. And this locket. Creature, he shouted. The elderly house elf slunk into the room, looking as sullen and resentful as ever. He stiffened the moment he saw the locket. A moment later, he rushed forward, yanking it out of Sirius's hand. No, no, Creature said, grabbing the locket and cradling it. He looked up at them and scowled, cradling the locket protectively and turning away from them, as though to protect the locket with his own body. Creature, Sirius said, tell me what you know about this, and tell me truthfully. I command you. An expression of hatred flashed across the house elf's face before he slowly nodded. The Dark Lord called out for proper wizards to come to his side, and Master Regulus answered. He was always a good boy, a proper boy, ready to uphold the pride and the honor of the noble House of Black, unlike the other nasty boy. Creature gave a baleful look at Sirius, who gave an impatient wave. A year after he'd joined, Master Regulus came to the kitchen. He'd always liked Creature, been good to Creature, loved Creature. Creature stared down at the locket in his hands, then wrapped them tightly around it again. He said the Dark Lord needed an elf. An elf? Harry asked. Why? He could think of a dozen uses for a house elf. They could be used to get around anti-apparition wards, for one thing. No one noticed them. They made a career out of being unnoticed. If Harry had been willing to use assassins, house elves would have been at the top of his list. Thinking of just what uses Voldemort might have for a house elf was worrying. The only thing that would keep him from using them to their full capacity was arrogance. He looked down on non-humans. However, he'd shown himself to be a pragmatist at unfortunate times. Yes, Creature said. It was supposed to be an honor for him and for Creature, who was supposed to do whatever he said and then come home. Creature's entire body shuddered and he hunched in on himself. He looked even more miserable than he usually did, and he usually looked pathetic. Harry grimaced. He made you drink the potion, didn't he, from the basin? Creature nodded miserably. Creature saw terrible things. It burned, and the Dark Lord laughed and made him drink it all. He dropped a locket into the water. And filled it back up, Harry said. I'll bet he left you there. It would fit with what he knew of Voldemort, arrogant and secure in his power. To him, a house elf was less than nothing, less even than a mudblood, because at least mudbloods were vaguely human. Creature stared at him, the whites of his eyes showing. Creature was so thirsty. He crawled to the water, but the dead white hands came and dragged him under the water. So you apparated out, Harry said. Harry knew he was rushing the house elf story, but he couldn't help it. He was impatient to get to the only important part, the one thing that mattered more than anything else. Where was the locket? Master Regulus said Creature had to return, Creature said, as though it was obvious. House elves have to obey, no matter what they might wish, Sirius said. They have no choice in the matter. They were slaves, like a genie in the lamp. Harry had known that from the moment he'd begun researching them along with all the other creatures near Hogwarts. Hermione obviously hadn't, because she looked outraged, but fortunately didn't say anything as Creature began speaking again. Master Regulus looked worried, very worried, Creature said. He came to see Creature in his cupboard late one night, and he was strange. Not himself. He was disturbed. The house elf fell silent again. He was looking more and more traumatized as he relived the memories. It bothered Harry's conscience to press him on this, but the answer to the question was too important. He made you drink the potion, Harry asked, so he could replace the locket. Most purebloods saw house elves the way muggles saw vacuum cleaners, as a convenience. The only difference was that house elves were harder to replace. The wall on the upper floor of the house they were in now with mounted, stuffed elf heads told the story as well as anything. Weeping now, Creature shook his head. Hermione gasped, as though she'd suddenly realized something that was still eluding Harry. He made Creature leave him. The house elf was sobbing now. Ordered him to destroy the locket. Creature watched as they pulled him down under the water. Hermione was crying now. She started to move toward the house elf, but Harry put his hand on her arm and shook his head slightly. The house elf wouldn't appreciate being touched, especially by a muggle-born. After having lived with him for more than 6 weeks, Harry knew that much. "Did you destroy the locket?" Harry asked, leaning forward. It was the single question that needed answering, along with the follow-up question of where the locket was if it had not been destroyed. Creature tried everything. Nothing would work. So many spells on the casing. The way to destroy it was to get inside, Creature is sure. He tried to destroy it, failed, punished himself, and tried again, over and over. Creature was slamming himself into the ground over and over. "Stop that," Sirius said irritably. Creature looked up. Mistress was so sad when Master Regulus disappeared, but he had told Creature to never tell her what happened in the cave. She sobbed and sobbed. "Do you have the locket?" Harry asked, leaning forward. Everything hinged on the answer to this single question, and Harry had to stifle an impulse to grab the house elf by the arms and shake him. Creature stared at him and didn't say anything. "Answer him," Sirius commanded. Harry made a note to himself that he'd have to talk to Sirius about how he treated Creature. House elves had ways of getting around orders. He'd seen that with Darby and the Malfoys. Angering someone who knew everything that happened in your household wasn't smart. He wondered if there was some way to take advantage of that. Most house elves were owned by old, pureblood families, the exact sort of people who would turn to Tom Riddle's racist ideology. Yes. Harry sat back, suddenly relieved. All the work they had done hadn't gone to waste. There was still a chance of beating him after all. He felt as though a weight had been taken off his chest. A sudden thought occurred to him. Lord Voldemort was attracted to irony and symbolism. It would be fitting if his own end was somewhat ironic. How would you like a chance at fulfilling your master's last order? Being destroyed by a creature lower than a mudblood, lower than a goblin, by a slave that he'd left to die, that was deliciously ironic. Additionally, it would mean that Harry hadn't completely destroyed Voldemort's soul, at least not on his own. Creature went still, staring at him. He almost looked as though he didn't understand what Harry had just told him. "We've got Dumbledore, the only wizard more powerful than the Dark Lord," Harry said. "And we have me, who is the only one who is destined to kill him. If we can't open it, we can find someone who can." Creature continued to stare at him, then rose to his feet. A moment later, he was out of the room. Hermione was still crying quietly, and Neville looked ill. Harry himself had to wonder just how much of creature nature was because of whatever had been in the basin. How much was his inability to carry out his master's last commands, and how much was from general mistreatment? It was possible that he could reverse at least one of those, leaving them all a little safer. He could see, however, that he was the only one who thought so. "Are you sure that giving him a basilisk's fang is a good idea?" Dumbledore asked mildly. Did he think Creature was going to attack them? Harry wouldn't be surprised if Dumbledore didn't have some prejudices of his own. He'd been born in another age, in a mostly wizarding village. Things had been different in the late 1800s, and Harry was sure Dumbledore tried to be fair, but his outlook had to be somewhat different from that of Harry's. "I'll be the only one close to him," Harry said, "and Sirius can order him not to. We should be relatively safe." Creature ran back into the room, holding both lockets. Dumbledore took the Horcrux gingerly and began to examine it. "There are spells on the surface of the locket that I do not recognize," he said, "but those that I do see include charms to make it unbreakable and unaffected by magics of any kind." Harry stared at the locket, with its serpentine S inlaid in jewels. Voldemort had been obsessed with bloodlines, with ancestry, and this was Slytherin's locket. Voldemort had been obsessed with being the heir of Slytherin. Slytherin, the Parseltongue. It would be just like him to copy something that Slytherin had created, like the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. "I think I know how to open it," Harry said. He looked at Creature. "But if you are the one to destroy it, what comes out will attack you. It will say horrible things. You will have to be brave." "Creature can be brave," Creature said. His face tightened. "If it is for Master Regulus." "The Dark Lord was the one who killed Regulus in a way," Harry said slyly. "What's inside the locket is part of him. If you want revenge against the Dark Lord, this is your way." Creature nodded. Dumbledore put the locket on the table and then reached inside his robe for the basilisk's fang. He'd apparently created a horn-shaped sheath for it, and he was wearing it across his neck. "Be careful with this," Dumbledore said. "It is extremely poisonous. Don't attack any of us with it," Sirius commanded. Again, Creature gave him a look of hatred. The look he gave Harry a moment later was much more sympathetic. "Open," Harry hissed in Parseltongue. The locket clicked open, and a moment later a living eye emerged. It wasn't the slitted snake's eye of Lord Voldemort, but the dark, handsome one of Tom Riddle. "Destroy it," Harry yelled. "Creature," the voice said. "Faithless, disloyal. Your master trusted you and you let him die." "The master ordered it," Creature muttered. "Creature didn't have a choice." "He loved you and you let him die," the voice said. "Didn't tell Mistress even when she was crying her eyes out. What kind of an elf does that? A bad elf." "Don't listen to it, Creature," Harry said urgently. "It's trying to keep you from your duty. Your master's last command. He died because he trusted you to finish this. So finish it. Couldn't even finish what your master commanded. Had to get the help of mudbloods and blood traitors. What would Mistress thigh?" The voice screamed as Creature lunged forward and stabbed downward with the fang. The scream was long and drawn out, and the spirit lunged at Harry, trying to survive in the only other container for a Horcrux around. It vanished before it reached him. "Blacks avenge blacks," Creature said. "Mistress would understand." In that moment, the slumped shoulders Creature had straightened. There was a look of determination on his face. "Thank you, Creature," Dumbledore said, gently taking the fang from his hand. Harry dropped to one knee in front of Creature and put his hand on his shoulder. For once, Creature didn't flinch. "You did the right thing," Harry said. "You would have made your master proud." He looked at the pendant in Creature's other hand. He looked up at Sirius and asked, "Does a pendant count as clothes?" Sirius shook his head. "It would only count if I gave it to him, even if it did." "Would you like to have this?" Harry said. "A remembrance of your master." "I think he'd want you to have it as a reward for your faithful service." It was too much for the elderly house elf. He threw himself on the ground and began to howl. It was 30 minutes before he was himself again, and afterwards he performed a deep bow toward Harry and Dumbledore, and even a slight nod toward Hermione. He ignored Sirius. "Two to go," Harry said. One was hidden in the vaults of Gringotts, the other was the snake that was always in Voldemort's presence. That meant that they had to stage a heist, something that Harry had been thinking about for the past 6 weeks. He'd been questioning Dumbledore, Sirius, and Moody about everything they knew about the bank's defenses. "I've discovered the location of the Lestrange vault," Dumbledore said. "The biggest problem is the thief's downfall," Sirius said. "Otherwise, we could sneak in invisibly and force a goblin to help us." "Could we get a goblin to help us?" Hermione asked. Harry shook his head. "Not willingly. If they claimed they were going to, they'd betray us. Goblins take the bank very seriously. A break-in would be more than just an assault on their honor. It'd be an assault on their way of life. If wizards thought Gringotts wasn't safe, they might attempt to create their own banks. It would be a little like the Ministry trying to go public to the Muggle world about wizards. There might be long-term benefits, but in the short term, there would be a lot of pain. It would lead to another war," Sirius said. "And nobody wants that. The first thing we need to know is if the waters of the thief's downfall work if they don't actually touch the thing enchanted," Harry said. The others looked at him confused. "You are pretty much drenched when you go through," Sirius said. "It gets everywhere." "Get a Muggle container," Harry said. "Something waterproof. Muggle, not something transfigured. Put something inside that has been concealed with magic, then send someone in with it hidden in their robes." "Is all of that really necessary?" Sirius asked. Harry nodded. "I have a plan, but a lot rides on whether my suspicions are correct or not." Dumbledore had been the one to tell him about the thief's downfall. Apparently, he'd investigated the defenses the goblins used before he had places the Philosopher's Stone there. "Some of the lower vaults have dragons guarding them," Sirius said. "It's not a usual service, and it's incredibly expensive, but we have to guess that Bellatrix would have pulled out all the stops to defend her master's soul." Harry nodded soberly. He'd had some experience with dragons. "Does anyone know how the goblins get past the dragons in order to get to the vaults?" Apparently this information had not been shared with Dumbledore. Perhaps he hadn't been able to afford a dragon-guarded vault, or perhaps it was some sort of legacy thing. "We'll need to find out," Harry said. "You'll have to have a goblin," Sirius said. "The lower vaults don't use keys." They have to have the touch of a goblin to open them. Undoubtedly what is inside will be trapped as well, Dumbledore said. I doubt Bellatrix would trust goblins to keep their word. Harry nodded. So I've been thinking about what to do, and I've got a plan. He'd have to be the one to execute it. He'd finish his task or die trying. If he did die trying, then he'd keep dying until he got it right. 70. Vault. Harry had never thought himself claustrophobic, but he found himself uncomfortable now. Their initial experiment had worked like a charm. The thief's downfall had to actually touch an item or person to remove the spells on them and activate the alarm. That was why Harry was in the predicament he was in now. He was caught, trapped in an airless container with a bubblehead charm cast on him by Dumbledore to keep him alive, despite that he was finding it a little hard to breathe. Mongooses were used to going through tunnels after snakes, so he couldn't blame it on his mongoose nature. This was all Harry. Having been crushed to death once by a crowd probably didn't help anything. Apparently Muggle pet owners were sold special pouches so they could carry ferrets around like they were toys. In his dwarf mongoose form, he was actually only a third the size of a regular ferret, so there should have been plenty of room. If they hadn't had to put him in a Tupperware box, he wouldn't have had a problem with it at all. It might have been pleasant to be riding in a pouch resting against a woman's stomach. As it was, he was locked in a clear cylindrical cylinder. If he had to escape, he knew H could kick the lid off, but part of him was becoming stir-crazy, especially as he didn't know what was going on. He only hoped Andromeda Tonks was as reliable as Dumbledore thought. She looked uncomfortably like Bellatrix Lestrange, enough so that it made their plan much easier than it would have been. It was better than Harry's initial plan of using Nymphadora Tonks and having her release the transformation a moment before hitting the thief's downfall. Dumbledore had even found a way to charm the blood test the goblins used sometimes. It didn't take much since Andromeda was Bellatrix's sister. The only problem was that while Andromeda was willing to help, she wasn't willing to be part of the use of any of the unforgivables. Harry himself would have been willing to use Imperio. He was already under threat of Azkaban, but Andromeda would not hear of it. As a result, they'd had to go to an alternate plan. They'd used Muggle hair care products to change her hair color from her natural brown to her sister's black hair. She complained bitterly about the chemical smell and the sting of it. Her eyes were wider set than her sister's, but Harry knew a few tricks of makeup to make them look more close set. The most important thing was that she'd be able to act like her sister, which, from the muffled sounds he could hear from outside the robes, she'd been successful in doing so. There was a sudden jolt, and he was thrown against the side of the container. They were on the cart, leading down into the vaults. Harry resigned himself to an unpleasant ride. It was. What had been a thrilling, if worrying experience when he'd first come down to see his vault was something entirely different in the darkness under her robes. He felt her body jerk as the cart was twisted in one direction. He smashed his head into the top of the container, and it was all he could do not to cry out, although he wasn't sure what that would sound like in mongoose. Apparently, Animagi had some sort of ability to communicate with animals. He hadn't met any real animals yet, only Hermione, who had been reluctant about this plan from the start. The secret was to have a legitimate excuse to visit a vault relatively close to Bellatrix's. The thief's downfall would remove any charms on the caster and on any goblin that went through it, but not on any that came afterward. It would reverse an Imperius, but not an Obliviate. Harry grimaced as he slammed into the other side of the container. He should have insisted on cushioning charms. Maybe he would during his next bank robbery. It would have been easier if there had been holes in the container. Then he'd have been able to hear what was being said. As it was, through the container and through his bubble-headed charm, it all sounded rather muffled. Over and over again he was thrown back and forth inside the small container. In his imagination, water from the thief's downfall got into the container somehow, and he started to change back into himself, only to be crushed to death and suffocated as the container itself did not give. It seemed to take forever as he jerked back and forth inside the container. He eventually found a way to splay his limbs out between the walls in such a way that it didn't hurt as bad when they made a sudden turn. The sound of the waterfall was loud enough to penetrate even the plastic he was encased in. He tensed as it got closer and closer. A moment later, the entire container shook and rattled as water pounded on the outside of it. Harry didn't relax until the sound of the waterfall retreated. He heard a muffled sound, and a moment later he was blinded by light as the robes were thrown aside and Andromeda Tonks loomed above him. She pulled the lid off. "Get out," she said shortly. They were still in the mine car, and it was still moving. The goblin driver was slumped over. She picked the container up and shook him out. He resumed his normal form gratefully. He had never been so grateful to be anywhere. Even the inside of a cavern was better than locked in a tiny box. Harry changed and rose to his feet. Pointing his wand at the driver, he said, "Confundus." The driver woke a moment later and looked around confused. It wasn't a surprise. Between just being stunned and the spell Harry had just cast, his mind shouldn't be working at all well right now. Sirius had been wrong about one thing at least. There weren't dozens of dragons, each guarding their own vaults. There was one, and the dragons controlled it in a way they weren't willing to talk about. "What's going on?" the goblin asked. "You fell over, you fool," Andromeda Tonks said. "Have you been drinking?" She'd had years of experience being around her sister, and while Harry didn't have anything to compare her performance to, the goblin seemed convinced. The goblin raised his hands to his mouth, then stared at it. "What were we doing?" "You were taking me to my vault," Andromeda said haughtily, "with my servant here." Without the Confundus spell, the goblin would have been alerted immediately. Harry's picture was on every wall that the Ministry had control over, wanted posters offering as much money as the Death Eaters. Anyone who caught him would have a difficult decision about who to give him to. Considering the legendary greed of the goblins, Harry would have been handed over to the Ministry before they'd gotten out of the entry hall of the bank. Now, though, the goblin only nodded confusedly. Harry had used Muggle methods to disguise himself as well. He had changed his hair color. He was now as blond as Malfoy, and he'd covered his scar. His glasses were distinctive, so he'd gotten a Muggle pair that were larger and hid more of his face. They hid his eyes as well, which he had been told were quite distinctive. Despite all of this, without the spell he doubted that the goblin would have been fooled. The disguise only made the confused goblin accept their identities more easily. It wouldn't last forever, so the goblin would have to be obliterated afterwards. It wasn't a few moments later that the cart jerked to a stop. A gigantic dragon was tethered in front of them, guarding the 4 or 5 lowest vaults. The dragon didn't look well. Its scales had turned pink and flaky, its eyes were milky and pink, and it was chained from behind by both legs. Muggle authorities would have surely complained that this was cruel, assuming they believed in dragons at all. Goblins, however, had lower standards when dealing with lower life forms. Harry suspected that they actually saw wizards as lower life forms. The dragon roared at them and spread its wings as far as it could throughout the chamber. Its wings brushed the sides of the walls. The dragon didn't look at them properly, and Harry guessed that it was partially blind. Dumbledore's sources had said as much, anyway. The goblin pulled out several sets of metal instruments, handing one to Andromeda and one to Harry. Ignoring Andromeda, who in her role as Bellatrix he assumed had been down here before, the goblin turned to Harry. "The dragon's vision is poor. It's almost blind. It expects pain when it hears these. Do not lose yours, or Gringotts will not be responsible for your untimely death." The goblin grinned, showing a wide, toothy smile. Even confounded, Harry felt uncomfortable around the goblin. Perhaps it was sitting through Bin's recitations of Goblin Wars twice each year. Or maybe it was simply the fact that he knew that goblins hated wizards deep down, and he suspected that they were just waiting for the next rebellion. They shook the clankers, and the sound echoed horribly in the confines of the room. The dragon retreated moaning, and as they approached, Harry could see scars all over its face. The goblins were cruel but practical. They approached the vault, and the goblin looked back at Andromeda. It put its full palm to the door, and a moment later the door vanished. Harry stunned the goblin before it could turn back to them. Obliviation could be reversed by torture, but no one could be forced to relive a memory that had never been formed in the first place. Bellatrix's vault was filled to the ceiling with golden coins and goblets, armor, strange pelts from creatures Harry couldn't identify. There were flasks of potions, and a skull with a jeweled crown. Compared to her vault, Harry's fortune was a drop in the bucket. Cautiously, Harry stepped inside. As he did, The wall to the vault reappeared behind him. He'd been warned about this, part of the reason Andromeda had remained outside. If he became trapped, she would force the goblin to release him. He began casting spells. In the week since they'd hatched the plan, Dumbledore had taught him a number of spells to help him detect traps. Unfortunately, all he'd had time to teach were general-purpose spells. Really tricky traps wouldn't show up for those, and there was no telling what sort of traps Bellatrix would have. There didn't seem to be any of the cutting wire spells, at least. Harry stepped forward, and his foot brushed by a goblet. He yanked his foot away in pain as the goblet became red-hot and multiplied into 20. He grimaced. The Gemino curse. He'd used it on a dragon once, and now it was being used on him. A quick check showed him that there were 2 curses, and they had been cast on every item in the entire room. Anything that was touched would multiply in this room, and anything that was touched would burn. It would be easy to be crushed to death, while being burned from all of the items in the room expanding as a room, and the room was so full that it would be almost impossible not to touch something. Harry was standing perfectly still, but he knew it was only a matter of time before he shifted his weight, and something disastrous happened. He scanned the room for the cup, casting a quick supersensory charm on himself. His vision sharpened, and suddenly everything looked very close. He was looking for something with Hufflepuff's badger on it or Ravenclaw's eagle. Just because they'd destroyed one object owned by Slytherin and another by Ravenclaw didn't mean that there weren't other objects owned by either. After all, Riddle hadn't found Gryffindor's sword. It took him longer to find than he would have thought. It was at the top and in the back, the best place to give the curse full power. "A Keo cup," he said, pointing his wand. He knew it would be useless. Riddle had warded his other Horcruxes against being summoned, but he had to try. Otherwise, he'd be like the prisoner trapped in the room with the door that wasn't locked. The cup didn't move. There was a limited amount of time. The goblin would wake shortly, and while Andromeda could keep stunning him eventually, it might evade her. It certainly wouldn't open the wall again if it was being attacked. Harry took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He shrank, becoming a mongoose again. Being smaller was an advantage, and having the mongoose's legendary agility made everything easier as well. He carefully wound his way around items, careful not to touch anything. Despite his best efforts, he hit a goblet with the tip of his tail, and he felt sudden heat from behind him as it started to multiply. He only made it halfway across before the treasure became too crowded even for his tiny size to move through. He stepped back, aware that the treasure behind him was slowly multiplying, and he resumed his normal form. Harry scowled. If he moved even an inch in any direction, he'd be drowned by the treasure. If he didn't move, the treasure behind him would eventually multiply until it crushed him. Time was running out, and there weren't many good options. A moment's thought showed a solution. First, he cast a flame-freezing charm on himself. Immediately, the heat from the room became nothing more than a gentle warmth. Given that wizards had used it in the past to survive being burned at the stake, it seemed obvious. "Wingardium Leviosa," he said, pointing at a skin that had spines pointing out of it. The skin levitated and didn't multiply. Harry moved the skin toward the cup high on the wall, aware of the growing heat in the room. It was difficult to maneuver the spines to where one would hook onto the handle of the cup. It took Harry several tries, and he felt sure that Flitwick would have been ashamed of him. The skin was bulky, and when he tried to move it, the other spines sometimes got in the way. Harry glanced back. The pile behind him was growing, and there was no longer a pathway that even his mongoose form would be able to navigate. He grimaced, and a moment later he was successful in hooking the handle of the cup. Levitating the whole lot toward him was easy, as was setting it down on the ground before him. Harry reached down his shirt and pulled out the basilisk's fang. He wasn't sure whether destroying the cup now would follow through even if he reset, but he had to try. He stabbed down, and the spirit inside exploded outward, wailing. Harry fell back into the mound of treasure behind him, and it immediately began to multiply around him. The flame-freezing spell was doing its work, and so he was not being burned, but the more important concern was being crushed. Shoving the basilisk fang back in its sheath, he pulled a mirror shard from his pocket. "Now," he yelled. Andromeda had Sirius's other end of the mirror. A moment later, the wall vanished, and the goblin stared at the expanding treasure open-mouthed. She stunned him and then yelled, "Turn!" Harry turned into a mongoose, and he immediately felt himself being crushed by the weight of all the treasure around him. "Akio, mongoose," Andromeda called out. A moment later, he was flying through the air to land in her hand. She dropped him on the floor even as the vault wall reappeared. There was treasure spilled out onto the floor outside the vault. This treasure had stopped multiplying at least, but there wasn't much they could do about its presence. Hopefully it would vanish as most conjured items did before anyone could raise the alarm. Harry was finding it hard to breathe. It hurt, and when he pressed his side, the pain grew even worse. He'd broken some of his ribs. It had happened before, at the Dursleys, for reasons he didn't want to think about now. "Obliviate," he said, pointing his wand at the goblin. He switched back into his mongoose form and allowed himself to be stuffed back into the container, even though it hurt to breathe now. The bubble head charm cast by Dumbledore was still working, but it didn't make his breathing hurt any less. It was possible that his ribs weren't the only thing he had broken. There was darkness inside Andromeda's robes, and there were sounds outside. He could hear the sounds of rushing water as they went through the thief's lament yet again, and he did everything he could to keep himself from squealing in pain as the confounded goblin led them back up toward the top. Harry almost blacked out as the goblin took one turn too rapidly, slamming Harry against the wall of the container. He felt sick, but knew better than to spew inside the bubble head charm. He'd had unfortunate experience with that in the past after all. He could feel the lid to the container come loose, but they were past the waterfall. It made him feel a little better to know that he'd be able to get out if he needed to. The ride up seemed to take much longer than the one down had, and Harry found himself drifting in and out of consciousness. He heard the sounds of angry voices, and then the sounds of spells being exchanged. The lid of the container came loose, and a moment later he slid out, sliding out and onto the ground. As he was blacking out, Harry shifted back into his own form, groaning as he felt a feminine footstep on his chest. A moment later, he heard the sounds of apparition as Andromeda apparated away. He blinked at the sudden light. They were on the street of Diagon Alley outside of Gringotts. 7 auras stared down at him, wands pointed at his head. Harry blacked out. 71. Umbridge. "He needs medical attention," an unknown voice insisted as Harry came back to consciousness. It still hurt to breathe. The auras had stunned him despite his injuries, and apparently they hadn't been particularly gentle in how they'd handled him. Harry felt aches and pains in places that hadn't hurt before. Wasting valuable resources on a criminal, a murderer, seems counterproductive, doesn't it, Ham? The high-pitched, grating voice was familiar. "He murdered my predecessor and undoubtedly would love to murder me. Why would we make him more capable? As he is, it will be difficult to question him," the first voice said. "He knows where Dumbledore is and possibly knows who the other co-conspirators were. We need to put him under questioning." The high-pitched voice was silent for a long moment. "Very well," she said. "Call your Mediwizard. You will need to be prompt about your questioning. I suspect that Mr. Potter will not be in any condition to be further questioned by the end of the evening. You aren't going to have a trial for him. It's within the power of the minister to suspend trials in times of emergency. I am choosing to do so. I will have him kissed by the end of the evening, so hurry back with your questioners, with your Veritaserum, with whatever you need." Harry opened his eyes. He was tied to a chair in a room. Room had walls tiled with pinkish-grey porcelain. There were lace drapes, doilies, and dried flowers covering every available surface. Since he'd learned to become an animagus, his sense of smell had become more intense, but he thought that the cloying scent of flowers would have bothered him even before. Now it was overwhelming. There were shelves behind her covered with dozens of pictures, all of them of cats. The door was behind him. Harry could see it in the reflection off the surface of one of the cat pictures. Glancing around, he saw what he needed, a vent near the ceiling. Animagi were rare, and the ministry was arrogant. There was a very small chance that they hadn't warded the vents. There was a bigger chance that they had, and so he had to look for any other options first. He was tied to a chair, sitting in front of a massive desk that was highly polished. It was covered with a cloth that had pictures of cats on it. A massive chair was on the other side of the desk, but no one was sitting in it. Instead, off to the side, a familiar toad-shaped figure was talking in a low voice with a taller, dark-skinned man. A moment later, the man stepped out of the room, leaving him alone with Dolor's Umbridge. Ah, so you are awake, Mr. Potter, she said, smiling. The smile didn't reach her eyes, and it had a somewhat sinister look. As minister, her clothes were still pink, but they looked much more expensive than the clothes he'd seen her in before. Although the materials were clearly nicer, her taste was still questionable. The clothes were not flattering at all, although Harry suspected that a clothier would have to be a genius to find anything flattering for her to wear. You know, I didn't kill Scrimgeour, Harry said. Why are you trying to frame me? If the Dementor came, Harry would be in serious trouble. He didn't think even his resets would save him then. He had to keep her talking. They'd taken his wand, but his best bet was to take hers and use it against her. If he could get out of the ministry, he might have a chance on the streets of Diagon Alley. Pretending to be innocent, Mr. Potter, after you so horribly attempted to besmirch my reputation and ruin my career. You'd have had all my classmates kissed by Dementors. I warned you, but you didn't care. As a Slytherin, Harry knew better than to bait a woman with so much power over him, but something about her grated on him. Perhaps it was how she'd been responsible for the disaster that had gotten her superior kicked out of office, while she'd gotten away with nothing but a slap on the wrist. She leaned forward over the table. I suppose I'll have to be satisfied with having one Hogwarts student kissed. She smiled a sickly, sweet smile. How much is your master paying you to betray your country? Harry asked. Do you really want to be known as the first minister to take the dark mark on your arm? If he was going to reset, he needed all the information he could get. She'd been a Slytherin in school from what he'd read, but she also thought she had him at his mercy. Harry could only hope that she gave something away. You are the one who was seen in the company of Bellatrix Lestrange, Umbridge said, with one eyebrow raised. You'll be the one remembered as the traitor. She warmed to her subject. Wizarding Britain is a pale imitation of what it once was. Once the current troubles are over, we will bring it back to its previous glories. By enraging the goblins, Harry asked, or by closing the borders so that Voldemort can do what he wants without risking the rest of the world noticing. Don't say that name, she screeched. What? Harry asked. Voldemort, Voldemort, Voldemort. He's got enough spies that he already knows I am here. How long do you think it will be before he comes for me? He wouldn't dare, she hissed. I am the Minister for Magic, and he put you there, Harry interrupted, because he needed a sympathetic toady, a lick-spittle, someone who could make the entire country hate her so much that he'll look like the better option. Harry knew it was a mistake the moment he said it. He couldn't help but hate the woman who had almost had his entire class kissed through her own incompetence and then tried to blame him. Her wand was in her hand faster than he would have expected. I'd keep a civil tongue in your head, she said. I'd hate to have to interrupt an escape attempt. Why don't you try an Avada Kedavra? Harry taunted. It worked so well for Voldemort. Maybe you'll end up as a face trapped on the back of someone's head. You'd look better. If he could get her to kill him, he might have a chance to do the whole thing again, this time without mistakes. Of course, the first thing he had to do was learn what mistakes he had made. How had they been caught? Crucio, she shouted. Harry's body arched and he screamed in his chair. It wasn't good for his breathing, and he blacked out a moment later. What did you do to him? The voice had an accusatory tone. There were signs to the Cruciate's curse, but one didn't accuse the Minister for Magic of using an unforgivable on a helpless prisoner, not without facing Azkaban. Nothing, Umbridge lied. He simply had a seizure and passed out. Perhaps the Auras who handled him before were a little too enthusiastic about their jobs. I understand my predecessor was rather popular with them. And you didn't call for help. Harry kept his eyes closed. He could learn more if they thought him unconscious, and if they knew he was conscious, they might be on their guard. Potter is a tricky one. I assumed it was another of his ruses. Harry felt liquid on his lips. He drank, and a moment later he felt a cold heat flowing throughout his body. Brachia memento, he heard the voice say, and a moment later he felt a sweet sort of relief. His breathing eased, and the pain in his chest subsided. It did nothing for the various aches and pains throughout his body, but it was a vast improvement. Umbridge had been right about one thing. Giving him back his health had been foolish. Now that he could breathe and think, his mind was racing with half a dozen plans for getting out of this. It is my duty as a healer to keep him healthy, the voice said. Whatever else may happen to him. Are you insinuating something? Umbridge asked sweetly. Perhaps you'd like to serve someplace less pleasant, like the bottom of a ditch somewhere. Harry had little doubt that Umbridge would be willing to kill to keep her position and her secrets. She was willing to destroy his soul after all. I understand that he is needed for interrogation, the voice said. Perhaps I need to remain to see that he is healthy enough for questioning. There isn't any need for that, Umbridge said airily. I'll watch over him, or perhaps you doubt my ability as a witch. The voice was silent for a moment, long enough to be insulting. I'll see to it that the interrogators are sent as quickly as possible. You do that, she said. Her voice was pleasant. We've got an execution to oversee. The door slammed shut, and there was a sound of retreating footsteps. Umbridge waited several long moments before saying, "You can stop pretending to be asleep." Harry opened his eyes. Umbridge was kneeling on the floor beside him, presumably so she could look him in the face as she made whatever threat she was going to make. He was lying on his side, still tied to the chair. His arms were beginning to chafe. "You know he'll be coming for me, don't you?" She looked down on him and smiled. "Even if you are right and you know who knows you are here, why would he care what I do to some boy who has never been anything but a trouble to everyone? I would have thought he would be pleased that I saved him the trouble." "Because he can't be sure," Harry said. "Sure of what?" she asked, her eyebrow arched. "Sure that you would get the job done." Harry said, "Do you really think he'd have someone competent nominated for the office?" Her face screwed up in rage, and her wand pointed at him. "Repeated crucios leave signs that mediwizards can read," Harry said calmly. "He's already suspicious. Do it again and you'll confirm his suspicions. I don't think he likes you very much." It was risky. There was a good chance that she'd retaliate against a man who had only shown perfunctory kindness toward Harry. He needed to enrage her enough that she'd actually kill him because what he'd told her was true. Voldemort would come. It was his best chance at capturing Harry. While Harry feared Dementors, there was no guarantee that even that would work. Voldemort needed Harry captured and rendered harmless, not given a chance to relive things. Given his recent string of successes, Voldemort wouldn't want Harry resetting everything. It was possible that he'd save Scrimgeour, regain the government. Voldemort had no way of knowing whether Harry could control the times he went back to, although given the deaths of Adrian and Colin, he'd probably guess that he couldn't. Furthermore, he had to suspect that Harry was locked away somewhere with a secret keeper. He didn't have a way to get through that kind of defense, so any chance at Harry was something that had to be taken. "Your best bet is to claim that I tried to escape," Harry said. "I'm sure someone like you can find a way to kill me and make it look like it's not your fault. That's your specialty, right?" Her entire body tensed, and she pointed her wand at him. For once the faux pleasant expression on her face was gone, replaced by something ugly and considering. She was willing to kill. Harry could almost see her weighing her options. There would be a scandal. The Minister for Magic murdering a teenage boy would cause problems for her. Against that was the pleasure of killing her himself. Ordering it done wasn't nearly as satisfying. Still, she was a Slytherin, and being kissed was a much worse fate than just being killed. Harry could see the moment when she made her decision. Her face relaxed back into its habitual fake smile. "I think executing you in a legal way will set an example for all of your co-conspirators," she said. "The ministry is not to be denied." There were sounds from outside, the sounds of distant screams. Harry smirked. "He's coming. You can either run and be the minister who allowed Voldemort to take over the ministry, or you can stay and fight the most powerful dark wizard in recent history." Her wand snapped back up. She looked back at the door and then down at him. "You'll never see it, whatever happens." "You don't have the courage to kill me," Harry said. He smirked. "Some people still believe I'm the boy who lived, and if they knew that you'd murdered their one chance of freedom from the Dark Lord, how long do you think you'd live?" He stared at her. "Every time you passed a dark alley, you'd be waiting for a knife in the dark, a spell from every crowd, death in every doorway. Welcome to my life, and I hope you enjoy every minute of it." She stared at him, then stood, putting her wand away. "I think we'll wait for the Dementor. I'm not sure what is happening outside, but I am sure the auras can take care of it." Turning away, she didn't see Harry transform and slip out of his barns. He slipped under the desk, and he heard her shriek as she realized that he was gone. He was moving already, even as she used her magic to turn the desk over. He'd already moved up onto a shelf behind a plate with a cat picture. She shrieked in anger. She obviously thought that he'd disillusioned himself, because she began casting stunners around the room wherever she thought he might be. Obviously, she didn't know the human revealing spell or Harry would have been found right away. As it was, several of the plates on the wall near him were struck and fell, shattering. This only increased her anger. Harry suspected that she wouldn't balk at killing him now. He had no idea how long the reset would be. Whenever it was, the blood wards would fall. While he was tired of doing everything over again, he might actually have a chance of making a difference. Harry was weighing the odds that she'd kill him against the odds that she'd simply stun him and wait for the Dementor when the door exploded inward. He could see what was happening in the reflection of the plate nearest to him. Voldemort stood as tall as ever in the doorway, imposing now that he was wearing his full regalia. Harry couldn't make out his face well enough to tell whether using someone else's blood had changed his appearance. "How dare you?" Umbridge screamed. "I am the Minister for Magic." Obviously, she didn't recognize Voldemort, having never seen him. Otherwise, her sense of self-preservation would have made her choose her words more wisely. Without even moving his wand, Voldemort summoned the wand from her hand. She gasped as she realized that she was essentially helpless. "Where is the boy?" he asked. "I was told that he is here." From the open door behind him, Harry could hear the sounds of battle. However, the sounds were dying away even as they spoke. He'd chosen to attempt his bank robbery near the end of the business day. Most of the ministry employees would have gone home, leaving only a skeleton crew. "I don't know," she said defiantly. Before she could explain that Harry was hiding, Voldemort pointed his wand and said, "Crucio." She screamed and fell to the floor, her body convulsing in agony. The snake he had seen in his vision slithered into the room. He was bigger than Harry had remembered. Considering that Harry was now only about 7 inches long, the 12-foot length of the snake seemed truly gargantuan. "It is almost done," the snake whispered. "Soon all will be controlled, and tomorrow they will take control of their compatriots one by one. We will have the government by nightfall tomorrow." They were using Imperio on everyone. Harry could see it in his mind. They'd simply have supervisors call subordinates into their offices one by one, using Imperio on each, until the entire government was under control. It would be quick, bloodless, and there wouldn't be any risk of underlings revolting or trying to warn the populace if everyone was under control. The only risk was if some managed to escape the ministry and warn the others before tomorrow. "Can I eat this one?" the snake asked, staring at Umbridge hungrily. "I fear I still have a use for her," Voldemort said. He pointed his wand at her and said, "Imperio, tell me where Harry Potter is." A genuinely pleasant look flashed over her face, and she said dreamily, "He's hiding in this room somewhere. I was trying to find him when you broke in." Voldemort's eyes snapped up as he murmured a spell. Harry was already moving, jumping from shelf to shelf, trying to reach the vent at the top before Voldemort finished his human-revealing spell. He wasn't sure whether the spell would reveal an animagus, but he couldn't take the risk. He'd only practiced one spell both silently and wandlessly, and he used it now. Accio, great, he thought. For a moment he thought his weakened Accio wouldn't be enough, but the great flew across the room a moment later. Voldemort pointed his wand and said, "Accio ferret." Harry would have grinned if his current form was physically able. He wasn't a ferret, he was a mongoose. He suspected that Voldemort had never been at a zoo in his life. A moment later, he was inside the vent. There wasn't time to check for whatever traps the ministry had set. If it killed him, it would have to do. "Go after him," he heard Voldemort say. A moment later, he heard the sounds of plates crashing to the ground as a massive snake slithered its way up the shelves headed for the vent. Mongooses were snakes' natural enemies, but they depended on their speed and agility to fight. In the enclosed space of the vent, he'd be virtually helpless. Suddenly, Harry found himself hoping for a trap. Dying from a ministry trap would be easier than being eaten alive or worse, eaten and then regurgitated to face Voldemort. After all, if Voldemort caught him, Harry suspected that he'd soon have his tongue and his hands cut off, and then he'd be hidden away in a place where no one would ever find him. Death would be preferable. 72. Pray. Harry rushed through the vent, which was coated with dust. The ministry hadn't built its own building. It had simply diverted Muggle workers who were building the underground in the 1860s and obliviated them later without paying them. It was similar to the way they'd stolen the Hogwarts Express. The Muggles had built things the way they'd always built them. Harry suspected they'd put ductwork for ventilation in case of fumes as a matter of course. Wizards probably wouldn't have bothered. so they just put grates on it and ignored it. London was riddled with ventilation shafts anyway. Harry wondered if the wizards had thought to block the shaft to the surface up, or if there was a secret way inside for those who were small enough. Harry only knew this bit of history because of a diatribe by Hermione on the wizarding history. Although he normally couldn't care less about wizarding history, Hermione had been passionate about the subject. She'd used the construction of the latest in the Ministry headquarters to make a point. She had argued that for all the wizards thought themselves superior to Muggles, the wizarding world had a parasitical relationship with the Muggles. Wizards were fairly self-sufficient, but they couldn't create their own food. Hermione had suspected that most wizarding food came from the Muggle world, even if there were a few wizard specialty farmers. He shuddered as he felt the vibration in the duct as Voldemort's snake slid into the duct. He realized that he had to keep his mind on what he was doing or he'd be caught. The problem wouldn't be the snake's venom. As a mongoose, Harry would be highly resistant to snake venom, although enough poison would kill him as much as anyone. It was a matter of sheer size. The snake's fangs were more than half as long as Harry, and the amount of venom they would produce was likely to be massive. A good bite, and he was finished. In the tight confines of the tunnel, Harry wouldn't be able to dodge well, although Nagini would be limited in its movements as well. The problem was that Harry knew instinctively that he had to get to the back of the snake's head, and it was going to be difficult as tight as everything was. He was incapable of scowling, at least as far as he knew in this form, but he would have were he able. The tunnel was longer than it should have been. Apparently the vents didn't reach every room. Worse, Nagini was catching up. Harry was faster than the snake. He knew that, but he still couldn't shake the conviction that it was going to catch him in the middle of the tunnel and eat him. There was light up ahead. Harry raced forward to find a vent on the floor of the shaft. Looking down, it was a long fall onto some bureaucrat's desk. He could see two Death Eaters crucioing a wizard who was overweight and balding. Racing past the vent, Harry continued. As bad as being caught by Nagini might be, he'd be in worse trouble if Nagini had two Death Eaters to back it up. Harry raced past a mouse skeleton covered in cobwebs. There were dead insects, dust, and other detritus from 150 years of a lack of care. Apparently the Ministry didn't have house elves to clean like Hogwarts did. No house elf would have been this careless. The next office was empty. Harry hesitated. He didn't know any spell he could use wandlessly and silently except Accio, which meant that was the only spell he could use in this form. He closed his eyes and cast the spell, knowing that if it worked the results might be painful. He wished now that he'd worked on Depulso, pushing things away. It just hadn't seemed as important. This grate was attached more firmly than the last one. He cast the spell again and it shook. He could hear Nagini coming closer. "I'm coming for you, little prey," Nagini said. "You smell delicious." Another attempt and the grate rattled. Harry cursed as he realized that this grate was larger on the outside than the size of the vent. Most of them probably were. He felt a sudden sense of panic. Did that mean that he was trapped here, unable to escape? All of the grates were likely built this way, which mean that Accio wouldn't help. Harry ran. He was twice as fast as the snake over distances. He knew this instinctively, so running farther would buy him time. He came to a junction and turned right. He hoped it didn't lead to a dead end. As he came to the end of the vent, he realized that he'd chosen poorly. There was one grate below him and a dead end ahead. He could hear that it was already too late to go back. Harry reached down into the grate and felt around. The grate had an ornate pattern to it. It had been created in the Victorian age, and if he had been a larger animal, he would have had trouble reaching his paws through some of the smaller holes. As it was, his paws were clumsier than he liked. He felt a screw and hooked one of his sharp claws into it. He was fortunate that it wasn't a modern screw. He never would have got his paws into it. This was something designed to be easy to turn with fingers, but unfortunately it hadn't been in 100 years, and it was stuck. He had a moment to wish that he'd become something that had clever hands like an American raccoon, but he had to work with what he had. Nagini turned the corner. "Almost there, little prey," Nagini whispered, its voice echoing throughout the tunnel. "I look forward to meeting you." The screw was stuck. Harry could tell that there were only two screws holding the entire thing in place, if he could get at least one of them. He pulled the screw desperately, cursing his clumsy paws. The sound from the snake became louder. Harry froze as he saw it at the end of the tunnel. It almost seemed to smile malevolently as it began to slither forward. Working desperately at the screw with both paws, Harry watched as Nagini slowed. It stared at him and seemed to enjoy his frantic fear. Finally, Harry felt something give. He began to turn the screw head frantically. It gave, but now that the snake saw that he was close to freedom, it began to increase its speed again. He pushed his back against the top of the tunnel and pushed with all of his might. Half of the vent gave way. Nagini's massive head lunged toward him, and for a moment Harry thought it was all over. Suddenly the rest of the great cover gave way, and he was in the middle of the air, falling freely. As a human, he would have been helpless in midair. As a mongoose, he somehow knew what to do, twisting his body so that he landed on his feet on top of the grate, which had landed on the desk with a loud thud. Harry rolled out of the way, knowing that Nagini wasn't going to let him go. As he rolled off the desk, he heard the loud thump of the snake landing on the desk. "Where are you, small prey?" Nagini began to slither off the desk. "Once I have eaten you, I shall eat your female." Nagini presumably knew that its master wanted Harry alive. It was either trying to intimidate him, or it was overwhelmed by its nature. The threat against Hermione did enrage him, but fortunately as a mongoose, his emotions were blunted compared to how they were as a human. "I am here," Harry said. It wasn't speech exactly, not even speech in the way that Parseltongue was speech. However, Animagi in animal form could make themselves understood by other animals. There wasn't any way out of the room. The door was soundly closed, and Harry didn't smell any mouse holes in the walls. He could turn back into his human form, but without a wand, he'd be even more vulnerable to the snake than he was now. Either Nagini would kill him, in which case he would reset, or he would kill it, bringing him finally close to having it all over. The one thing he wouldn't allow it to do was capture him. Kill or be killed, he was determined that one or the other of them was going to die. "Look at me, little prey," Nagini said. It was coiling, rising high above him, ready to strike, yet it seemed to hesitate. It wasn't a regular snake. Regular snakes were either poisonous or constrictors. It was a little of both. He couldn't identify the species, not that he was an expert. However, his mongoose self knew there was something about it that was wrong. "Are you afraid?" Harry taunted in that language that wasn't a language. Afraid of such tiny prey, Nagini's head lashed out toward him, but it was as though it was moving in slow motion. Harry knew what to do. He twisted out of the way and bit viciously at Nagini's eye as it passed. "I am the one who will suck the marrow from your bones," Harry taunted, leaping back as Nagini lashed out again. Compared to him, it was massive. A smaller snake wouldn't have stood a chance against a mongoose with human intelligence, but this snake was as intelligent as he was. The wound on its eye was just a scratch, but it seemed to be moving more cautiously now. "I am the one destined to kill your master," Harry taunted. "He and me at the end. For me to be there with him, that means you will not be." Harry wasn't sure how much snakes knew about prophecies, or how much they cared. Snakes seemed to him to be eminently practical, focused only on what it took to survive. The snake whipped its tail against the wall, and a picture fell, almost clipping Harry as it dropped to the floor. "I am my master, and my master is me," Nagini hissed. "I am his hand and his fangs. If I kill you, it is he that will kill you. Teehee prophecy will be fulfilled." It lunged, even as it was speaking the final words, and Harry had to leap straight into the air. Nagini tried to turn in midair, but it was too slow. Harry lashed out with his hind foot, clawing the same eye with his claws. There wasn't time for talking after that. It was kill or be killed, lunge, dodge, counter-lunge. The back of Nagini's neck was its vulnerable point, but Harry lashed out at its eyes as well. Snakes didn't only use their eyes, they sensed heat with their tongues. If he'd had his wand, there were some things he could have done about it. As it was, he had to depend on purely physical means of retaliation. Each of them was waiting for the other to make a mistake. One was all it would take, and one or the other of them would be dead. The snake was massive, and for its size, lightning quick. It couldn't match his sheer maneuverability, however, and Harry was even faster. Harry danced around Nagini, lunging and dancing back as it tried to retaliate. It was starting to slow. Moving around its mass had to be tiring. Harry knew that it was a clever snake, and he knew that it was probably feigning exhaustion trying to get him to make that one mistake. Both of its eyes had fluid running down from them now. Harry danced in a circle around Nagini. Turning was cumbersome for it, and there were times that Harry was able to lunge in on blind spots and nip at its scales. There wasn't much he could do there, not without getting a strong grip with his teeth. Doing that on the snake's side would mean death as Nagini reached him. The back of the head, that was the target. Without hands or feet, it was its one vulnerable spot, the spot that he could dig in and chew his way until he reached a major artery that lay close to the surface. Snakes weren't built for protracted battles, and Nagini was slowing. He could see the awareness in its eyes. "I will chew your master's bones," Harry taunted, "and he will be known as prey." The snake lunged, but this time without the speed it had shown earlier. Harry landed on top of it, and a moment later his sharp teeth were digging at the back of its head. Nagini tried to smash itself against a wall, hoping to crush Harry. A normal snake wouldn't have tried that, but Harry wasn't a normal snake. Harry chewed and he chewed, desperately digging his claws in for purchase as the snake thrashed around. The door to the room opened, and Harry saw two Death Eaters looking inside. In pain, the snake lashed out blindly, and one of the Death Eaters shrieked even as the other pointed his wand at them both. The snake lashed out again, and a moment later both men were dead. Harry was smashed against a wall and almost lost his grip. However, the snake was growing weaker as Harry finally reached an artery and blood began to flow. It should have been disgusting, but to Mongoose Harry it was as sweet as ambrosia. It seemed like an eternity before the snake stopped moving, and Harry didn't stop digging into the snake. Nagini was smart enough to play dead and then lunge, catching and killing him. The last thing Harry wanted was to be killed after he had already won. Slughorn had told them that the container for the Horcrux had to be destroyed before the Horcrux was released. Harry didn't know what that meant for a living Horcrux, but he knew that simply killing the snake might not be enough. Swallowing the flesh of a living, thinking being should have been abhorrent to him, but his emotions as a mongoose were simpler and even more practical than they were when he was a human. Besides, he made a promise. He was cracking a particularly juicy vertebra when he felt the snake give a final shudder, and then he heard a screaming sound of horror deep in his soul. The Horcrux tried to join with him, as the others had, only now instead of visions of the other Horcruxes, there was only a vision of endless, eternal nothingness. Harry realized that standing over the bodies of Voldemort's snake and two of his Death Eaters might not be the smartest thing he'd ever done. His eyes landed on the Death Eaters. They had wands. Harry turned back to human and reached out, grabbing for the wands. They weren't anything like his wands, and as he held them they felt sick and wrong, but they were better than nothing. Reaching into the pockets of the Death Eater in front of him, Harry was pleased to discover his mirror shard. Apparently, there had been some looting, even though he doubted that Voldemort would have wanted that. He wouldn't have wanted anything to look out of place, so that his plan to Imperius the entire government would work. He quickly rose to his feet and closed the door ahead of him. "Sirius," he said softly into the mirror. It was only as he spoke that he realized what he looked like. He had blood all over his mouth, and he looked savage and barely human. It vibrated in his hand, and a moment later his godfather's face appeared in the mirror. "Harry, my God, where are you?" "I'm at the Ministry," Harry said softly. "Voldemort has brought Death Eaters here to Imperius the skeleton crew here, and he will have them Imperius the rest of the government tomorrow." Sirius paled. "Tell Dumbledore it's done," Harry said. "There is only one more Horcrux to deal with, and then it will be over." What he didn't tell Sirius, what he hadn't told Hermione or any of them, was that the last Horcrux was in his own head. The only way for him to go free was for him to die one final time. "Bring everyone," Harry said. "Tell the Ministry I am here if you have to. This is our chance to cut the head of the snake off and end it all." He glanced back at the corpse of Nagini, and he grinned a humorless grin. "I'm going to do what I can to kill as many of them as I can," Harry said. "But you need to hurry. I won't be able to do much." With the other Horcruxes gone, it was possible that Harry might not return even if he was killed by a normal Death Eater. It could be that Dumbledore was wrong, and he didn't count as the final Horcrux. His only advantage was that Voldemort had undoubtedly told his men to take him alive so that Harry wouldn't reset and undo everything he had accomplished. Harry had been fighting this battle for the past 7 years. Now, in the final stretches, he only wanted to do as much damage as he could before the end. Even if he lost, he intended to hurt Voldemort enough that Dumbledore could finish the job. All he had to do was start the bleeding, and nature would do the rest. The moment that his Death Eaters learned that Voldemort was no longer immortal, at least some of them would start plotting. He'd fall in the end, poisoned or stabbed in his sleep like every other despot. Harry just had to make sure that it hurt as much as possible before he died. Taking a deep breath, Harry slowly opened the door. It was time to go to war.